Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cornubia Park Sports Complex in Logan as we bring you the Higgins Sweet 16 All-School Basketball Tournament Grand Final Series. My name is Regan Baker from Nothing But Net Media, and this podcast and broadcast is, of course, brought to you by the team at Nothing But Net Media, the Australian Sports Network down in Sydney, and, of course, the Stream Team Australia as well. And before we kick into things, we'll just give a big shout-out to our commentators, Higgins and McDonald's, the major sponsors for the tournament here all week, and of course to Trinity College in Beenleigh. They're the ones that have brought this tournament on, and it continues to grow year in, year out, to the point where we can now bring all of the finals games to you guys live on YouTube and Facebook. My name is Regan Baker. I'm joined in the commentary panel today by Braden Hazelhurst and John Guana, of course, from Nothing But Net. And we're getting ready for our first game of the day, which is the Under-13 Girls Division 1 Championship game between John Paul College and Trinity College in Beenleigh. Now, you've been here all week. What's the tournament been like? Tell us a little bit of the background of the competition and how the games have been going.
Yeah, it's been good. I think it's the second year it's been running. There's a lot of young, good basketball talent on show. It's a good chance for them to sort of, get in that sort of school pride and everything, especially for the younger ones who don't get that chance at CBSQ and everything. So it's been really good. So today's grand final should be good as well. It's good to see two Logan schools in the grand final for this one, so I look forward to a good game. Yeah, well, it's always great coming out here to Cornubia Park Sports Complex, and Logan Basketball as well, doing a fantastic job setting up the stadium and getting things ready to go for us as well. It's a really great atmosphere. There's a lot of people in the grandstands. As we tip off in this first game of the day, tip is won by JPC to kick things off.
Hey, gotta give a shout out to Logan Basketball as well. They are one of the major sponsors for this event as well. Really putting on a great show. Having so many teams in one place is not the easiest thing to organize. It's really nice to have a venue that can accommodate that. So congrats to Logan Basketball and Trinity College on putting together a great event.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the early bucket there for JPC. Sienna Peckham getting the first points of the competition to take JPC into a 2-0 lead to kick off the game today. Trinity College now with the ball, just taking things nice and slow, passing it around the outside. Great teamwork early on from both sides. The ball goes inside and shot goes up there as well and just rims out, but a great look there from from Hinemaya to Powell. And she goes at it again, another great look, and just getting the unfortunate bounce out of the bucket, but a couple of good early looks there from Trinity College. JPC going to work down the other end as well, and again the rim's just looking nice and tight, just bouncing out on a third opportunity in a row there. That one coming from JPC, Julia Underwood. No luck for JPC. Trinity with it now, around about their three-point line. Ball's in for Trinity College, a little bit of a loose ball, recovered. And that one there finds the form. Hinemaya to Powell, getting the 2 points for Trinity to take it to a 2-all draw.
It's been an interesting start to this game, guys. Don't you think? JPC doing a lot of their work in transition, where Trinity probably just getting a little more done in their half-court offense. Braden, if you're a coach, which we know you are, which do you prefer, that half-court or that fast break?
I prefer transition. I think, in these type of games, it's normally the team that can sort of create the most easy opportunities, at the basket who wins games. And I think, the easiest way to do that when you don't have, as many rep players as you do, when you are playing in rep basketball, it's, transition's the easiest way to get those points. So JPC will probably look to do that a bit more, and the size of Trinity, they'll probably look to slow it down and go through those girls. So a bit of a contrast in style, so it should be an interesting game and see how it plays out.
And one other thing of note also, being division, the under-13 division, no zone allowed in the under-13s. The next game will also be under-13s. Then we go to under-15s this afternoon, and you will see some zone.
Yeah, I think it's really good. In Queensland, it's probably something, we need to work with our juniors on from the start and, playing man-to-man basketball and working on development rather than focusing on just, results all the time. So I really like that rule for this tournament. I wish it was for under-15s as well, but, it should be good to see, how these teams could play man-to-man defense.
Yeah, we just saw another 2-point bucket there for Cara Bow of Trinity College. So back up to a 4-all draw. And really good defense from both teams as well. As we sort of said, there is no zone defense, but down both ends of the floor, both teams, for being that under 13 age group, playing really great man-to-man defense. And it's making it a little bit hard for both teams to get inside underneath to put up the buckets.
Yeah, I think both teams are being pretty active, making those, you'll see a lot of pass and cut action with these teams and making those passes pretty tough with their activity and deflections and lengths. So both teams doing a good job so far, as we see a great pass from Maddie Best, and Olivia Underwood capitalises for JPC to put them up by 2 points.
Yeah, and that was just a really great read as well.
Julia Underwood, sorry, my bad.
It drew out the defense and then just found that nice open pass over the top, and a great read from both girls as well to find that open position underneath. And that, of course, is that advantage of not having the zone defense as well, is, you've always going to have that spare player as well. If you draw out a defender, there's someone open around the floor. So if you penetrate to the bucket and draw another defender to come out to you to stop that penetration, someone is free somewhere. And that was a really great look from JPC to find that open player as they, again, go to work underneath. I think that was Sienna Peckham for the 2-point bucket there as well to take the lead out to 2. Great defense there from JPC as well. Just picking up the steal and a foul from Trinity College. First one of the game. That one goes against Tapau. But great look there. Didn't quite get the pass on the turnover, but good to see the aggression as well and trying to fight to get the ball back. Unfortunately, just clipped her on the arm as she tried to do it. JPC now looking to go to work offensively, and a beautiful screen and roll as well. Pass goes inside, but couldn't quite finish. Great defensive rebound there for Cara Bow as well. Trinity going to work to Pow, goes underneath and flips one up for 2.
Yeah, she's a really strong player. She plays, for Logan Basketball. Went to Ballarat with our under-14 national team and then plays in our under-16 rep team. She's, a really good player and a really good developing player. So she's putting it together early for Trinity.
Yeah, as we see Stedman go for 2 for JPC. Both teams doing a really great job as well, keeping it to this 2-point margin, just under 3 minutes to go in the first. Unfortunate hands foul there called against Madison Best from JPC. Good look, good read, saw the pass about to be made and just tried to get the swat away. Just a fraction of a second too late. As we see Tapau knock the rebound out of bounds. So John Paul College coming up with the ball.
Really love the aggressive play. Super aggressive defensively also. Really active hands. And I think that's one of the key things in youth basketball. I think people get so caught up on the offensive side of things, Braden, but I think if you can learn strong defense at an early age, it really sets you up for the rest of your basketball playing career.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it works for the teams as well. Like we said earlier, with this age group, it's kind of the team that can, produce the more easy opportunities, at the basket who wins. And I think, coaches probably need to focus on that defensive area a little bit more, because you can create a lot of that, those easy opportunities at the basket through your defense. So JPC doing a good job early. Both teams doing a pretty good job being active. I think it's the team that can be active without fouling that'll, be able to win the game going forward.
I love the ball movement from the JPC team as well. I think they're really moving the ball around. They're forcing Trinity to make a decision, and they have shown a willingness so far to make that extra pass.
Yeah, that's super coach Anita Peckham, mate, from Logan. They're doing a really good job. I think, that's what separates the good teams at this level from the other teams, is teams who can make those crisp passes. It's obviously fundamentals are pretty important with this age group. And like I said, being able to, produce easy opportunities at the rim, and that crisp passing and cutting does that, and they're doing a really good job early on.
So we see Sienna Peckham, great job there from the free throw line as well. Lead up to 4 now for John Paul College. Burst of speed there for Ava Lobel for Trinity College. Ball goes inside to Tapau. Great defense there from the JPC girls. Trinity hustling hard on the defensive rebounds to get it, the offensive rebounds to get the ball back again. And they pick up the foul there against Julia Underwood from JPC, so they'll keep the ball on the baseline. So we see substitutions for John Paul College. Julia Underwood checking out. and Isabel Wright checking in for the first time here this afternoon. JPC moving the ball nice and quickly down the floor. Just couldn't quite keep the handles on that one. Trinity College, good defensive effort there, and they get the reward with the offensive play. And again, good hustle there from John Paul College on the defensive end. Forcing the turnover, just picking up nice and tight, forcing that long pass that was just a little bit, fraction too high.
Yeah, I think going back to Johnny's point, I think what JPC are doing really well is they're just staying in front. You know, they're picking up early, putting a bit of pressure on the ball and able to stay in front. And that's been able to cause a few turnovers from Trinity. So if they can do that for the entire game, like I said, they might be able to produce some easy baskets down the other end. So JPC doing a good job. On the other hand, Trinity doing a good job as well. Probably not the increased pressure that JPC have. So a bit different in defense, but both teams doing a good job.
Yeah, well, Trinity doing a really good job defensively from this play as well. Forcing probably about pretty close to what would be a 24-second shot clock violation as well. So doing a really great job pressuring out on John Paul College and just forcing them to make those couple of extra passes around the keyway to try and find that opening gap through the keyway. They ended up finding it. We're going to send Sienna Peckham to the line for 2 free throws.
Yeah, and that's where Tapau probably just, you know, she was in position, just brought her hands down a little bit. That's where she just needs to keep her hands up, and those players will learn that as they get older, just being able to stay in front and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, good drive from JPC as well.
Yeah, and again, good defense there from John Paul College. Just great work on the defensive pressure as well with the full court press. They got the turnover and picked up a foul there as well. So got a little bit of momentum going in their favor. And substitutions here for John Paul College as well. Number 7, Phoebe Stedman checking out. And for the first time here this afternoon, we see Ava Gill checking in. A little bit too strong on the pass there. Just went right over the head of Peckham. Just couldn't quite reach it. I think she might have got the fingertips on it in the end, but it does go out of bounds. So Trinity College picks up the out of bounds play, and it goes straight into the hands of JPC, and flipping one up is best. Good offensive rebounds from John Paul College, but it comes to the hands of Trinity in the end. Cara Bow with the defensive rebound on that one. JPC, very nice full court press there. Trinity College seems to break it relatively easily, though. They did quite a good job there to break the press and get up the floor.
Yeah, I think great heads up pass there from Cara Bow. Obviously had a bit of pressure on her. Made that pass ahead, and that was able to create a 2-on-1 opportunity, and Trinity able to go to the basket, get the foul, and go to the free throw line. So great play there from Trinity.
Definitely. So as we see Cassidy Little on the line for 2 free throws. First one just bouncing off the back of the rim.
Can I just say, can we please get more teams to put the players' names on the back of the jerseys? I think that's a great memento to have, not only for the players, but it helps us a little bit as Trinity beats the buzzer to end the quarter.
That's Tapau's second jumper. So as I said, teams able to create, you know, the easy baskets at the rim are the ones that wins, but Tapau's been able to keep her team in it with a couple of jump shots. So great first quarter from both teams, obviously 1 point in it. I don't think this game, you know, you don't expect this game to be a blowout because they played early in the week and it went to overtime. So it should be close throughout and hopefully go down to the wire again.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, it is a 1-point ball game going into the quarter time break, so we're going to take a quick break, but stay right with us and we'll have the rest of the game for you shortly between John Paul College and Trinity College Beenleigh. And back with you here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. It is the Higgins Sweet 16 All-School Basketball Tournament, the Under-13 Girls Division 1 Championship game, John Paul College, Trinity College. It's a one-point ball game, and you were saying that earlier in the tournament, Braden, it went into overtime. So obviously two very competitive teams, and hopefully, by the looks of it, we're going to have another great clash here between the two schools.
Yeah, as I said, a lot of rep players in both teams. I think teams that are pretty well drilled, as we've seen from the first quarter, teams that make good passes, good cuts, do all the simple stuff well. So it should be a good game down the stretch. As I said, probably a contrast in the styles. In JBC probably want to play a bit more up-tempo, and Trinity probably, are a bit more of a slower offensive team. So it's a good game so far, and some jump shots able to keep Trinity in it in the first quarter. So should be a good second quarter here. Yeah,
and definitely a big shout out to Trinity College in Beenleigh as well for putting on this tournament. And can I just say, the tournament started on Thursday. Back in the days when I was playing high school basketball, we won't talk about how long ago that was, I would have given anything to take 2 days off school to come and play some basketball in an awesome tournament like this. So
absolutely.
A very big shout out to Trinity College, an amazing tournament all week. And I just wish that when I was, not that I was a great player by any stretch of the imagination, I'm still below average.
Wow. Nice shot from Matty Best. That's a cream hook, Johnny.
Hey? That was classic right there. Really nice hit, though, and both teams really coming out firing here to start the second quarter. You can see, though, Braden, you mentioned that the teams did play earlier this week. You can see that there is a bit of familiarity between the groups. Kind of know what to expect from each other, who's who and what's happening. You really get that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. They played early in the tournament. They played with each other, at BQJBC level for Logan. So probably a bit of a friendly rivalry, which is good to see. I'm sure there'll be bragging rights on the line for when they play rep this year.
And you got two really good quality coaches as well, in Anita Peckham for JPC and Jordan Chambers for Trinity College. So two really good quality coaches, and you can tell that they have taken away little bits and pieces from that previous game, especially when it comes to that full court press that JPC puts on Trinity and the way that Trinity sets up their press breaker as well. So you've got two really intelligent coaches and some really amazing players out on the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that means a lot at this level with these girls. Obviously, coaches who can teach the fundamentals and everything and put confidence in their players. Anita's involved with the state under-20 program as assistant to Kerry Williams this year at Logan Basketball, and Jordan Chambers, who's coached at our BQJBC level, is one of my assistant coaches for my under-21 girls team. So coaches with a lot of experience at rep level, so it should be a good battle between them as well.
Yeah, definitely so. And like you said, there's a lot of bragging rights on the line. Is sitting on the free throw line. The first one there is good for Isabel Wright, making her first free throw for the tournament, for the game.
I just wanted to comment on what you said, Braden. I think it's really important, and it's a great thing for basketball as a whole that Logan basketball has a great relationship with all the schools in the area. Coming from the States, high school basketball is massive over in the U.S., and I was surprised to find in Australia that it wasn't as big of a platform, but I think with the connections between the associations and the schools, that high school basketball is certainly growing in stature in Australia, and I think it's a big congratulations to the schools, but also to Logan basketball for developing and forging those relationships.
Yeah, I think it's been a priority for a lot of associations over the last couple of years. I know Gold Coast and North Gold Coast have good relationships with a lot of schools down there. We see it through Hillcrest and Palm Beach and Southport doing really well at CBSQ and at this tournament as well. And a lot of associations, especially in the South, are doing really well as far as developing that relationship with schools. And I think it's something that we need to continue to focus on as Queensland basketball and clubs across the board, and can help attract people, who probably who are athletes who probably didn't think about playing basketball in the first place. So really good job. I know it's a priority for us at Logan, but a lot of associations are doing a great job of it as well.
And you see it here where, as you mentioned, you've got Logan rep players on both squads. Trinity out of Beenleigh, JPC not far from here as well. So really strong ties between the association and the schools, and it's just a beautiful thing for the game of basketball, but also for the athletes, having that continuation from association basketball, rep basketball, club basketball, and school as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And as the Logan development manager, I'm really happy that there's two Logan teams. in here, Johnny.
Obviously directly affected by you and your role.
I only just started, mate, so I don't think I can claim that yet.
You claim whatever you can, Braden. We won't take it from you.
I think it is really great to see as well that there is such a strong link between Logan basketball and the schools in the local community. Now, you know, going back 10 years when I was playing high school basketball in the TAS competition, the school that I came from didn't really have an affiliation with a local club, and JPC was our rival school coming from Redeemer Lutheran College. And, you know, you would, at our school level, we had a couple of players in our school team that, you know, played club basketball or a level higher than high school basketball, but then coming up to the likes of versing JPC, that strong tie with Logan basketball, which has been going on for decades, really, it really goes to show in the quality of the players coming out of the schools. And it's exactly the same with Trinity College as well, both schools with that strong affiliation. And it just goes to show that having that club backing that community sport as we do here in Logan is really fantastic for the game of basketball as a whole.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's just a priority for a lot of associations now, and it's something that can, you know, only benefit the schools and the clubs. So hopefully every association across Basketball Queensland continues to do it, and we can continue to attract good players to basketball and keep our participation levels up.
The pressure that JPC is putting on Trinity, particularly in that front court, Brayton, has really been giving Trinity some trouble. The opportunities when they have broke the press, though, have been excellent opportunities, and they seem to be capitalizing on them. Just really struggling getting it out of their own defensive end. Yeah,
I think Maddie Best and Sienna Peckham are doing a really good job. Probably the two that are pressuring up most of the time with the other three back. And I think, you know, if you can stay in front of people and really be active and create that pressure at this level, you can cause some turnovers. And JPC doing a really good job of that early, and I'm sure that's something, as Jordan looks to call a timeout, that Trinity will look to address.
Yeah, and there was a really good couple of looks there from JPC as well to just extend that lead a little bit more. It was Phoebe Stedman just before, and another two-point bucket just dropped there for them as well. So there is going to be a timeout on the floor. Coach Jordan Chambers wanting to take a quick rest. We're going to take one as well, but stay right with us. We'll be back with you shortly as we bring you more of the Higgins Sweet 16 All-School Basketball Tournament presented by Nothing But Net Media. And welcome back to Cornubia Park Sports Complex. And before we kick back into the game here, just want to say a big thanks to some of our major sponsors, which is Higgins for Better Painting Management, McDonald's, Eaton Services Group, Metro Canteens, and of course, Trinity College in Beenleigh and the Logan Basketball Club as well. So thank you very, very much for allowing us to come on board, bring this competition to Facebook and YouTube, and of course, a fantastic competition for school-age basketball as a whole. And back onto the game as well. JPC is sitting on the line for 2 free throws. And if you are tuning in on any of our channels, don't forget you can comment on Facebook or YouTube. Let us know where you're tuning in from, who you're supporting. Show some school pride as well and do a shout out. And we might even mention you out on the air as well.
Good change up there from JPC out of the timeout. Obviously their full court pressure was hurting Trinity, but it was full court man. Yeah, Jordan would have addressed that in the timeout, and then they come out in a 1-2-2 press and caused 2 turnovers, which ended up in a free throw. So still maintaining that full court pressure, but a different type. So a good switch up there from JPC. And when I say that, I'm not wearing a JPC polo at all.
They can see you on camera, Braden. Everyone knows you're lying.
Nice shot there from Sienna Peckham, just bouncing out at the last second. The putback does fall though, so JPC doing a really great job here in the second quarter. They've extended that lead up to 9 points with a huge block there from Chanel Carlson for Trinity College. Reading that like a book.
Yeah, just good activity from JPC. Obviously able to create lanes, driving lanes to the basket, but then even after misses, getting the offensive rebounds and getting putbacks, and a good read there by Trinity, able to get the block, but JPC attacking the rim at will at the moment.
It was a good look there from JPC as well, and a really good job to hustle for the offensive rebound. Ball getting knocked out of court, but the referees have a foul. That's going to go against Tapau. Just a little bit too aggressive on trying to pull that ball back in from out of bounds, but doing a really good job defensively as a whole. Another offensive rebound there for JPC, this time for Phoebe Stedman. Underwood now with an O-board and a putback.
JPC is really doing a number on the offensive boards too. I think whistles are getting to the players. We have games on 4 courts here. Unfortunately for Trinity on that one, the whistle blew on another court and the player thought it was on here, but JPC, you look at the size on the court and you'd think might be in Trinity's favor on the glass, but JPC has done a really good job attacking the offensive glass. Trinity super aggressive defensively, forces a turnover.
Yeah, I think that's really the activity of Julia Underwood. She's a long, athletic type of body, and has done a really good job for JPC early. And Trinity obviously will need to clean that up, just box out a little bit. But if they can do that, they can take away some opportunities from JPC. But like you said, JPC being really aggressive on the O-board so far.
Trinity with the turnover now, so they've got another opportunity to put some points on the board. It's a long bomb from Tapau. Looked good out of the hands, but just bounced off the left-hand side of the ring. They do pull the offensive rebound, though. Inside shot goes up, and again, a great offensive rebound there for Trinity. So working hard on the glass as Underwood gets a block. And that's just great defense there from JPC, and managing to get the block and pull down the defensive rebound as well. But a really good look from Trinity College. We haven't seen them with a lot of possession this quarter. It has been very JPC focused, but when they do get the ball down their end of the floor and when they are working inside, they did a really great job to move the ball and hustle to get those offensive rebounds.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. Like I said, JPC attacking the rim a bit more, and I think it's JPC's second effort's able to sort of, when they get a lane, able to sort of make up for it and stay in front. So as Julia Underwood makes another bucket for JPC to put them up 11, and another timeout coming from Trinity here. But JPC doing a really good job. Like I said, even when Trinity are able to create driving lanes and that, their scramble defense is able to make up for it, get in front and create those sort of tough opportunities for Trinity. So, yeah, early on, like I said, I expected it to be close, but JPC doing a really good job, mainly defensively. As John mentioned earlier, that's probably the focus for Coach Anita Peckham, and they're creating all their offense off either their defense or offensive rebounds. So, it's not much out of the half court for JPC. So, Trinity need to probably take care of the ball a bit more, and they can probably get themselves back in the game.
How was that pass from Madison Best on that last layup as well? Kind of, when you teach players to pass the ball, it's not necessarily right to the player, throwing it up, letting her teammate run onto it, catch, and putting her in a great position to lay it up and in. Madison Best has been really impressive in this game so far, and she's had a great tournament.
Yeah, she has, and she's another one of our players who went to nationals recently with Logan and coached by Michaela Cam, which is great for her as well. So, like I said, it's those teams able to create those easy opportunities in transition, and like you said, that passing is a big part of that. You're able to create those opportunities, but you need to be able to convert that into points, and those passes are a big part of that. And Maddie Best doing a really good job creating those opportunities for her teammates, and JPC are capitalising so far.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of statistics for the entirety of the tournament. They're a little bit hit and miss,
Where's the FIBA live
unfortunately.
stats for this tournament? Hey?
We should hit up the BQ statisticians, try and get some people out. So unfortunately, we do have very limited stats, and you were talking about Best's performance as a whole through the tournament, and coming into today's game, she's been averaging 14.8 points per game for the competition, with a total of 89 competition points leading into today's games. So she has been doing a really fantastic job across the board, and is definitely a key driver for this JPC team.
Yeah, and just created another turnover, and basket for herself to put JPC up by 13. And JPC's defense, I've seen them play throughout this week, and they've been really good, but they seem to have gone to another level for this game. So good job from them so far, and Trinity will need to sort of try and make a run early to try and get this within single figures going into the halftime break.
And that was very good defense there from Trinity. It was kind of a combo between Ava Lobel and one of the other guys. Can't quite see the number, unfortunately, but a good defense there where it was help defense stepping across, and both girls just doing a perfect job of keeping their hands up straight, keeping themselves in front, and causing the block shot to go out of bounds. So I think Trinity as a whole has been doing a relatively good job defensively. When you look at the percentage of ball possession that JPC has had, they've really dominated this quarter in possession. But, Trinity's only let them put, maybe 10 points on them this quarter so far. So they've done a really good job considering the amount of possession JPC has actually had.
Yeah, I think they're doing a really good job in the half court. It's taking care of the ball that has really hurt them in this first half. I think a lot of JPC's baskets have come off turnovers with that full court pressure or offensive rebounds. In the half court, like you said, Trinity have been pretty good. But they really need to take care of the ball and take those easy opportunities away from JPC. And if they can do that, they give themselves a chance, and I'm sure they will take care of that in the second half.
Yeah, definitely so. And we've seen Trinity have a really great offensive game as well. And they've got some really strong players that can put points on the board in the likes of, we've seen a few from Tapau. Bo's got a couple as well. So they've got a couple of really good scorers on the floor. So if they can protect the ball in that back court, especially against JPC's really tough full court press, once Trinity is in the front court, they do a really great job of moving the ball around and getting into the hands of the shooters. It is a JPC
nice
inbound.
Out-of-bounds play from JPC. A little bit of a cross pick and then slip to the basket for Maddie Best. A great play, obviously, drawn during that timeout, and a great execution, especially from a young team. We speak about that at QBL level, how so many teams struggle with it, coming out of and executing plays, and JPC at under 13 level able to execute that out-of-bounds play and get themselves up by 15. So great job out of that timeout.
Yeah, not calling out any NBL clubs in particular, but that was a better out-of-play execution than some of the NBL teams can actually run.
I think that's a sign of a well-coached team, Braden, when you call a timeout and your team's able to execute as you draw it up. That means that not only do you have players who are locked in, but you also have players that believe in the coaching that's being provided to them. So really good sign for JPC.
Yeah, just shouting out a great shot there from Tapau. I did mention that when they get the ball in the front court, they've got some really strong shooters that can hit easy buckets. And Tapau just executing nicely on that jump shot down the other end for Trinity. It's 14 plays 27, so JPC getting themselves into a relatively healthy lead here in the second quarter. We've got about 4 seconds to go in the quarter. Ball's in the hands of Best. She passes off, needs to get one up, and she fires and hits the front of the rim and bounces out to end the half. A great little look there from Best. Couldn't quite get the three-point drop on the end, but a really great quarter from JPC.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, during that first half, it was all their defense, able to create easy opportunities from their pressure defense, full court for the most part, full court man, and then changing up to a bit of a 1-2-2 press. Just their activity has been really impressive in that first half, able to get deflections. And even when Trinity looked like they're able to create an easy lane to the basket, their scramble defense able to get someone in front or even a foul to create, have Trinity have to go to the foul line to convert those points. So I think the main thing, like I said, for Trinity is to make sure they take care of the ball in the second half. Like you said, they've still got a lot of talent in their team, and during that game earlier in the week, there was, 8, 10-point gaps, and both teams were able to come back from that. So, don't think this game is over. I think Trinity will still be able to make a run this second half if they are able to address those turnovers and take care of the ball.
Yeah, definitely so. And it is halftime, so we're going to take a quick break as well. It's 27 plays 14 at the halftime break. JPC getting themselves in the lead over Trinity College Beenleigh. But stay right with us, and we'll be back with you shortly with more action from the Higgins Sweet 16 All-School Basketball Tournament presented by Nothing But Net Media and the Australian Sports Network. And back with you here from Cornubia Sports Complex. It is the second half of action in the Under-13 Girls Division 1 Grand Final in the Higgins Sweet 16 All-School Basketball Tournament. It's 27 at plays 14. JPC extending their lead quite nicely in the second quarter, and they get to kick things off in the second half as well. And they do so with a nice little shot there from Sienna Peckham, but just bouncing off the front of the rim. Trinity now taking their opportunity to power, just unfortunately couldn't get the ball to fall. And picks up the foul as well. So JPC going to bring it in from the base.
And that's her third sub might be coming, I think, and that'll hurt Trinity. She's been really good, especially offensively, able to keep Trinity in it with her shooting and a couple of those good long-range shots early in the game. So, Trinity needs to keep fighting here to stay in the game, but that's a tough situation for Trinity.
Yeah, and so unfortunately Tapau does sit on the bench for a little bit, but she gets subbed out for Annabelle Carlson, who we've seen do quite a lot of work on both ends of the floor as well. So a really good player substituting in for Trinity, and they do a great job there to get the defensive rebound. But very good defense on that particular play as well, coming from Charlie Shaw for JPC, ending the backcourt play in a jump ball situation, which does favour Trinity.
Don't forget, if you are tuning into the live stream on Facebook or on YouTube, let us know who you are and where you're watching from, who you're going for in this one. Is it JPC? Is it Trinity College? We'll make sure that we get you a shout out as well.
Is it us tuning in just for the Nothing But Net Media crew? Probably no one. My mum's not watching, so there's my only fan gone. But it is a great game of basketball we have here in front of us. JPC with another opportunity again here. Ball goes inside. Nice little shot. A little bit too strong over the top from Underwood. But again, JPC doing a really great job on the offensive rebounds and just hustling to get into position, box out, and pull those O-boards when the ball doesn't fall.
Yeah, like I said, the activity's been really impressive, so far throughout this game, really, and that's been defensively on the rebounds and everything, and it's been able to turn into points for them. So if they can keep this up, they give themselves a real good chance to take home the championship.
Underwood again going to work underneath. This time doesn't get the ball to fall, but picks up the foul. So she's going to go to the line for two. And as you said, just a really great player underneath the bucket is Julia Underwood. She's just got a very long body and some really good arms for basketball as well. So you can just get in underneath, great length work, great reading of the basketball play as well to get herself into position to pull those rebounds down both ends of the floor.
Yeah, it's good to have that length and athleticism, but you've got to have that effort as well, and she has. You know, she's been really impressive and working hard down there for JPC to get easy opportunities at the foul line or offensive rebounds for them. So Julia Underwood's been really good for JPC early.
Is she another Logan Junior as well? Does she play in the reps?
She is. She's in the under-16s program at the moment.
And again, JPC just making really good work of their every opportunity they have on the offensive end of the floor. That one there for Phoebe Stedman, just nice read to get herself into a position under the bucket. Beautiful assist as well. And so she's got the 2 points and she's going to go to the line for an extra one as well.
Yeah, as we spoke about before, you know, it's good to try and push it in transition, but you need to have those fundamentals and good passing ability to be able to do that. And JPC made some good passes ahead, and then Phoebe able to capitalize with it with a bucket. Unfortunately missed the free throw, but a good set of transition there for JPC.
And so I made the Smarty Pants comment about my only fan, my mum, not tuning in because she's down the coast. But Brayden, your mum's tuning in.
Is she?
Yeah, she's loving it.
Shout out to my mum.
All the way from Scarborough.
Came and watched my under-21s game yesterday as well.
Never in doubt who the #1 fan is there, Brayden?
Not at all, not at all.
Don't even think my mum knows how to use Facebook to tune in, let alone actually caring enough to watch me.
They only learned
stream.
a couple of years ago, mate. They only learned a couple of years ago.
Trinity College now doing a good job of slowing down the offense and moving the ball around the outside. Ball goes inside to Powell. Just couldn't quite get her handles on that one, but a great defense from behind Julia Underwood. It's always a tough thing to play defense from behind on those inlet passes into the keyway, but she just did a really great job there of not making any contact and reaching through and knocking the ball away. Underwood, too many wheat bix this morning, a little bit too strong, falling all the way over the top. Good shot opportunity there from Chanel Carlson. Couldn't quite get the fall.
Yeah, we talked about JPC's work on the offensive glass as a really nice, strong finish there from Sienna Peckham, plus the foul. We talked about JPC's work on the offensive glass, but they're really controlling the ball and the boards defensively as well, really not allowing Trinity to get any second chance opportunities. And JPC has been super impressive really on that fast break. They just seem to grab the rebound and go. Transition basketball has been very, very good for JPC today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the first part of that, you know, is, like you said, you need to be able to control the defensive rebounds to be able to push the ball. And they're doing a really good job of that early on, and those passes ahead paying off. But it's probably an area watching their game earlier this week that went to overtime that they're probably doing a lot better today. You know, the size of Trinity earlier in the week, able to sort of create those second chance opportunities and a couple of layups and stuff like that. So JPC doing a good job improving in the areas they lacked earlier in the week, and it's paying off for them as far as being able to push the ball and get layups in transition.
Yeah, there is a timeout on the floor, so we're going to take a quick 30-second drinks break as well. But stay right with us, and we'll have more of this grand final action for you shortly. Back with you on the floor here as we get ourselves set up for the free throws for Sienna Peckham. Free throw, not the multiple. Great defensive rebound there for Trinity College. A little bit too fast-paced, unfortunately. Annabelle Carlson, the pass just not quite finding her player. JPC now moving the ball nice and fast down as well to Powell. Good defensive rebound. Trinity getting the ball picked at the post, unfortunately, with the turnover, and a great move there from Sienna Peckham. Couldn't quite get the points for the reward. As we see Trinity now going back to work, as well as Powell gets blocked on this second chance opportunity. And again, Trinity just doing a really great job on the offensive rebounds as well. They're taking some really great looks, but when the ball does bounce out, they're doing a great job of getting themselves in a position to get the offensive rebound, as they end up with that one as well after the ball was knocked out by Best.
Yeah, Trinity College, you can tell their effort's there. You know, unfortunately, the shots just aren't dropping for them, but the effort's there, and they're pushing really hard to try and get back in this game, which is good to see.
To Powell with it now again, just inside the three-point line. Good-looking shot, just bounced out. And again, another offensive rebound, this time for Cara Bow, as she goes to work underneath and makes it count.
And that was one of the few times that JPC gave up a few offensive rebounds in a row, and Trinity's looking to increase their energy output at the moment, see if it carries over to the defensive side of things. What they want to try to do, Braden, you got to think they're going to want to try and pick the pace up a bit. Probably look at some full court pressure. You know, they're down 16. There's 3:30 to go in the third. It's far from over the game, but you don't want it to get too far away from you.
Yeah, and as you said, probably the first time JPC gave up multiple offensive rebounds. It's probably the first time they gave up a clean driving lane as well. You know, their defense has been pretty good, but like you said, Trinity probably need to try and pick up the pressure a little bit, try and get some easy buckets. I think, you know, when you're down by 16, you need to try and create those easy opportunities like JPC have for most of the game. If you're playing out of the half court, even if you're playing well, it's hard to get that, you know, big deficit back, you know, quickly. So Trinity College probably need to extend that, or at least try and push the pace a little bit more off those rebounds if they can.
And again, Trinity College is really working hard on the rebounds. They've pulled another one on that play as well for Cassidy Little. Just getting in the right position to pull the ball. I think Trinity just needs to not panic. You know, they're still in with a chance in this game. There's still lots of time left on the clock. There's just been a couple of times they've done a really great job defensively. They've either got the rebound or they've got the steal. They just move the ball up the floor a little bit too fast, like they're panicking about what the score is and where the clock's sitting. Just need to take their time, play the way that we saw them in that first quarter, because they've obviously got a wealth of talent out on the floor, and they just need to slow things down, move the ball around, find that open player inside, and they'll be completely fine. After the foul on the shot, Best is going to go to the line for two. Just a little bit of confusion on the floor. Not sure what happened there, but we're going to finish Maddie Best's second free throw opportunity. And again, another good defensive rebound there for Trinity.
So the score bench called Cara Bow with the fifth personal. Head coach Jordan Chambers said doesn't agree with it, thought that it was only her first. Nonetheless, big bucket there for Chanel Carlson plus the foul.
Yeah, Carlson's been playing a really aggressive game down both ends of the floor. We've seen her pull some really crucial rebounds down both ends of the floor, and just going to show that she can work it at both ends. Working nice and hard to get to the bucket, pull the foul, and still actually go through and make the 2 points as well. Free throw just missing the side of the rim. Great shot fake there from Sienna Peckham. Just drawing Carlson into a position where thought the shot was going to go up, so she's left her feet and then just made that one step around to the side and went to the bucket. Really great move from Peckham, and she'll reap the reward of going to the line for 2.
Yeah, I think that's something that's been really good as well from JPC, and in patches Trinity as well. Their composure when they've made moves to the basket, at all times they haven't been able to finish, but, a pump fake there and able to go to the basket, get someone up in the air and stuff like that. For under 13s, it's been pretty good. So both teams are doing a really good job and showing some really good skill during this game.
Good job from Best to get the steal on that one. Pass comes across from Peckham. Great movement there from JPC with the ball, but really fantastic defense from Cassidy Little to get her hands with the... I don't know whether you classify that as a block shot or a steal. It was a little bit between the two, but they did come down with the opportunity for Trinity. But back in the hands of JPC now as they start to move things around the outside. Again, Little playing another good defensive set there as well, getting herself in a good position, causing the turnover, so they'll get the ball back. Isabel Wright checking back in for JPC. Bit of a fast break opportunity here for Trinity. The shot just hitting the front of the rim and bouncing out. Good defensive rebounds again from JPC.
There's good defense from JPC also, really forcing Trinity College to make a decision and have a tough layup attempt. I thought the JPC player really held her ground very well, and you can see Trinity probably wanted to pass the ball on that one and didn't have the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, as I said earlier, both teams' effort has been really good defensively, but it's the teams who can play that active pressure defense without fouling. And as you said, JPC on those last couple of possessions doing a really good job of staying in front, hands up, being physical with their chest and able to stay in front. So on the other end, Trinity sometimes have been able to stay in front really well, but they've put their hands in and sent JPC to the foul line. So that's been a big difference, I think, in this game.
See a good read there from Peckham, just getting herself in the passing lane and knocking the ball out of bounds. As JPC goes for the substitutions as well. Stedman checking out, and Alicia Boland checking back in again for John Paul College. Good take and move to the bucket there for Annabelle Carlson. Wright's pass just a little bit too tall for Boland. Good defense there from the Trinity College girls. They're going to come down with the ball.
Yeah, Trinity has gotten lots and lots of stops here in this third quarter. They're just unable to capitalize on the opportunities that they're presenting themselves. I think if you saw the difference in the game, and if you've been watching the game, the real difference to me is that JPC is converting their opportunities where Trinity hasn't been able to convert them, whether it's a turnover or a missed shot, where but Trinity has given themselves every opportunity to get back into this game, and it's not over yet, but they have to start converting a few of these opportunities to get them back into it or closer into the game.
Yeah, I think the tough thing, I was just about to say it actually, that I think a lot of the turnovers that JPC have been able to create have been live ball turnovers, so they've been able to go get buckets after it, whereas when JPC have turned the ball over, unfortunately for Trinity, it's gone out of bounds or something like that. So JPC have still been able to get back and set their defense up, and Trinity have still had to play out of the half court. So I think that's played a big role in it. It's a bit unfortunate for Trinity that when they've been able to create those stops that it's been out of bounds and they started to play out of the half court. But they're doing a really good job. They've probably been a little bit more physical now and created that pressure that JPC did early on. So Trinity's still fighting really hard, and their defense has been really good in this quarter.
Beautiful pass up ahead there. Katie Bird just not able to get the points on that occasion. But again, a really great look offensively from JPC, and it just goes to show that the girls do have really great vision across the floor, and they can see those passing lanes and where the girls are, and that's really good skill to have, especially at a younger age.
Here's where JPC has been really dangerous in that transition, and seen a few times in the third quarter, JPC go straight over the top of the defense, and those are the ones that, when you go back and you watch it, those are the ones as a coach, you know, Braden, not the ones you dislike the most are the ones that go right over the top.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a benefit of, like you said earlier, JPC able to control the defensive rebounds. So the people at the top for JPC who are playing at the perimeter are able to sprint the lanes and get ahead of Trinity early. And, you know, I think it's been a real praise, you know, the efforts of JPC with their passing early. I think it's all good to have lane runners and people ahead of the floor, but you have to have people that have their head up and are willing to make those passes, and they've done a really good job of that during this game.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, that does wrap up things here for the third quarter of action. It's 18 plays 35. John Paul College getting themselves with a nice healthy lead into the three-quarter time break. But we're going to have a rest, but stay right with us. And we'll be back with you shortly with more Higgins Sweet 16 All-School Basketball Grand Finals presented by Nothing But Net Media. Back with you here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. It is the Higgins Sweet 16 All-School Basketball Tournament. First game of the Grand Final Series. It's the Under-13 Girls Division 1. And for those just tuning in, we've got John Paul College and Trinity College in Beenleigh battling it out here as we start the fourth quarter of action. As we see John Paul College kicking things off to start the fourth term. Nice, easy defensive rebound there for Trinity College, just falling straight into the pocket. And great defense there from Julia Underwood, just causing the turnover, getting herself into the right position, making it a little bit too difficult to control.
I was just about to say, really couldn't ask for a better start if you're Trinity. You get the stop, you get the rebound, looking to go and slowly chip away at the deficit. They need to really tighten things up defensively to give themselves the opportunity. They can't allow JPC those second chance opportunities that have hurt them throughout this game. They definitely tidied it up in that third quarter, so see what Trinity can do if they can get themselves back into this one.
And this man-on-man defense from Trinity has been really fantastic throughout the game. As we see, again, another really good job of the girls just marking their man, getting themselves into a strong position in front to make it hard for JPC to put those points on the board. We've seen really aggressive one-on-one defense throughout from Trinity. Just so happens that, unfortunately, JPC has had that a lot more possession, and they've been getting themselves to the basket a lot more.
Yeah, and unfortunately like that, like you said, Johnny, they get the stop there, and then Katie Berv from JPC able to come from behind and get the steal. That's great hustle. And JPC able to turn it into a free throw opportunity. And unfortunately, Tapau's found out now. But it seems every time that Trinity get a stop or something that JPC are able to scramble and make up for it. So good effort from both teams. Unfortunately, Trinity just unable to capitalise on those opportunities at the moment.
And that was beautiful defense there from Cassidy Little, just getting right in the face of her player. Both hands beautifully up straight, causing the shot to miss. So again, Trinity just doing a really good job defensively. They just need to try and convert those into points down the other end.
And I think that's the tough thing as well now with Tapau out. You know, we just saw Julia Underwood miss a layup, but able to get a offensive rebound back and put it back up and go to the foul line. So they probably need to, you know, have a focus of boxing her out and keeping her off the rebounds, because she's been really good in this game, just creating those easy opportunities for JPC.
Just having a look around, I mean, the crowd in here is pretty awesome. We know QBL-wise, Logan gets one of the best
here,
crowds.
Man. What are you talking about?
in Southeast Queensland for sure, if not the entire state. But really impressive crowd here for the high school basketball tournament, you know, at the under 15, under 13 levels.
I think, you know, you see it even at CBSQ. I think it's probably something that we need to focus a bit more on. I know you said from, you know, being an American and seeing the system over there and how big the school pride is and everything. I think we need to try and have maybe some more mini tournaments like this, because, you know, when you get out, there's more supporters, you know, there's more students that come out to watch from the school. You know, a lot of the parents and people who are associated with the schools come out, the teachers and everything, and it's a really good atmosphere. So I'd love to see some more tournaments like this, you know, throughout the year in Queensland.
Yeah, we commented on it a little while back. And we had the opportunity to call a few of the GPS games towards the end of the season. Gregory Terrace at home versus TSS, and then Gregory Terrace on the road at Ipswich Grammar. And both of you guys who, you know, Braden, you've been coaching in the league, in the QBL, and Regan, you refereed in the QBL. But you both said to me I think you even commented on air as well, that it was probably the best crowds that you've seen really all year, and we did an entire QBL season. So that school pride is a really strong thing. I think when you have that direct connection to your school, whether you are on the team or not, certainly gives you a little more energy when you're out there and you're cheering for your classmates or your former teachers or whatever the case is.
Yeah, it was awesome. I kind of compared it a bit to the old classic movie Bring It On, with both cheer squads going head to head. It was a really good atmosphere to watch, and you know, it's you know, you rarely see that type of intensity in the crowd at the QBL level, unless maybe in grand finals and stuff like that. So it was a bit of an eye-opener, and it was really enjoyable to watch, and hopefully, like I said, we can see it more at different tournaments and covering the GPS a bit more next year.
Yeah, we had a great time out at Ipswich Grammar in that game against Gregory Terrace, and I think you're exactly right, Johnny. Like, especially coming from the American college system, there is so much school pride, and the crowds that you get, everyone's so energized, there is so much pride, and those cheers and chants getting thrown back and forth between baselines was just created such an amazing atmosphere that you just don't get at the QBL level, which was just really fantastic to see, and why tournaments like this, I think, are so important for young players and for their friends and family as well, to come and support them through their junior development years.
Yeah, no, the other comment I'll make about that is, as a really nice bucket there from Little, really taking it full court. But the other comment I'll make is, a lot of the players that play on the school basketball, they're not playing rep basketball. They may not even play club basketball. So this is a real opportunity for them, and this may be the only time that they play basketball in their lives, really, whether it's at the high school level. So to do it with classmates and friends, and to have an opportunity for friends and family to come out and support you, it's just a great opportunity. And I've really enjoyed my time here at the tournament, and I'm looking forward to, you know, another 5 great games this afternoon.
Yeah, and I think building on your point, Johnny, it's also a great opportunity for associations and club. Able to see another 2 points there from Trinity to draw within 18. I think it's a great opportunity for associations and clubs as well to see some people who might be athletes who aren't playing basketball from these schools, who have a little bit of potential, and try and approach them and get them involved in basketball. And you know, you might see a diamond in the rough who ends up being a really good player. You know, there's a lot of players who have gone on to the top level who started playing basketball late, and hopefully through these type of tournaments and relationships, we can attract more people to basketball.
Yeah, a great example of that is the Brisbane Bullets big man Will Magnay. Played rugby, started his career as a rugby player. Gee, I wouldn't want to line up across him on a rugby field, but you look at a guy 6'10", he is super athletic, physical, and you think, you know, someone spotted him, I think it was at Nudgee College, took him over from rugby to basketball, and you know, he's playing at the NBL, and there's talks that he may even be able to go up another level or two in that potentially. So you're 100% right about that. Giving kids opportunities to try sports that they may not necessarily have had the opportunity to do. And I think that's a beautiful thing about high school sports. Everybody gets an opportunity to at least have a go at something, and you never know where it could take you.
And I think just as well, like in terms of being able to play in front of your friends is really important as well, to show off the fact that, you are doing a really great job in the sport that you love so much. And basketball, or any sport really, takes up a lot of your time with training and practice and games, and it's hard to understand that if you're not in it. Now, as a junior playing basketball through a club level, none of my school friends would come and watch me play on a Saturday morning at a club. That just didn't happen. But with these school-age tournaments, the schools have so much school pride, and you get a lot of other players coming across. They may have just finished a tennis game and come across to watch the basketball, and it just gives people a lot more exposure to other sports and what they actually mean to people. And I wish my school had had a little bit more of that when I was younger. Maybe I would have continued playing if I had a little bit of support. I mean, I was terrible, so I probably wouldn't have, but having that support from your friends, I think is really, really great at such a young level. Trinity College really showing a little bit more ferocity here in the late stages of this fourth quarter. They've put on a couple of quick points, doing a really great job on the offensive end of things, and I think they've got that fire lit in their bellies now. They're taking some really great shot opportunities, and here's another one as Ava Leubel goes to work underneath, puts up another two. They close the gap down to 14 now.
Yeah, and that extended pressure, like we said, they've extended that pressure a little bit, and it's turned into easy baskets for them. They struggled to create many easy opportunities in the half court, and now they're increasing that pressure, able to get a couple of layups. And I think Cassidy Little has been a really good sort of energetic player for this team, especially defensively, has helped them create some easy opportunities, and she gets an and one there, and as you said before, Ava Lobel with the drive to the basket. So a couple of people standing up for Trinity in the absence of Tapau and some players who are fouled out for them. So great signs for Trinity, and they're able to draw within 12 points with 3.5 minutes left, so game not over yet.
Yeah, Little on the free throw line for an extra one. Doesn't quite fall. Julia Underwood, great job again on the rebound, just showing how handy her length is. And Trinity really doing things down both ends of the floor at the moment. They're doing a great job defensively as well. They've got a couple of stops just from great defense. And then pulling the big defensive board there as well. So Annabelle Carlson potentially now able to close the gap down to 10 points. She hands it out. Leubel shot a little bit short. Good offensive hustle there to get the second chance opportunity, but that one fires over the top as well. Underwood from a long way out finds the two-point swish.
That's a big bucket.
The dagger from the
That's
short
a really
corner.
big bucket.
And a much-needed bucket from JPC as well. The scoring well had dried up a little bit. That puts a little bit more water in it for JPC. Gap back up to 14. Oh, great hands there on the defense from Ziva Spring. Just reaching in from behind, making the offensive drive down the floor a little bit more difficult. Best. Daggers again. Taking the long drop.
Best, to me, has been the best player on the floor for either team in this game. She's been really impressive. Her energy's been fantastic from start to finish. She's done it with the jump shot. She's done it defensively. She's really done it all for JPC. Really impressive player in my eyes.
Yeah, and just her effort levels, I think, have been really good. Even when she's made a mistake or something, she's been able to make up for it and led this team really well. I think, it's unfortunate for Trinity. I think they were making a run there, and they're doing some really good things, especially defensively. And then they missed a couple of opportunities at the rim, and then JPC, who really haven't made a jump shot all game, make 2 jump shots in a row to basically seal the game. So unfortunate there for Trinity. Their effort levels and their discipline in this second half has been really good. Just unable to capitalise on it, but it's been a really good second half from both teams.
Yeah, well, it's really easy when you're down by, I think it got up to as much as 18 points there for Trinity. Especially at a young age, like, it is really easy to just switch off or, shrug your shoulders and be disheartened by the fact that you're down by so much. But we haven't seen any of that from Trinity College here this afternoon. Even when they were down by as much as 18, they continued to hustle. They worked their butts off. Even when they lost, Carabao and Tapau to 5 fouls. They continued hustling. They continued working. And it just goes to show how much of an impact that they can have. They went from 18 points down to 12 points down and continue fighting all the way through.
Yeah, and I think all of these girls play rep basketball, and I think that's, you know, the thing you look to instill in these young players from the start is that hard work and intensity levels, and if they have that, you can always improve on their skills going forward. So I think great signs from both teams, and especially Trinity, the way they've been able to fight back. But, you know, JPC have just been a little bit better in the way they've executed things down the stretch as well.
As we come into the last 2 minutes of the Under-13 Girls Division 1 Grand Final, JPC has possession again. A nice little flip up there, an offensive rebound for John Paul College. What happened there? Oh, we got a foul on the floor as well. So JPC going to get it in from the baseline. But I think that's exactly right. Like, there is just so much discipline, Braden, across both teams. And they've really come out fighting, and no matter what's happened throughout the game, they just continued hustling and just had such a great attitude throughout the entire game. Unfortunate foul there for Cassidy Little, just getting a little bit of a bump in the back as the pass went over the top. But again, keeping the hustle up. As you said, Braden, Little has really come out, particularly in this fourth quarter, really firing. She's done a great job down both ends of the floor. As we see, unfortunately, that was her 5th foul, so she's going to check out. But again, she can really hold her head high and be proud, because she had a really great fourth quarter.
I think they may have made a mistake. I don't think that's 5 for Cassidy. But yeah, as you mentioned, she's been really good in this second half, and probably led her team on the defensive end, which has turned into those stops and everything for Trinity to be able to push the ball and create those opportunities when they made that run. You know, she's been really good in this second half, as most of the players from Trinity have been really, but she's been one of the leaders.
As we see Underwood again on the line for another 2 free throws. She's been quite prominent on the free throw line here this afternoon. She's had quite a few opportunities, makes the second one there. Great look-up, fast break opportunity here for Trinity. Unfortunately, can't get the payoff, but a great offensive rebound there and another opportunity. Hustle strong defensively now from Trinity. John Paul's offense just a little bit too good, beating that press. Under a minute to go now. John Paul College with the opportunity to put a couple more points on the board. Best again, showing her best and going to the bucket for 2. Great drive down the center of the floor there for Annabelle Carlson. Gets the ball to drop off the backboard. Little just a little bit too late into position on that one, but did a good job trying to get herself in front. It is 5 fouls for Trinity College as well, so we will walk the rest of the floor down for 2 free throws.
Are you purposely using these puns, or?
That's all I got.
Maddie doing her best, just a little bit to the side.
What can I say? Everyone loves a good pun, right?
You know, if you look at this game, I know there's only 26 seconds left. JPC up by 17 now, but if it wasn't for that first half, you know, Trinity are right in it. I think they just struggled to get past that JPC pressure full court early on in that first half, and that created that big lead. But in this second half, it's basically being even. So, you know, definitely some positives to take out from Trinity. They've been really good in this second half as well. Yeah,
it was really just that second quarter where Trinity found it a little bit hard to beat JPC's full court press. But outside of that, they have done a really great job in this second half as we wrap things up here in the Under-13 Girls Grand Final. It's 47 plays 30, and our Grand Final champions is John Paul College. We do have to wrap things up nice and quickly here this afternoon, guys. We do have a couple more games to go. So congratulations to John Paul College, the Under-13 Girls Championships in the Higgins Sweet 16 All-School Basketball Tournament. But don't go anywhere. We've still got 5 more games to go in the Grand Final Series, so stay with us, and we'll bring you more action shortly, presented by Nothing But Net Media and the Australian Sports Network. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Cornubia Park Sports Complex as we continue to bring you the Higgins All-School Basketball Tournament presented to you by our major sponsors, Higgins, the Painters Network, as well as McDonald's and, of course, Trinity College in Beenleigh for making this all happen, as well as Logan Basketball. And once again, my name is Regan Baker. I'm also joined by Johnny Guana from Nothing But Net Media and coaching superstar Braden Hazelhurst on behalf of the Australian Sports Network, the Stream Team Australia, and Nothing But Net Media. We're about to start our second game of the afternoon. It is the Under-13 Boys Division 1 Grand Final, and this game is going to be between Varsity College and Toowoomba Grammar School, a game that should be another absolute stunner.
Yeah, I haven't seen Varsity yet this week, but I saw Toowoomba play out JPC boys, and they were really impressive and run a lot of good sets and a really sort of mature team. So they're really talented. Obviously, Varsity too, else they wouldn't be here. So it should be a really good game this afternoon. Yeah,
definitely so. And having watched some of the warm-up just now as well, there's a couple of really talented players out on the floor. So it should be a great matchup between these two teams. So it really could go either way. And don't forget, if you are tuning in as well, make sure you let us know where you're tuning in from, what school you're going from. Show some of that school pride. So check it out. Make sure you comment. We'll try and give you a shout-out throughout the stream as well as we get ourselves underway for the Under-13 Boys Grand Final matchup here.
School pride. I know I'm coaching JBC, but Clevo McKillop rep. Hey, our basketball program was so good I had to captain coach in year 12. Hey.
And do you remember what the school record was back in that year?
Mate, we won a couple of games in this weird comp that we played in.
Mate, you reckon that's bad? When I'm at starting five in a high school Division 1 team, you know there's an issue, so... And underway, ready to rock and roll. Ball tipped and one for Toowoomba Grammar School. They're going to kick things off to start here. Moving the ball around nicely on the outside. They find a break inside, flips one up, and the first points of the game go to Tyler Saal for Toowoomba. Great little pick there for Varsity. Nice look-up move. Ball cuts across the court and knocked out of court. But positive signs from both teams early on, Braden.
Yeah, absolutely. Toowoomba, you know, like I said, as we see Varsity score there and level the scores, a bit of full-court pressure here from Varsity, you know, and they managed to get a steal out of it. But, you know, Toowoomba running a set down the other end, sort of like a flow, you know, with some reversals and on-balls as Varsity able to score again. And Varsity probably looking to do a bit more of their damage in transition with this full court pressure. So, and another 2 points coming here from number 6, Zay Millane. You know, from Varsity, able to get a 6-2 lead, all of them coming from transition. So, another turnover. You know, so Varsity doing a really good job. You asked me a question, and then it's just been, you know, Varsity getting a steal after steal, and we see a timeout here from Toowoomba Grammar. So, great early pressure from Varsity, able to create this 6-point lead early on.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think a really great timeout early on from Toowoomba as well. Obviously just need to work out how they're going to set up their press break, because Varsity has been doing a really great job. That up-court pressure and the full-court press has just absolutely been closing out Toowoomba. So great decision to have the timeout. Just need to work out that press breaker to move the ball down the floor. They started out nice and strong, and they've obviously got a lot of offensive aggression. They just need to break that pressure and then set up their offense down the other end.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, great timeout. You know, you don't want, you know, Varsity obviously have the momentum early with that full court pressure, and you don't want that, you know, to blow out to double-digit lead early on. So, you know, while it's only 6 points and it's early on, get that timeout, address the issue, and hopefully they can get through it, because they look really damaging in the half court, you know, when I've seen them this week. So they'll look to address that, and I'm sure Varsity will change up some things coming out of this timeout as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And 6 points isn't anything too damaging early on. They just need to change the way that they were setting up that offense, move the ball around a little bit more. Once they get it through, they'll easily be able to come back into this game as well. So great decision to have that timeout, and Toowoomba will bring the ball in out of the timeout. And straight away, good defense early from Varsity on that one. Toowoomba again bringing it in from out of bounds. Varsity dropping back to a half-court defense on that particular play for the inbounds. They do get the steal, though. This one for Ziggy Fowler. gets the steal, passes up. Zay Mullane couldn't quite get the ball to drop, but they do pull the offensive rebound and go to work again. But great tip rebound there for number 11 from Toowoomba, who unfortunately I don't have on the score sheet. If anyone is tuning in from Toowoomba Grammar School and can let me know who number 11's name is, if you're friend, family, let us know. Show us you're watching. See Varsity going to work again, but great defense there from in front. Beautiful play from Sebastian Angara, getting himself in front, playing aggressive defense when there's a solid foot height difference on that one as well. Sorry, Tawana Garima.
Yeah, I think Varsity have obviously seen Toowoomba play earlier in this tournament because, like I said, Toowoomba do a lot of their work in the half court with this sort of flow offense here with, reversals into dribble handoffs or on balls. But early on, Varsity with that full court pressure, able to sort of not let him get into that half court set and create some easy opportunities. They've gone back to half court defense after that timeout, but I'm sure Varsity will pick it back up in a couple of minutes.
Toowoomba Grammar, obviously one of the GPS schools that you see compete in the GPS competition. We were talking about some of the games we did earlier this season. Toowoomba, really strong program down, or out over the ranges, I should say. And Varsity College down on the Gold Coast, I believe it's a basketball school of excellence. A program run by Adam Dara, longtime Gold Coast basketball representative, former NBL player. So you got a couple of really solid programs here in this gold medal game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Toowoomba, obviously, their basketball director is Cave Ciccolini, who did a really good job with the Toowoomba girls program this year in the QBL. So two well-run programs, and you can tell by that by the way they play. And as we go back to in the last game, it's that relationship with associations as well. Obviously, Toowoomba with that relationship with the Mountaineers and Varsity with Gold Coast programs. So, it's great to see former players like Adam Dara and that involved in junior basketball and school basketball, and Cave doing a really good job as well. So, we should see some really good basketball here and really good discipline and offensive sets and different things and change-ups as well, which would be great to see for this young age group.
Yeah, you really love to see both teams playing with a lot of aggression on both sides of the court. See Toowoomba Grammar coming up with a bit of half-court trap. That's a nice little look for you. You don't see it a lot at an under 13 level, so really impressive to see the two teams playing aggressive, particularly on the defensive side of things. But what I like the most so far from both of these teams is they're not settling for jump shots. Both teams really focused on getting to the basket and looking for that easy two.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said in the last game, I think it's the team, at this level, it's normally the teams who can create the most opportunities at the rim that win. And both teams able to do that through different ways in this first quarter. Obviously, Varsity through their full court pressure early on, Toowoomba through their half court offense. And, the impressive thing for me is, the way they've set up their different defenses, like this 1-2-2 full court pressure from Varsity and then the half court trap from Toowoomba. It's not like they're just doing it for the sake of it. They know what they're doing and know what they're trying to get out of it and everything, which is good discipline and a sign of good coaches running those programs.
Yeah, that's a tough bucket there from Nugent.
Yeah, and it was just a really great patience play as well. Like, he just sort of held the ball around at the top of the keyway, waited for the defense to sort of switch off a little bit, and then drove into the bucket. So really intelligent play coming out of Toowoomba Grammar early on. Oh, and that's a beautiful steal there. Just read it perfectly is Zay Mullane as he goes coast to coast and flips one up for the two-point bucket.
Mate, that is not an easy bucket to hit there. You get the steal at about your own defensive three-point line, streaking to the basket, someone on your hip the whole time under pressure. Really impressive finish there from Mullane.
Yeah, absolutely so. And we've seen a lot of good signs from the Varsity boys early on too, especially defensively, and then getting the ball into that transition play. As we see it here again now, this time Angara going to go for the drive. But Varsity, that transition play is really, really strong. The minute that ball is stolen or turned over, their boys are hustling to get back to have that fast break opportunity, and it's paid off for them twice in a row now.
Yeah, and they're doing a really good job on the defensive ball, which is able to sort of create those transition opportunities. And Toowoomba, their weak side in that offense probably need to get safety a little bit more and take away those easy transition lanes for Varsity early on. So, because most of the points Varsity have been able to create have been wide open layups. So, Toowoomba needs to address that and needs to make things a bit tougher for varsity going forward.
Yeah, and that was a great hustle rebound there for Aiden Walker, just getting himself in front, boxing out, and drawing the foul on the rebound play as well. Toowoomba Grammar with it now, going inside with the flip up around the corner. Couldn't quite get it to fall.
Great little set there from Toowoomba as well. An early on-ball screen, created a switch. You know, James Nugent took the bit of a mismatch down to the post. Not able to get the bucket out of it, but a good action from Toowoomba early on.
Smart play there from varsity as well, trying to drive the defense in as he drove down the center of the floor. Recognized the defense was in front, pulled up, passed it around, and looked for a better shot opportunity. Hasn't paid off for them now, but great hustle there to get the offensive rebound and the block from Tyler Saal from Toowoomba. But then another quick turnover here, and varsity is going to go to the line for two. Mitchell Reese from Toowoomba just picking up that foul there, just clipping him across the arms on the shot. Both teams very, very aggressive on their defense, making it hard for the points to actually fall. They're playing really great full court defense. Obviously, we can't play zone defense in under 13, so both teams doing a really great job. And realistically, that's another. What I thought was, you know, he picked up the foul, but a really great job of trying to shift his feet to get in front. Unfortunately, came down and got him across the wrist. But for this under 13 age bracket, both teams playing very good fundamental defense.
Yeah, I thought that was really good defense from Toowoomba there. Obviously, unlucky to give up the foul and send varsity to the foul line, but you know, you'd much prefer that, even though you gave up the foul, compared to the easy layups they've given up so far. So good defense there, just need to try and do it without fouling, and we see this varsity team go back to this extended pressure and able to create another turnover and another bucket from Zay Mullane again. So he's been really good converting those opportunities for varsity early on.
Yeah, Mulane's just showing really good poise as an offensive scorer as well. Like, he's taking some, you know, almost off-balance shots. He's fighting through tough defense, you know, getting himself in the air, but then holding himself and flicking up a really nice shot. He's just got a really great fundamental skill as a shooter.
I'm just really loving the energy both of these teams are playing with. Super physical, really up and in, guarding you full court from the second the ball's inbounded till the whistle goes. These kids are going at it. It's a really good game to watch so far.
You wouldn't be able to tell that it's a 10-point game because both teams are playing such a fast-paced, aggressive game of basketball down both ends of the floor. You wouldn't be able to pick it that varsity was up by 10.
Yeah, I think going back to your point, Johnny, I think the most impressive thing for me is at this under 13 level, they've been taking it to the rim and getting a hit, and that hasn't sort of discouraged them from keep going back to the rim. They've been really aggressive in that regard and able to go to the foul line, which is unusual for kids this age, as we see a good finish from Tyler Saal from Toowoomba. So they're putting a little bit together now, but both teams have been really aggressive so far, and I've been really impressed with that.
That's a great finish and a really nice lead pass there from Nugent as well. And a tough bucket on the other end.
Yeah.
We got some high-level basketball going on here, fellas.
Yeah, Mullane for varsity just showing all kinds of skill around the floor. Yeah,
his finishes are very athletic for his age, and like you said, their willingness for both teams to attack the rim and, you know, not be scared of contact coming. Everything's been really impressive early on.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a timeout on the floor, though, so we are going to take a quick break. It is 19-9, a 10-point ball game, but you wouldn't be able to pick it. Stay right with us. We'll be back with you shortly with more action from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. Back with you here as we continue to bring you the Higgins All-Schools Basketball Tournament. Quick big shout out to Ben Nugent, I'm guessing relation, brother or father of James Nugent from Toowoomba, just giving us a quick update with the playing numbers for Toowoomba Grammar School. And speaking of Toowoomba Grammar School, what a finish there with a 2-point drop.
That was a great finish there from the smallest guy on the court in amongst the big boys.
I like it. Even on defense, Johnny, they're physical, hitting the chest.
It's awesome. It's really good to see. And I like, give credit to the referees too, letting them play physical as well. I say it all the time, even at the senior levels, but people forget basketball is a physical game. You are allowed to make contact with opposition players, particularly setting screens. If you beat somebody to the spot, you're allowed to there is contact allowed. So credit to the referees for letting them play and play physically.
Yeah, anyone who says basketball's a non-contact sport, Johnny, has obviously never watched it live.
And they're not a Knicks fan either, from the 90s at least.
Oh, I was going to say.
Great bucket underneath there.
Not a fan of good basketball.
James Nugent going to work
Nice
with Toowoomba,
pass.
but straight down the other end. Beautiful inside pass, and Lucas Chow just managing to get the finish as well for Varsity, closing that gap back down to 8. Nice look there from Aiden Walker. Just couldn't quite find the fall. But Tawana Ingarima going to work with the hands as well, getting the steal, giving Toowoomba another opportunity here. Oh, what a nice baseline play. Unfortunately, James Nugent couldn't find the points, but a great baseline cut, getting himself back in the court and firing that one away. But again, as our man Zane Mullane going to work.
Good defense and great, ability to be able to take that contact and still finish from Zane Mullane as Lucas Chow gets another takeaway here. And a great block from Aiden Walker from Toowoomba, able to make up for their mistake. And, that's what we keep talking about in this first half, the intensity and energy from both teams. Really good to watch.
Yeah, go back to Mullane. That's got to be the second or third finish he's had through contact, and like we say, it's not an easy thing to do for most players, let alone guys at the under 13 level. So really impressive performance in this first quarter from Mullane.
Yeah, and that's exactly it as well. And just speaking of the composure of Mullane as well, is he's taking that big body contact, getting the finish, but then not questioning the referees or not saying anything about the contact, which is just beautiful composure and the signs of a really skilled basketball player as well, that he's willing to take that contact and then take it positive or negative either way. So really good player, Zane Mullane, as he almost gets the steal there as well. Nice attempted save from the inbounds from Tyler Saal, but just hitting the wires on the backboard. So Varsity is going to come down with again as they have a 10-point lead with 22 seconds to play in the first.
I don't want to keep flogging the message, though. The kids out here are playing with just tremendous energy. Both teams really have been excellent so far with their effort levels.
I'm tired just watching them. The great finish there for Varsity. Toowoomba's going to have 1 second to fire here. The ball goes up, but a very, very tough shot there from Tyler Saal. So we do go into the quarter-time break. It's 25 plays 13. Varsity came out absolutely firing in the first to get themselves a healthy lead.
That was a great first quarter performance from Varsity. Their defense really set the tone, and it's going to be a challenge for Toowoomba.
Yeah, I think the last couple of minutes, though, Toowoomba, did better. They weren't able to capitalize it and turn it into points, but they were able to get some stops and push the ball and try and attack the basket in transition as well. Had a couple of turnovers out of it, so if they can capitalize on those opportunities, they can get themselves back in the game. I thought they did a better job in those last couple of minutes, and hopefully they can continue that going into the second quarter so we can have a close game.
It really is going to be anyone's game. It's a 12-point difference, but it's quarter time. We're going to take a quick break, but stay right with us. We'll have more action from the 13 boys grand final for you shortly. And back with you here is Nothing But Net Media and the Australian Sports Network continue to bring you the Higgins All-School Basketball Sweet 16 Championship. It's the Under-13 Boys Grand Final, and it's varsity that brings us the first points of the second quarter as Ziggy Fowler goes to work from the keyway.
Yeah, he's been a real big presence for varsity inside as well on the defensive boards and as well down here on the offensive end. And you know, it's been really him and Mullane early on. They've both been really impressive for varsity, and other guys feeding off their leads. So, you know, two really good leaders here for varsity, leading themselves to this 14-point break.
And like you said, Fowler being a really big presence as well. It's kind of concerning when, you know, an under-13 player is probably taller than both yourself and me, Braden. So some really
maybe you, not me. Come on now.
You're not that much taller than I am.
6'3". Come on, mate.
Okay, maybe you are a little bit taller than what I am then. You're definitely taller than me.
Another great finish as well there from Ziggy Fowler, able to get the O board and get a layup and one opportunity to try and push this out to a 7-point lead. So varsity pulling it away a little bit. Toowoomba really need to address this lead early on if they're able to stay in the game.
17 points the lead will be after the free throw. Matt, there we go. No.
That's what I said, 17 points.
You said 7.
It's 17.
Did you?
Yeah,
my hearing's gone. Talk about old man. My hearing is gone even with headphones on.
That's right. Math isn't anyone's strong suit, let's be honest. Toowoomba going to work. No shot there, but good offensive rebound opportunity. The pass is stolen, though, as Mullane comes down with it, dishes off. And varsity, beautiful inside pass there and the handoff as well. Couldn't quite get the finish they were chasing. An important defensive rebound there for Toowoomba. Beautiful
great
pass.
Pump fake.
Yeah, great pass up ahead. Great pump fake. Tyler Saal getting the finish.
Saal's been awesome for Toowoomba also. He seems to be the first man down the court on the offense and the first man back on defense. You give me a player like that in my squad any day of the week.
Absolutely, and you rarely see that composure from, you know, little guards these days, able to, you know, drive in amongst the big fellas and pump fake and get them up in the air and then finish. So a great finish from Tyler Saal down the other end is, again, Ziggy Fowler able to go to the basket and get foul and go to the foul line. So Toowoomba, like I said, doing some good things, but they need to clean up a bit defensively to get themselves back in this game.
Yeah, and Ziggy Fowler's just having a really great read of the play as well. Just recognizing that the defender was not quite in position, drove straight at him, flipped one up, and got the advantage of going to the line for two.
Wearing the old school Jordan 11s too, Johnny.
I like it.
Oh, I think I wore Asics when I played juniors.
I won't tell you what I wore. I think I wore the old school Chuck Taylors back in my day, I think.
That was during the Hoosiers days, wasn't it, Johnny?
Mullane almost lost it, managed to get the pass away at the last second before he traveled. Great shot there from Mitchell Reese, just couldn't quite find the fall. But again, Chu, great read there, getting himself in position for the steal. Varsity with another opportunity here with a great inside pass to Ziggy Fowler, who finishes through the contact and will go to the line for an extra.
You know, Fowler's going to get a lot of the credit for having a huge game because he's been great finishing around the rim, but his teammates have really been excellent recognizing where he is on the court and finding him open. You know, the big fella's doing a good job getting himself open, but you got to give his teammates credit as well for recognizing that and giving him the ball in positions for him to be able to be successful. And he's been excellent, but credit to this varsity team as well because they're doing a good job finding the big man.
Yeah, if we had the assist count rolling with the stats, it would definitely be really high for varsity because they do have really great vision around the court, and they're doing a good job of finding the likes of Mullane and Fowler when they're open for those buckets. Mullane just picking up the foul on that occasion, so Toowoomba going to pass it in from the backcourt. Opportunity to put some more points on the board.
Oh, what a hesitation move.
Ingarima.
Way to go to the rim. What a hesitation at the three-point line. able to get the big fella up and about and go straight past him to the basket.
Yeah, there are some really impressive moves down both ends of the floor from these kids. And they're just doing a great job. They're putting on a show for the crowd here in Cornubia Park, aren't they?
I think Johnny's enjoying this more than QBL.
It's been a really good game. A really lot of great finishes, a lot of good action up and down the court. The kids are, they're running half-court sets. They're running out of bounds. They're playing fast break basketball, which is great. They're playing smart basketball, too, for both teams, which is something I'm really impressed with, particularly at this age level.
Fowler there, just a little bit over-aggressive on the defense, just picking up the foul. Toowoomba bringing it in. Nice spin move to the bucket, but Fowler with the reject. Mullane looks up. Chow goes to work on the inside, and that's just a great assist from Mullane and a beautiful finish there from Lucas Chow.
Yeah, Mullane created that one himself. He put the pressure on the defense, drew the defense to himself, and dumped it off. But Varsity is really showing their class defensively here. The transition from a block shot to a 2-on-1 is not that easy, and Varsity ran it perfectly.
I think the biggest impressive thing as well is it's been when they get the ball, it's a dead sprint for everyone to get ahead. There's no jogging, there's no slow ball movement. They're just going straight away, and it's turned into easy buckets as we see Mullane again score for Varsity and able to push this out to a 20-point lead. And their transition basketball has been, one of the most impressive things I've seen, for a team this age, after watching BQJBC basketball and different school basketball. They've been really impressive so far this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said earlier, you wouldn't expect it to be a 20-point ball game because both teams are still playing really aggressive. Varsity just happens to be closing out more of those points and getting the actual benefit of the score. But there is a timeout on the floor, so we're going to take a quick break as well. But stay right with us, and we'll be back with you shortly. And back with you here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex.
Sparks. There's sparks flying during the game, Regan.
Well, I mean, we are in the home of the Logan Thunder, so got to have some sparks somewhere. But before we kick off, I do just want to say one big thanks to our major sponsors here. Higgins for Better Painting Management, McDonald's, Logan Central, Marsden, Homeview, Beanley, and Eagleby, Eaton Services Group, Innovation in Commercial Cleaning and Facility Services, and of course, Metro Canteens, as well as the Logan Thunder, where the sparks fly. Sorry, I just had to do it. As we bring you back to the game here, it is Toowoomba Grammar with the ball. Great defensive look there, almost with the steal, but just picking it up again. Toowoomba goes to work underneath. So we end up on the floor. Hustle. Oh, great strip there as well from Varsity. They find Mullane up ahead, and again, he doesn't finish on that occasion, just falling a little bit short, but they do get the offensive rebound and go to work for the two, this time for Marley Enders Green.
I keep saying it, and I'll sound like a broken record yet again, but the energy that Varsity's playing with is just overwhelming Toowoomba at the moment. Toowoomba is doing a good job trying to match it as best as they can, but Varsity has just been absolutely relentless in how they attack the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I've seen Toowoomba play, and they have been really damaging in the half court because they're able to run sets and everything. And at this age group, it's hard to stop. But I think varsity's energy, intensity, and physicality defensively, even in the half court, has not been, allowing Toowoomba to get those reversals and get into their sets and really forcing them to take one-out opportunities and tough shots, and that's led to easy rebounds and transition opportunities for varsity. So their defense has been the reason why they're up in this game, and it's been really impressive so far.
Really unlucky that Tyler Sale couldn't finish on that drive to the bucket,
What a
because that
block
looked beautiful.
by Nugent.
And yeah, finishing out down the other end. Sale couldn't get the finish on his beautiful offensive play, but down the other end, his teammate with the huge rejection underneath. Enders Green again backing up with a couple more points for varsity. Great take there from Elaine as he goes with the left hand to the bucket and falls.
Left hand, wrong foot, Johnny. That's a nice finish.
He's been super impressive in this first half. I don't think you can get left-handers finishing left-handed like that, and that was definitely his offhand.
Oh, nice finish there underneath for Aiden Walker for Toowoomba.
That's a tough bucket there for the big fella.
Yeah, and that's really the first time that Toowoomba have been able to sort of get to their pick and roll action and able to come off hard there off that pick and on-ball screen, and then find Aiden Walker going to the basket, and a great finish from the big fella.
Yeah, and he backed it up down the other end with the big block as well. So Walker doing a lot of things right down both ends of the floor at the moment.
And it is, sort of similar to the last game we did in the fact that varsity hasn't run much in the half court, and Toowoomba haven't been, bad in the half court defensively. It's, varsity being able to generate so many transition opportunities and easy layups that it's really been tough for Toowoomba to get back and contain. So great drive there from Nugent, unable to get the finish, and they get the offensive rebound. But if they can really take away those transition opportunities for varsity, Toowoomba half-court defense is not too bad, and they can get themselves back in this game.
And that was beautiful defense there underneath. Stepping into position, I believe it was Ingarima, just getting himself in front, playing great defense, and then getting the transition down the other end for Toowoomba. Couldn't quite get it to fall, but it was a good play.
Yeah, that was one of the few fast break opportunities that Toowoomba has had. Varsity doing a good job putting the pressure on offensively in the fast break, but also doing a really good job in transition D. I'm telling you, that had to have been the first, maybe the second fast break opportunity Toowoomba's had in that first half.
Yeah, I think they had a couple in the end of that first quarter, but they weren't able to capitalize on it. I think they had a couple of turnovers on kick aheads and bad passes, and weren't able to capitalize on their transition opportunities. And that one really is the first time that they've been able to break out in transition, make some good passes, and get a good finish. So if they can start creating some easy opportunities for themselves, ease the pressure out a little bit, and get varsity taking the ball from out of bounds so they can set their defense up, they'll give themselves a chance to get back in this game.
That's a big foul for Toowoomba. That's Aiden Walker's fourth personal foul. They only have 6 guys out here, so they're going to have to sit Walker for a bit.
A little bit of a miscommunication there, unfortunately, for varsity, so they will pick up the backcourt violation. Just under 30 seconds to go here in the second quarter of action. Toowoomba going to get another opportunity to put some more points on the board. Good decision there from the referees as well. Picking up the illegal screen. Tyler Sale doing a pretty good job to try and set the pick. It was the right idea. He just got himself there a little bit too late on that particular set. And good call from the referees. So varsity now will possibly have the last opportunity for the quarter, or close to it at least anyway. Drive down the center of the floor is blocked, but offensive rebound is good for Reese. He tries to go to work. Toowoomba comes down with it, so they will get an opportunity. Need to get the ball moving. And really unfortunate that that didn't fall for Tyler Sale, because that was, like you said, a great look ahead, a great pass, and just really unfortunate for the Toowoomba Grammar boys that that one couldn't fall.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I said, varsity's defense has obviously been the dominating factor in this first half, and they've been able to convert their opportunities as well. They haven't missed many layups, and if they have, they've been able to get it back and put it straight back in. But there has been some some positives for Toowoomba. You know, their half-court D hasn't been too bad. They just need to try and keep Varsity out of transition, and they've been able to, you know, create some more transition opportunities for themselves. But like Johnny said, they haven't been able to convert many. So if they can do that in the second half, they can try and get back in this game. But, you know, if Varsity's defensive pressure and intensity keeps up, it's going to be awfully tough for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it is 43 plays 21 going into the halftime break. We're going to take a quick rest ourselves, but stay right with us, and we'll have more action for you shortly from the Higgins All-Schools Basketball Championship Sweet 16 tournament here at Cornubia Park Sports Complex. And back with you here at Cornubia Park Sports Complex. We're ready to kick off the third quarter of action in this under-13 boys Division 1 grand final game between Varsity College and Toowoomba Grammar School. Braden, Toowoomba, a little bit of work to do here in the second half. They're sitting 22 points behind. They've had a lot of momentum, and they are playing a really great game of basketball. So what do you think they would have spoken about at the halftime to try and get themselves back into this one?
Yeah, I think, like at halftime, I said it would have been about addressing their transition defense. I think, you know, that's what's been the dominating factor for Varsity. Their defense has been able to turn into easy transition opportunities. As we see again, another layup there for Varsity. You know, Varsity haven't had to do much in the half court because everything's been out of transition and easy layups. So Toowoomba needs to be able to take care of the ball as the ball comes towards us. Take care of the ball. Take care of their transition defense so they can, you know, play out of the half court and generate some transition opportunities themselves to get themselves, you know, back in this game. It's a 24-point deficit, so they do need to create some easy opportunities for themselves to cut this big deficit down.
Well, good offensive look there. Right idea, just couldn't quite get the handles on it, but Toowoomba definitely showing a really good understanding of how to play their offense and looking for the open plays as well. So if they can keep playing a good set offense, those opportunities are going to open themselves up. They're going to find the gaps and they're going to find a way to score. Nugent unable to convert on that opportunity there, and Varsity again, as you said, Braden, just finding a way to get the ball in that transition layup, getting themselves down the floor, and not really having to worry too much about the Toowoomba defense because they just move the ball so quickly up the floor that the points are just falling in their favor nice and easy.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job defensively, even in the half court of forcing Toowoomba into tough shots. They're dominating the rebound count, which allows them to push the ball, and it's just layup after layup. So Varsity doing a really good job early on, and like I said, you know, if Toowoomba are going to have any chance, they really need to address that transition defense.
Big body contact here at halfway just in front of us. So Varsity, the beneficiaries of that one. Passing the ball in just in front of the halfway line. So Varsity with another opportunity here. Ball goes in. Pass just a little bit too strong there, but manages to find its way back in court. And a great inside look there. Samuel Mattress on that occasion, finding the 2-point bucket on the inside. I believe his first points of the game. Varsity just slowing things down now, looking for the easy bucket opportunity. The ball sits with Fowler. They're just showing really great poise, Varsity, in the way that they play their offense. They're happy to take their time, move the ball around the top of the three-point line, and look for those open opportunities. Nothing appears to be rushed. Everything is just taken so calmly until they find that open scoring opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, not turning the ball over and taking good shots offensively allows you to be able to set up your transition defense. And Toowoomba, like I said, haven't been able to get anything going in that regard. So Varsity just, you know, kind of dominating all aspects at the moment, as we see another, you know, floater there from running floater from Zay Mullane. He's been really good, probably the top scorer in this game early on, and Varsity continuing to push this lead out as they call a timeout.
Yeah, well, there is a timeout on the floor, so Toowoomba just wanting to have a chat about things, try and work out how they're going to fix up their defense to try and stop this runaway break from Varsity. We're going to have a quick timeout as well, so stay right with us. We'll be back with you shortly with more action from the All Schools Basketball Championship Sweet 16 presented by Higgins. And back with you here out of the timeout. Toowoomba Grammar bringing the ball in. Obviously just needing that little bit of a break just to discuss how they're setting up their defense. Stop this breakaway score from Trinity College in this third quarter. And that's a good way to settle straight outside of the timeout. Getting the ball to drop for James Nugent.
Just falls in off the rim. It sat there for a little while. Nice little bucket there for Varsity and a good response after a tough Toowoomba basket.
Toowoomba moving the ball around nicely now, just settling things down. Nugent tries to drive through a pretty good defensive set there by Varsity. And they go down the other end and go to work straight away. Fowler couldn't keep his hands on the pass. Manages to recover though as they settle things down, pass it around. Mullane, very long two-point shot. They come down with the offensive board for Chow, who travels on the takeoff.
There's definitely a shuffle of the feet there, but gotta love it. Varsity guy, probably the smallest one on the varsity lineup, right in the middle there, battling for offensive rebounds, scrapping with the big boys. No intimidation, no backward step from Varsity or Toowoomba in this game. It's been a really fun game to watch and a great game to call.
Good drive there from Toowoomba Grammar as well. They're picking up the foul, so they'll go to the line for 2 shots. I think it was James Nugent, the beneficiary of that one.
Bit of a different look too there from Toowoomba, obviously getting the double on ball up high with one popping and one roll, and they've been able to generate some good looks in these last couple of possessions, obviously with Nugent now going to the foul line and makes the first. So, you know, I'm sure these coaches from Toowoomba have plenty up their sleeve as far as offensively, but, you know, no matter what they run down here, if they don't address that transition up defense, it's going to be pretty tough. And Varsity, obviously, pretty quick team and getting a lot of layups. So
Mullane,
Nice dish.
pretty much a no-look handoff by the looks of that one. Mullane, beautiful execution. And going through with the finish as well for the bucket.
They're just really well-oiled, especially defensively, varsity. You see them collapse and try and clog the paint. Anytime there's a driving lane, it closes really quickly. Almost as soon as it appears, it closes. But they're also switching all the on-ball screens. If anyone gets caught up, they're communicating well. And I say it again, but that's a rare thing to see at this age level. The defensive communication and the strength of this group has been really, really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, they're converting on all the drives, and the worst thing they've given up is foul shots. Everyone's able to having to work for Toowoomba, and their defense, they're switching all the on balls, they're staying in front, they're really physical. They're all boxing out, and they're all getting on the defensive glass, which has been really impressive as well. So all around defensively, varsity, they've done different things. Their half-court defense is James Nugent's able to break out and get a layup there for Toowoomba, but their full-court pressure, their half-court defense, their rebounding, it's all been really impressive on the defensive end for varsity.
But this is what's been really working for varsity all game, is just that fast break opportunity and the momentum of the ball down the floor. As we saw the great finish before, the pass from Dunlop, the finish from Grammar. But straight away, they just turn the ball around, and varsity is so quick on the feet that they get that massive look and the lob pass all the way down the other end of the floor for the bucket underneath. Nugent, very long two-point shot. The big man will be disappointed he didn't get his foot another half an inch back for the three, but rewarded nonetheless with the long two.
Nice stroke too for a young fella. Looks confident from the three-point line. He shot a couple earlier that only just missed as Ziggy Fowler gets another layup, but James Nugent looks like a really skilled player for Toowoomba, able to take it to the basket, shoot from the outside and do multiple things.
Good active hands. Toowoomba, though, gets it back.
Yeah, active hands from both sides, steal after steal. Toowoomba does end up with it, though, as they pass the ball around the outside. Good recognition there and move down to the right. Unfortunately for Erkins, just couldn't get the finish. There is going to be a foul, though, so we are going to go to the line for two. But that was a really nice sort of half fake to the left from Erkins and the drive right around the defensive player. Rewarded with the free throw opportunity. Man, well, speaking about shoes earlier, check out the boots on Marley Enders Green. All kinds of colours. The second free throw there, unfortunately, no good for Toowoomba. Varsity going to work straight away down the other end, pulling the O board and firing away is Enders Green. Active hands there from Chu, gets almost the steal. And that's just beautiful defense there from Sebastian Angora from varsity, just getting his feet in front, the help defense coming from the side as well and causing the travel. That's just a really nice read from the defensive play.
Yeah, it goes back to Johnny's point earlier. It seems every time Toowoomba drive the ball in the half court, there's multiple players that sort of converge on the ball, and they do it with their hands up, presenting their chest, and they're physical about it as well. As Anders Green has a nice drive to the basket, get the foul, but that's where Toowoomba probably need to. I know they're young, but able to drive and kick and make multiple drives. But Varsity's defense is obviously elite at this point.
How's the block from Saul on that one? Really nice recovery.
Nice little behind the back from Ingarima as well.
Hey, he's been really impressive with his passing today. Really quick. Has a pretty nice handle as well, but some of the passes he's made, three-quarter court passes that are bullet passes right on the money behind the back. He's got a lot of tricks in his magic trick bag.
Yeah, for the age group of some of these boys, they're showing skill levels well and truly beyond their age, and they're doing a really great job down both ends. Both teams got some superstar young players that I'm sure we're going to see at a range of different tournaments in the coming years.
It's been a really, really good game. I think Again, the difference to me is defensively, varsity just seems on another level. And that's just being honest. The offensive side of things, varsity is running stuff and getting good buckets in half court, but to me, their pressure defensively right from the opening tip has really set the tone for this game, and it's created the opportunities for them to get those transition buckets. They've done most of their damage in transition, and that's directly off of the defensive pressure that they put on. They pick up a bit full court, they pick up a bit in the half court, and you can see it's very rare that you see a Toowoomba player guarded one-on-one. They're double teaming almost every single thing. Any kind of handoff or screen or whatever the case is, varsity double teaming. But they're recovering off of it really well as well, not allowing any open looks and contesting all their shots as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to your point, I know varsity, when they've had to, have been pretty good in the half court, but out of 65 points, I would say maybe 10 have come in the half court. The rest have all been in transition and off the back of their defense. And I think, you see it from junior teams a lot. They come out and they have that pressure and intensity for patches, but varsity have been able to maintain this for 3 quarters so far, and that's what's been the most impressive thing for me. Their consistency in their pressure and intensity defensively has been elite, and that's led to this 35-point lead in this game.
Ingarima going to work underneath, pulling a pretty important board there for Toowoomba, getting himself in amongst the big boys and pulling that one down. They get the transition down the other end of the floor, and Tyler Saal going to work, putting the 2 on.
And that goes back to what I said before, varsity always converging on the ball, having more than one person, like Johnny said, and they probably needed to drive and kick a bit more and get secondary drives, and they did that then. James Nugent able to drive, kick it to Tyler Saal in the corner. He's able to make another drive and get an easy bucket for Toowoomba. So, there's still good signs for Toowoomba, and that's a great sign offensively for these young fellas.
And I just want to go back to Ingarima for a second as well. For such a small player, he's got such a great basketball mindset because he always seems to be able to get himself in exactly the position he needs to be for the rebounds, because he's just pulled another defensive rebound twice in a row amongst a couple of players that probably have a solid 20 centimeters over him. But he's just got such a good read of where the ball's going to go, and he gets himself to the right position at the right time.
Yeah, he's been excellent. There's been a lot of guys that have stood out to me. I mean, Ingarima is definitely one of them. Saul, another one. Nugent's been excellent. What hurt, I think, Toowoomba in that quarter is Aiden Walker being on the bench with 4 fouls. Varsity doing a number on him defensively, but also attacking that offensive glass. So you got to think Walker will get back in there at some point, and that'll help. But varsity has been super impressive. Chu's been excellent. Mullane.
Energizer Bunny,
yeah.
Chu, isn't he?
Yeah, it's just been a really good game so far.
Yeah, it really has, and that does bring us to the 3-quarter time break. It's 65 plays 32. Varsity College with a nice healthy lead coming into the 4th. We'll take a quick 10-second break to have a drink, and we'll be back with you shortly for the 4th quarter of action. And back with you here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. It's the 4th quarter of action in the under-13 boys grand final action of the Higgins Sweet 16 All-Schools Basketball Championship. Of course, a big shout out to Trinity College in Beenleigh for bringing this tournament to life, as well as Logan Basketball for hosting the tournament, providing us with some damn good chips to eat between the quarters.
Oh, nice Euro step.
That was beautiful from Nugent, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and good recovery from Zay Mullane as well to get the block. But, like we said, we've seen some really good skill on show from both teams. And Nugent able to, get to the rim with that nice Euro step, and Zay Mullane able to make it up and make a great defensive play as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It was unfortunate that Nugent couldn't get the drop for that one, because he sure deserved it, that's for sure. We got subs here for Toowoomba Grammar School as well. Erkin's just going to check back out. Varsity bringing the ball in from the out of bounds. Straight away, they go to work underneath. Alec Webb's shot just bouncing out, though. Good defensive pressure on that play from Toowoomba, getting a couple of really strong stopped plays. Couldn't pull the D-board, though, so Varsity going to bring it in. But good defensive signs early in this quarter from Toowoomba.
Yeah, I think Toowoomba is doing a really good job contesting those shots close to the rim. They're almost getting themselves a little too deep, though, unable to secure the defensive rebound. Again, I do think it's that consistent pressure from Varsity attacking the rim consistently, really forcing Toowoomba to almost take a step back because of the pure aggression from Varsity.
Yeah, well, Walker is back on the floor for Toowoomba as well, so that's definitely going to help with a little bit of extra size on the floor. And again, there you go. That was just great defensive pressure from Toowoomba. They got the stop, and Walker did come down with the steal as well. Big play there from Nugent, going over the top of the defense, and he's going to go to the line for two. The foul getting called against Jack Ireland, and that's just an aggressive offensive play.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of credit go to Jack Ireland there because he stood his ground. He wanted to pick up that charge. You know, if I'm one of the coaches there, I'm pumped about that, seeing one of my guys step up and try and pick up a charge when you have someone like James Nugent steamrolling towards you.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's been another impressive thing that we mentioned earlier with these young guys. They're not scared of contact. They've been able to attack the rim even with, you know, some physical play defensively, and then, like you said, Jack Ireland able to stay in front of that drive defensively, and again, James Nugent taking it to the rim without, you know, any fear of that contact. So, you know, these young fellas have been really good so far this game and really, you know, physical and brave, so it's been really good to see.
Yeah, and well, Sal just put his body on the line on that one, planted himself in front, managed to get the turnover as well, knocked the ball out of bounds. So Toowoomba Grammar in particular this quarter has really turned their defensive pressure up. They've got a couple of really key stops. It's a little bit unfortunate they haven't managed to convert those into points down the other end because their defensive pressure is sure deserving of a higher scoreboard count than what they have at the moment. Great sportsmanship there from Zay Mullane as well. Just got the little bit of contact there and apologising for it as well. Oh, great inside look there as Nugent again goes to work underneath, but great defense from Ziggy Fowler getting himself set under the bucket.
That's a great contest there, protecting the rim also. Being able to affect a shot like that without fouling is a skill itself, so really well done by Fowler, and then just coming down the other end for Varsity. Get him right to the rim again. The pressure, the consistent pressure at the rim from Varsity is just, it drains you. It's draining.
Great hands from Fowler. Does end up coming down with it. Maybe, yes. Mullane
nice pass.
Looks ahead. Beautiful pass up the floor. Unfortunately, Enders Green couldn't finish it. They do manage to get the ball back, though. They're going to go at it again. Great hands from Ingarima. Couldn't get the stop, and it dishes out, and Enders Green finishes that one. Great hands there, recovering the ball. They go to work inside with the happy feet, finding his way through. Aiden Walker catches the pass, gets into position, and finishes. Mullane, through contact, makes the pass. And there's a foul here on the transition as well, but both teams just running the floor, looking really aggressive down both ends at the moment as well. So Toowoomba, after those couple of quick plays down either end, going to come down with the ball from out of bounds. Sal's going to bring it in. Pocket is picked, though. Mullane is going to go coast to coast. He does the layup, flips it in, and gets the two.
I don't know what else we could say about the game.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm kind of lost.
He's doing it on both sides. He's shown not only just his offensive aggression, but defensively he's been really good. Really nice hands. He's also created for his teammates, which I think you see a lot of times when kids are talented scorers, they're not always looking to create for others, but Yeah, he hasn't really forced anything, has he?
Not at all. And like you said, every time he gets a transition opportunity, the first reaction is head up, looking for teammates ahead of him. And if they're not, he takes it himself, and he's a leader getting to the basket in transition. So, I love that in guards, when their first look is ahead for teammates, and then if that's not on, they can create for themselves. So, really good signs. I think, Garima does the same thing for Toowoomba. He's, heads up straight away as soon as he catches the ball, and he's been really good in that aspect. Just probably hasn't had as many transition opportunities as Mullane down the other end, but he's been elite with varsity and led the way and probably been the player of the game so far.
Yeah, do we know whether Mullane plays like at a state level or what club he plays for?
I assume he would play for one of the Gold Coast teams. I'm not sure as far as SPP level or anything like that, but I would say going by watching him today, he plays Div 1 rep, I would say.
A wealth of talent. Well, maybe we put that to our watchers that are tuning in. If anyone does know, let us know. If you are watching in for varsity, let us know if Mullane has played at that kind of level, because realistically, he's got the skill set to be a state player or state development player at least anyway, because it's not just the way that he plays offensively, even defensively, he's got such great vision and just gets himself in the right place. He's picking pockets, he's keeping his hands out, not fouling, getting steals. He's just active on every single end of the floor, so just a really smart, intelligent basketball player.
Can we talk about the headband, though? Because originally, probably 3 quarters ago, well, the first 3 quarters at least, I thought it was a haircut. I didn't realize it was the headband till we saw Ireland come on with the same headband. I like that look, man. I like that headband. Too bad I don't have enough hair that requires a headband, but
doesn't mean you can't wear one, Johnny.
Looks pretty cool, man. I like it.
It's illegal to put it on grey hair as well, isn't it?
It's not grey. It's Snow White. That's what I call it.
It's pepper and salt. Isn't that what they call it?
Mostly salt.
That's all right, Johnny. We won't judge if you want to wear a headband.
We'll see. Maybe
get a matching one for
rock
Braden.
it. Maybe I'll rock it next QBL season. See how we go.
Get some branded ones. Adidas wants to sponsor some Nothing But Net Media.
Sure.
Headbands. We'll get you one.
Good hands from Ireland. Another just super active defensively varsity. I mean, they're just in on everything. And if you get past one of the varsity players, you're met by at least another one of them, if not 2 of them. And it's been really fun to watch. I mean, to me, I love watching defensive basketball, the aggressive play defensively. And they're doing it as a team. They've been great individually defending, but just as a team has been super, super impressive. I hate to keep harping on it, but that's been the most impressive thing for me, is just the way that they are aggressive. On a make, you see 2 or 3 guys up court, pressuring the ball handler. Somehow, some way, they get back in the half court, and they're still super aggressive as well. It's been really nice to watch.
That was an unfortunate one there from Aiden Walker, just rimmed out at the last second with the dunny roll. It looked good though. The half step back as Mullane down the other end flips it up and in. Hand off to Nugent. Toowoomba needing to find a way through the keyway and in. They're going to step back for essentially a free throw jump shot. Erkins.
That's a good look. That's a nice
look.
Nice little Jimmy. Yeah.
Shooting it with confidence too, which you like to see.
I see a couple of subs here from both ends of the floor. Clancy Hornery checking in for the first time for Toowoomba. Not the first time, sorry, but just checking in.
Nugent going to get a breather. Not sure if we're going to see him again, but super effort. He's been awesome today. You can see he's frustrated. He'd love a better scoreline than where it's at, but it's through no fault of his effort and the team's effort. Toowoomba, they've been down big, but they're playing like it's a 2-point game, and real good credit to them. I've liked the way that they played. I think they've played with excellent energy as well today. I do think that the varsity defense was the difference in this one, but Toowoomba has not given up at all, and they have some really nice pieces. This is a really nice group for Toowoomba Grammar.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, they've been impressive in certain areas, but no matter how hard they played and everything, it's still hard to deal with, consistent pressure and intensity defensively that Varsity have brought today. I think any team would struggle against, the way they've played on that end of the floor today. And, unfortunately for them, it's led to a big margin. But like you said, they've kept battling. And, I said that in the last game as well. Toowoomba showing some heart at the end of this game and keep fighting until the end. And, they'll get some positive things out of it for going forward with their program. But, Varsity have just been too good, especially defensively.
Yeah, as we see Mullane check out probably for the last time in this game, taking a well-deserved rest. As Varsity continues to go to work on the inside, drawing the foul on that one. They're going to get that against Clancy Hornery. I was worried that it was going to be against Aiden Walker and he'd be fouled out, but it goes against Hornery. And the game, the three-point shot from Chu, it's a miss, and that does wrap things up in the under-13 boys Division I Grand Final for the Higgins Sweet 16 All Schools Basketball Championship. It's 80 plays 44, and a big congratulations to our under-13 boys Grand Final winners, Varsity College. We are going to take a very, very quick break right now as we get set up for the next game. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back with you shortly with more continued action from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Cornubia Park Sports Complex as we continue to bring you the Higgins All Schools Basketball Championships Sweet 16. We're now up to the under-15 Girls Division II Grand Final, and this game will be between St. Peter's and Stewart Home Schools. My name is Regan Baker. I am joined by John Iguana from Nothing But Net Media and Braden Hazelhurst, coaching superstar from across many different competitions in Queensland.
Thanks for that, mate. Appreciate it.
As we get ready here for tip-off. And it is kicking off nice and early here. Taking it nice and slow early on, which is good to see as well. Looking for the open opportunities. They find the outside shooter. Good shot fake. Just pulls up after the defense got back in front. And a traveling call there for St. Peter's. So Stewart Home are going to come down with the first opportunity to get some points on the board. Looked like the Stewart Home girls trying to pass the ball to the referee on that one. Managed to recover at the last second. St. Peter's, though, did get a steal, and they are going to move things around now. Good look for the shot there. They did come down with the offensive rebound as well. St. Peter's looking very aggressive attacking the bucket. There is going to be a foul on that one. So Anahira Samau going to go to the line for 2. First shot looked good, just bounced off the back of the rim. Second shot also no good, but great work on the offensive rebound. So St. Peter's going to have another opportunity here as well. Stewart Home coming down with the steal though. Very active hands on the defense. But St. Peter's, again, working hard, and a great steal there, also from Samau. And the first points on the board do fall for St. Peter's. It's Jayla Ape. Now, Braden, you've been coaching in the tournament all week, and you've come up against both of these teams, I believe, as well. How do you think things are going to unfold in the grand final here between these two schools?
We didn't get the chance to play Stewart Home, but we played St. Peter Clavers twice. Yesterday I wasn't there because I was at rep basketball, but on the first day, they played a lot of 2-3 zone against us. They were really good at clogging the paint and taking away layups and everything, and they had some size and everything that could, get offensive rebounds and get some layouts, which hurt us. So as we just see on cue there, so they're really tough. I would expect them to, be pretty tough for Stewart Home this afternoon. I think St. Peter Clavers has shown they probably, they're a really good team, and I haven't seen much of Stewart Home, so. St. Peter Clavers looking good early on, and if they can sort of create those layups like they have in the last couple of minutes, they'll be pretty tough to beat.
Yeah, well, St. Peter's doing a really good job early on as well, as that we see another inside layup there for Ape. Just going to work underneath and doing a really good job to move the ball around. As we see Stewart Home now with a quick ball movement down the floor. They find the inside shot, and that's a great execution there from Jessica Gelderblom to close the gap back down to 4. Turnover there from St. Peter's, just a little bit of miscommunication with the pass, and there is going to be a timeout on the floor, so we're going to take a quick break as well, but stay right with us as we bring you more action from the Higgins Sweet 16 All Schools Basketball Championship shortly. And welcome back to Cornubia Park Sports Complex. It's 6 plays 2 with just over 5 minutes to go in the under-15 girls Division 2 Grand Final. Stewart Home bringing the ball in out of the timeout break. A good timeout call as well. Just give the girls a little bit of time to set themselves up and work out how they're going to play against each other. It's been a little bit scrappy early on, but Stuart Home doing a really great job to keep themselves in this one early, as that's a beautiful finish there from Katya Wood to close the gap down a little bit further. St. Peter's came out with a lot of aggression early on and did a really great job to get some points on early, but Stuart Home fighting their way back into it. As we see St. Peter's just put another 2 on the board there as well.
Extended pressure from St. Peter Clavers creating a bit of trouble for Stuart Home. The last time they were able to break it at the end, but you know, St. Peter Clavers, you know, looking to get up the floor and create some turnovers, which they will hope will turn into some easy buckets for them. So good change out from the coach, and we'll see if Stuart Home can consistently get through it.
Yeah, turnover out of the inbounds play, unfortunately, for Stuart Home. St. Peter's coming down with the pass. St. Peter's just doing a really good job of moving the ball as well. They do have quite a nice offense, or have done so far early in this first quarter as well. Just a great job looking for those open plays. They're not rushing anything, not taking too many outside shots. See Stuart Home come down with the defensive rebound. Wood, they find their way up the floor. Good job hustling for the offensive rebound there. Second putback, no good. Defensive rebound for
Nice pass
Peacock.
ahead.
That's a great early kick ahead. That's the key to those fast break opportunities. You can't take too many dribbles. You got to kick it when there's someone running up court. You want to hit them early.
Yeah, absolutely. Good heads up. You know, good outlet from the rebound. Good one dribble burst out, and then look ahead for the easy layup there for St. Peter Clavers.
Yeah, there was a good bucket down the other end as well. We didn't get to call it because we're talking otherwise, but from Thorkauf, great inside bucket for 2. And just extending the lead up to 6 for St. Peter. So doing a really good job early in this first quarter just to capitalize on the plays that they've had. See the inside look there. Kicks back out to Thorkauf, and she nails the 2-point drop as well. So firing early. She's got 4 of St. Peter's 12.
Starting off really well, isn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. She's had a couple of really good looks as well, and that one just happening to be a fair way outside the keyway as well, so a nice drop.
And they just got Thurkoff with foul, chasing the ball along the sideline.
And timeout called again, so we'll take another quick break here as well as we continue this Higgins Sweet 16 All Schools Basketball Championship. It's the Under-15 Girls Division II Grand Final. Stay right with us and we'll be back shortly. And back with you here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. It's the Under-15 Girls Division II Grand Final between Stuart Home and St. Peter's Clavia. Stuart Home, the beneficiaries of the foul just before the timeout break. They'll bring it in. And a great steal early on in the hustle from Stuart Home. It was Imani Danielson to get the steal. They move the ball down the other end of the floor nicely. Look for the open pass inside. Going to work and flips one up. It's no good, but a great look from Samau.
Good board there from Morris on the defensive end.
Great look from Samau across the floor, and a good block from Jayla Ape. Sorry, from Katya Wood, getting my teams mixed up in front of me here.
It's a good look at the basket.
An out-of-bounds play there, so St. Peter's Clavia going to get another opportunity. It's only an 8-point game, so Stuart Home doing a really good job to keep themselves in this one. They're doing quite well defensively to stop the scoring intensity from St. Peter's Clavia, which we have seen consistently throughout the tournament.
Yeah, Stuart Home trying to get a little more pressure up the court. They got to be careful, though. They don't want to extend themselves too far and give up easy buckets. So far, they're doing a good job transitioning from that full court pressure back into the half court.
Ball kicks up high. Dishes down. Long shot here from St. Peter's Clavia. It rims in and out. Great offensive board there as well, and just bringing it out to slow things down. Good decision there from Danielson. Just allow them to set up their offense again and look for the better opportunities inside. Oh, and great drive there down the right-hand side. Couldn't get the fall, though, for Samau. There is a foul underneath, though, so St. Peter's Clavia going to go to the line for 2. Foul called against Zoe Morris of Stuart Home. Danielson on the line for 2. The first one hits the air. I'm going to blame that one on Johnny Sneeze. Blew the ball away from the bucket.
I reckon they would have felt that all the way out at St. Peter Claver College.
Second one bounces out, but good hustle there on the offensive rebound. So St. Peter's with another opportunity here. Ball goes inside, and again, great defense from Stuart Home. Zoe Morris picking up another block for herself.
It's an interesting one, this one so far. Stuart Home is doing a pretty good job defending inside the paint, but they're allowing St. Peter Claver to get that ball deep inside the paint. Usually, Braden, and you tell us as a coach, you want to deny the post entry, but it seems that they want to let that post entry come in, and then they're happy to defend it once it gets inside.
Yeah, they're kind of sitting behind the cutters, deep in the paint. But then when they're catching it, they're doing an all right job of just walling up and staying in front. I think, where they're really struggling is on the offensive rebounds. I think, 8 of their 12 points for St. Peter Clavers has come off offensive rebounds. So, even though they're walling up and forcing tough opportunities, tough shots from St. Peter Clavers, they probably need to do a better job on the defensive glass so they can try and push in transition and get some easy layups down the other end.
Oh, great inside dish there. St. Peter's going up for the 2 points, and that one goes in for Jayla Ape. Great inside pass as well with the assist. Didn't see the player number, but it was a really great look, and St. Peter's is looking really good offensively. They're just taking their time. They're not rushing the way they run their offense and looking for those open drives inside.
Yeah, I think those kind of cuts are open almost every time for St. Peter Clavers. I think sometimes they've maybe been a little bit too patient when they've probably can generate some good shots for themselves. So as they get another drive and kick shot there to put themselves up by 12. So, I think they can probably be a little bit quicker and get some easy buckets with their skill level and size. So let's see if they can, maybe pick it up in this second quarter.
Yeah, St. Peter's with the tough defense there to get the steal. They can't quite get a shot off, though, before time expires, so that takes us into the first quarter break. It's 16 plays 4, and St. Peter's Clavia getting themselves a nice, healthy start in the first quarter, but Stuart Home doing a lot of things right, especially defensively, but that is the quarter time break. We're going to take a quick rest, but stay right with us. We'll have the rest of the game for you shortly as we bring you St. Peter's versus Stuart Home in the Sweet 16 Higgins All-School Basketball Championship Grand Finals. And back with you here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. It's the Under-15 Girls Division 2 Grand Final. Ball going to be brought in by St. Peter's Claviers to start the second term. Good inside drive there, but great defense from Stewart Home, just stepping up to stop the momentum forwards towards the bucket. I think Stewart Home's been playing relatively consistent defense, and that's a really good steal there for Zoe Morris, just getting herself into position. And that's something that I think Stewart Home's been doing relatively well throughout the game, is their man-on-man defense has been quite strong and quite consistent throughout the game.
It's been really good. I think, you know, they're getting those initial stops, which you want to see as a coach. But as Braden mentioned in that first quarter, it's the offensive rebounding or the lack of the defensive rebounding that's really hurting Stewart Home at the moment. Getting those initial stops, but not being able to secure those rebounds gives the opportunities to St. Peter Claver time and time again to put another couple points on the board.
Yeah, and another steal here for St. Peter's Clavers as well. And they're going to get the foul, so Samau's going to go to line for 2.
She's been really impressive early on, just with her pressure defensively. Even when she gets beaten, she's able to sprint back and get back in front and able to get some offensive rebounds and steals and, you know, create some easy opportunities for her team. So she's probably been the leader of this group so far and, you know, been really impressive to start this game.
Now, this is probably the third time she's gone to the line in, 9 minutes of play. So really aggressive driving to the bucket. She recognises where there's a gap in the keyway. She'll get herself in there and call for the ball. And again, you got to shout out to her teammates as well, because they're recognising when she's open and getting the ball to her as she cuts to the bucket underneath. The second one is missed with a good defensive rebound there for Morris. She's been really good to start for Stewart Home as well. She's got, I think, 2 blocks from memory and at least 3 or 4 rebounds. So Morris doing a really good job of getting herself inside and being aggressive defensively against St. Peter's.
And to be fair, you can see what Stewart Home is wanting to do. They are wanting to try and push the ball up court. They're just being a little sloppy with the ball at the moment, and St. Peter's Claver is certainly taking advantage of that.
Yeah, as we see Sienna Linnon going to work underneath with a nice easy layup there. Stewart Home with a good opportunity now. Great drive to the bucket, but great defense there from Peacock. And after the putback opportunity, coming down with the defensive rebound, so Peacock kicks the ball ahead. Oh, great hands there from Squires. Couldn't quite get the steal, but a great read. Got her hand in the way to almost pick the pocket. And defensive rebound is looking good there for Stewart Home as well. As Bradley drives down, but a good steal from St. Peter's
Nice
Clavier.
pass. Nice one-handed pass on the break there from Samau. Like I said, in the last couple of games, we love guards that put their head up straight away and look for their teammates. And, that wasn't an easy pass. One hand, across the keyway for a teammate, but it was on point. Hit her on the chest and an easy layup there for St. Peter Clavers to go ahead by 18. But also a good drive there from Stewart Home to go to the foul line as well.
That's a good drive there by Sophie Horswell. I'd love to see the kick ahead a bit early from Horswell and maybe get it back. To me, I think you put more pressure on the defense, Braden, with that early kick ahead than you do with that dribble. The more dribbles you take, the more time you give the defense to recover in transition.
Yeah, absolutely. And the less space there is, if you've got a 2-on-1, the less space there is to have to guard, 2 people. If you dribble all the way down, you can kind of hedge and guard 2. So, Stewart Home are pushing the ball really well. They probably just, like you said, haven't taken full advantage of, kicking ahead and then running onto it and creating easy opportunities that way. So, if they can address that, there's some easy opportunities on offer. But, they really need to lock up the defensive end at the moment because St. Peter Clavers are able to get layup after layup at the moment, and their physicality and intensity has been really good to start this game.
Well, Horswell's going to get another attempt at the free throw line. Sienna Linnon for St. Peter's Clavier just breaking the line a little bit too early. And that's a beautiful looking shot there from Horswell. She makes the second attempt at the second. St. Peter's Clavia with it now, kicking out. Samau with the ball again. And again, good defense here from Stuart Home. Just their man-on-man has been really strong throughout the game. They're doing a good job of preventing St. Peter's Clavia from getting the ball inside. But that was just a beautiful move, and again, Samau, just great recognition of where the gap is and getting herself into position.
Yeah, and St. Peter Clavers has done a really good job on drives to step into good receiver spots. You know, obviously there was a great drive there, and Samau to step into that sort of, you know, dunker spot area and make an easy layup. So, you know, as I said before, you know, everything's a layup for St. Peter Clavers at the moment, and they're being really aggressive. You know, they're the more aggressive team at the moment, and it's paying off for them.
I really love the ball movement from St. Peter Claver as well. Moving the defense around, as Regan said, Stuart Home's doing a pretty good job defensively one-on-one. They're really making St. Peter Claver work for everything that they have. But St. Peter Claver not really forcing anything, being really patient, getting the ball through hands, shifting that defense from side to side, and then choosing to attack and choosing the right time to attack.
Yeah, absolutely. They're kind of drawing one and then kicking and making extra drive and kicks. You know, as I spoke about in the last game as well, you need to, you know, make multiple reversibles and multiple driving kicks to beat teams who are good in man-to-man defense. And, you know, we just saw then St. Peter Clavers, you know, if there was a shot clock, probably used, you know, 20 seconds of it and did really well and ended up having a good drive and get to the foul line. So St. Peter Clavers really good discipline on the offensive end, you know, in this first half.
And I think the defensively, if I were a Stuart Home and I'm looking at what's happening out there, I'd almost take the defensive aggression down a bit, a notch, more so around the perimeter, because I think what they're doing is they're overextending the defense, particularly on that perimeter, and they're almost giving those lanes to St. Peter Claver. If they tune it down just a little bit on that perimeter, they kind of force St. Peter Claver to the outside, and that's not where they've had their success. Their success is getting to the rim and finding those lanes and attacking those lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Regan. You know, with these teams, you kind of, you know, you want to, or with any team really, you want to take away the highest percentage shot, which is a layup. So, you know, playing man-to-man defense, if they can probably give a little bit more of a gap, still keep a hand up, force St. Peter Clavers into jump shots, because I don't think any of their 25 points have been jump shots. So they can force those jump shots, do a good job on the defensive rebounding area, and then, you know, they can maybe get some things going offensively. So, yeah, I agree with you, Johnny. If they can force them into some jump shots, they might be able to, you know, get a bit more going offensively down the other end.
And Stuart Home, they've had a couple of really good offensive looks as well. The comment that I was going to make before was that last offensive play that they had, there was two really great passes that unfortunately didn't work out, but there was a nice pass across the court and a beautiful little dish underneath the bucket to Yasmin Squires. Unfortunately, the pocket got picked, but it was a great offensive look, and they are starting to move the ball relatively well, Stuart Home, to find those open players underneath and just break down St. Peter's defense a little bit. Oh, that's a nice spin move.
Jean Morris has been great on the glass for Stuart Home. She's been their key rebounder in the game so far. She's been a really nice presence inside for Stuart Home and igniting the fast break. The thing, again, it's that early pass that really puts the pressure on the defense.
Yeah, and it was a great finish from Horswell as well. Like you said, Morris got the rebound, looked ahead, passed it up, and Horswell going from halfway all the way down with, you know, pressure coming behind her as well, managed to get the finish for two.
See, to me, that's the one that we were just talking about. A little too aggressive on the perimeter. You get a little too aggressive, it opens up the cut to the basket, and you get beat back door. That's exactly what the one I'm talking about. You get a little high on that outside shoulder, and then you get beat with the backdoor cut.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the hard thing is, and I think it's probably been open a bit more than St. Peter Clavers has probably taken advantage of with those cuts to the basket. You know, Stuart Home are allowing St. Peter Clavers to cut in front of them, you know, those face cuts to the basket, you know, which is really damaging. As soon as they get the ball in that paint area, it's going to be tough, you know, defensively. You know, if they can take a step off, like you said, bump them a little bit, force them to the opposite side of the split line, you know, they could probably be more successful, you know, defensively going through the rest of this game.
Here comes some pressure from St. Peter Claver. It's going to be interesting to see Stewart home trying to beat him with the dribble, but comes out of steps out of bounds. And again, you know, Braden, you don't beat the press with the dribble.
Not at all. And, you know, St. Peter Claver's doing a good job of committing to the ball, probably recognising that, you know, the pass wasn't coming. And, you know, as we see Stewart home looking up right now, and, you know, their passing's been a bit better on this possession. But, you know, like you said, you know, you don't beat the press through dribbling, and their pressure has been so far up that if you can look ahead and have lane runners, you know, there probably are some opportunities, you know, at the rim down the other end. So if Stewart home can fix that up, you know, they need to get something going offensively to get themselves back in the game and get some layups. So hopefully they can get better at that area going forward.
I like the adjustment, though, from St. Peter Claver going into that full court pressure. You know, they're still up pretty comfortably, up by 19, but you don't want to take your foot off the gas.
Yeah, that's a great steal there from Gelderblom. So talking about not taking your foot off the gas, that's a great read on the defensive end, and unfortunately couldn't finish it to get the reward of the 2. But Gelderblom just reading the pass like a book, getting into position for the steal.
And she's brought great energy to the floor since she's been out there.
Yeah, well, that's her second steal in a couple of plays. So really good at reading where the pass is going and getting herself into the right position. Again, great defense underneath from Stewart home, just trying to prevent the second chance opportunities from St. Peter's Clavier. And again, good defense there from Audrey Fraser, just getting herself in front and causing the travel. And the foul here on the pass as well. Just a little bit of a knock in the back from number 21 for St. Peter's, Ta'alolo. Ball brought in by Morris. Gelderblom catches, spins, can't quite get it to fall, but a great offensive rebound from Morris. Pass unfortunately stolen. As Sienna Linnon with the ball now, just slowing things down, recognizing the defense was getting themselves into position. Taking it slow, passing the ball out. Just nice patience from St. Peter's Claviers as well. They're not rushing, they're just recognizing where the opportunities are, and they're trying to exploit those, as we see the inside play there from Linnon, and she'll get the reward of the 2.
Yeah, they're doing really well. You know, I still think there's opportunities earlier there for them with the way they're cutting to the basket and opportunities in the paint. I know they're being patient, but, you know, I think there's a lot of points on offer for them if they can make those passes early on those cuts and get to the basket. But, you know, they're continuing to move the ball and still get easy opportunities and get to the foul line. So, you know, really good job from St. Peter Clavers on the offensive end.
Linnon's second is good. And we're going to have subs here for Stewart home. Milana Bergen checking in with just over a minute to go in the second quarter. A good press there from St. Peter's Clavier, but a good job from Stewart home to break it. Oh, and that's a good read there for the shot. Unfortunate. I think there was a little bit of contact in the side, but not picked up. It Katia Wood on the drive to the bucket for Stewart home. Looked good, drove down the center of the floor, took the contact on the side, flicked it up. It looked like it was all right, but it's good signs from Stewart home on the offensive end. Oh, and that's a strong finish there.
That's not easy, that one there, catching it up high. That's a really nice, strong finish. Catching it, keeping it up high, and then finishing through the contact.
Yeah, and that's another good finish there from Chiara Santoni. Taking the lead out a little bit further as they hit 31. Gelderblom on the drive to the bucket. Big contact there from Ta'alolo.
You know, with the way that St. Peter Clavers are playing defense, they're physical, they're able to stay in front. You know, I think maybe Stewart home, instead of going, you know, off 1 foot to the basket, they're doing some good drives at the moment, but maybe go off 2 feet, be a bit more balanced and go up. You know, be able to get to the foul line and maybe get St. Peter Clavers up in the air and things like that. I think, you know, it's hard to go off balance to the rim against a team that's physical and able to stay in front. So maybe go off 2 feet, might be able to convert a few more of those opportunities at the basket for Stuart Home.
Gelderblom with the good-looking free throw. She made the first. The second looked good, but just bounced off the front of the rim. 20 seconds to go in the game clock. St. Peter's Clavia coming up with the offensive rebound. Looks like they're going to slow things down and hold it. They'll probably take the last shot of the quarter. We're down to 10 seconds to go as they move the ball around. Good defense from Stuart Home, just not letting the gaps to the bucket. St. Peter's needs to get something off. They don't get it, though, so great defense from Stuart Home leading into the halftime break. They didn't let them take one last bucket leading into the halftime. But St. Peter's Clavia as a whole, really great first half of basketball. Offensively, they were doing a really great job of exploiting those holes in the defense and getting themselves to the bucket. And just doing a great job on the offensive side of things. Stuart Home, look, a little bit of work to do on their offensive end and the way they're shooting, but I think defensively they're doing a relatively good job across the board.
Yeah, they probably need to take care of the offensive rebounds. I think that's been one damaging area for St. Peter Clavers, and then maybe take care of the ball a little bit more, you know, with St. Peter Clavers' full court pressure to be able to get through it. And then just maybe a bit more balance and composure down the other end to finish their drives off. Like I said, try and go off 2 feet, have a bit more balance and get those finishes or go to the foul line. So if they can do those things, you know, they can maybe get going a little bit more offensively. But, you know, St. Peter Clavers have been pretty impressive in this first half.
Yeah, St. Peter Claver definitely impressive. Also want to say that, you know, Stuart Home, it's not for lack of opportunity. So you got to think you keep taking those opportunities, more of them are going to start to fall. You know, I think halftime couldn't come soon enough in a sense because it's almost like a reset for Stuart Home. Let's look at what the positives are. Let's try and focus a little bit more and see what we can do. I mean, it is a 23-point game, but it's far from over.
Yeah, absolutely. But that is the halftime break, so we're going to take a quick rest as well. But stay right with us, and we'll have the second half of action in the under-15 girls Division II Grand Final in the Higgins Sweet 16 All-Schools Basketball Tournament, presented by Nothing But Net Media. And back with you here for the second half of action from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. It's the under-15 girls Division II Grand Final. Stuart Home going to bring the ball in to kick off the second half of action. They trail by 23 points, Stuart Home, but they've got a lot of good positive signs coming into that halftime break. So I'm sure the coaching staff would have looked at the positives, what was working well, and where they're going to be able to close those gaps to try and get a couple more points on the board. And like you said, leading into halftime, Johnny, it's not for lack of opportunity and it's not for lack of trying. They've done a really good job of getting the ball down the floor, and they've put up a couple of really good shots. And it's just a matter of keep getting themselves in that position to put up the bucket, and eventually they're going to fall and start making them some points.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen Stuart Home go to his zone, to be fair. The man-to-man hasn't really given St. Peter Claver too much trouble, and at this under-15 level you are able to play zone. So maybe looking at switching it up. giving a different look to St. Peter Claver. You can see St. Peter Claver pretty much playing in his own as well. They're not matching up individually per se, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see some zone from Stewart Home at some point in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the zone could potentially help, but at the same time, I do like that Stewart Home is playing man-to-man as well. Like, man-to-man is, typically speaking, the more effective way to play defense, and it's good to see in that opportunity there in particular, a great steal and drive down the floor for Horswell. But, you know, at a young level, it is good to see teams playing man-to-man defense a little bit more than what you would traditionally normally see, because at the higher levels of basketball, it's typically what they play.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if you're a basketball purist, then you want to see the skills development. I think man-to-man is certainly the way that you want to go. But when you're playing in a grand final with the championship on the line, I think it's almost any means necessary to try and get that win. And I think you see from St. Peter Claver a bit of man, bit of zone, bit of full court pressure. And I'd expect to see something similar from Stewart Home at some point. You got to switch it up. At the moment, you're down by 25 points. I think that if you can give them different looks, maybe force a few turnovers, try and get a couple easy transition baskets as here's another turnover. But these are the kind of things that you want from Stewart Home. You want to force the turnovers. You want to put a bit of pressure on St. Peter Claver.
Yeah, and that was a great read there defensively from Gelderblom to get, I think, her third or fourth steal of the game. So just doing a really great job to get in front, get the pick. Just couldn't quite convert down the other end. Got a little bit of contact and had to pull up and ended up traveling. But again, positive signs coming out of some aspects of their defense. But look, they're going to go to the bench, have a timeout. St. Peter's Clavier calling it. So timeout on the floor. We'll take a quick run, but stay right with us and we'll be back with more action shortly. And back with you here from Cornubia Park. It's 35 plays 10. Stewart Home going to bring the ball in from out of bounds, and great defense straight out from St. Peter's Clavier. Oh, and that's just a beautiful read there. And the fast break opportunity, but picked at the last second. But a good read down one end from Linnon to get the steal, and great work moving down the floor. Unfortunately, couldn't capitalize and get the points, but a really good recognition.
And good hustle there from Horswell for Stewart Home, chasing it down and knocking it out of bounds. So forcing St. Peter Claver into the out of bounds play. To me, though, again, you see it's almost an over-aggressive Stewart Home defense. They're too far out, playing overly aggressive. I think you almost have to sit a bit off of the opposition and dare them to shoot the ball. They haven't shown that they can hit the jump shot just yet. But you play over aggressive, you give them those lanes to attack the glass, and that's what St. Peter Claver has been doing, and they've been doing most of their damage that way. Yeah, and they've dropped back into a zone defense as well. So giving Stewart Home the chance to bring the ball down the floor, picking up in a zone defense. Didn't work for them on that occasion. Nice inside shot there from Kachia Wood to put the two on the board. See Stewart Home picking up from halfway, still going with the man-to-man defense. Great inside pass there from Thjorkov. Couldn't convert on the bucket though. Defensive rebound for Wood. Yeah, I think we're seeing some better things from Stewart Home. I think they need to move the ball a little bit more. you want to move the defense around. You want to create a few gaps in that zone and then attack those gaps. You have to attack the zone with the pass, though, not with the dribble. And Stewart Home at the moment is doing a little too much dribbling against this 2-3 zone.
Yeah, that was a good fast break opportunity there for St. Peter Clavia, but just caught the ball a little bit too late underneath the bucket, unfortunately, for Linen. But they're going to get another chance now as they pull the defensive board, and it's a 2-on-1 play down the floor. Danielson kicks across the floor. The ball's tapped away, though. Thyorkov taking the jumper. That rims out. Thyorkov picks up the foul. Stewart Home bringing it in from the base.
Picking up the dribble well outside and then throwing a pass cross court. It's just not going to cut it against the zone, Braden. You can't go cross court against the zone. You gotta get it, reverse it a couple times to get it across court. You can't just try and skip it over the top.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I think when they're setting up that zone defense, it is about moving the ball around the outside rather than trying to skim it across the top, because that does open you up to a lot of chances for that interception. So the more you can move the ball around the outside, the better the opportunity is going to be for that offensive play. So, look, it's just a matter of readjusting, and Stewart Home going to need to adjust the way that they're playing their offense, move the ball around the outside rather than trying to go cross-court. But, look, they're still doing a relatively good job on the offensive end. They've had a lot of good looks. Called the timeout on the floor, so we're going to take a quick 30-second break as well. But we'll come back to you with more action shortly. And back with you here, coming out of the timeout. Both teams just needing a bit of a break, regather themselves. Ball being passed in from the baseline. I think it is going to be, what was it? It was Stewart Home ball, isn't it? No, 2 shots. Not even close.
I think Stewart Home head coach Nick Spiller would have talked to his team about that zone offense. You got to move the ball. The gaps in the 2-3 zone, it's in that short corner or at that elbow, right? But you can't just try and dribble into those spots. You have to move the ball either through hands or looking to start low and cut high, or start high and cut low.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to, move the ball first of all, get it in the high post or short corner, and also the perimeter players can't just stand and pass either, Even if you dribble penetration is one dribble and you draw 2 people towards you, you make an extra kick, it might open up an angle to the high post, short corner, or open up a shot. So, it's important to get it into the paint either by dribble penetration or, a high post, short corner touch, and then make sure you're aggressive, not passive from there. So you need to get it into the paint and be aggressive from there, and I'm sure that's what head coach would have spoken about during that timeout.
It's a really nice set run there from St. Peter Claver. A lot of screening and back screening, particularly along that top of the key there, and unfortunately couldn't get the shot to fall, but running some really nice offense. Nice fake there.
Good read for the steal as well. Thyorkov underneath. She's going to pick up the foul on the way to the bucket. And that was a good inside look there as well. They got the steal. Imani Danielson just getting herself into a perfect position to pick up the steal, finding Thyorkov in underneath as well. So again, just really good reads offensively from St. Peter Clavia to continue extending this lead. Yeah, and a great seal at the charge circle as well. Good feed, good low, deep seal there in the post, and able to go to the basket and end up at the foul line. So, great offense there from St. Peter Clavers. Great job of keeping the ball in play, but unfortunately turning it over there from Fjorkov.
Then there was Light.
Fjorkov has been one of their better players for St. Peter Claver. She's been really good when getting herself in good position near the basket. And you can see when she does get there, the team is rewarding her. Really good effort, though, on both ends of the court from St. Peter Claver so far. I think they've kind of stamped themselves in authority here, up by 23.
Yeah, she's been really good at stepping into receiver spots when, great cut there
Perfect
as well.
example.
But, on drives as well from her teammate, she stepped into the basket, in the great receiver spots and giving herself the best chance to add some points for her team. So, great game from her and as well from the rest of St. Peter Claver's team on the offensive end.
Great drive there from Horswell, just fighting her way between a couple of different defenders and flipping one up and in.
It's certainly been aggressive, looking to attack that 2-3 zone. She likes that gap at the top of the two guards and has really done well to attack it.
As Braden Hazelhurst checks into the game, picking up the loose ball.
And a great pass too.
Right on the money.
Something I did very little when I played.
Very, very money there. Seated pass too.
I know. Mate, I've been doing a lot of waste lately. Not at all.
Who needs them?
Hey?
Who needs them with those guns?
St. Peter Cavalier, nice job moving the ball around the outside now.
Nice cut.
Great cut, great recognition as well, finding the open player cutting through. So great assist from Samau and finish from Peacock. That was just a beautiful play offensively for St. Peter's Clavier.
Yeah, good UCLA cut going to the basket. That's what I said earlier. I think that cut is open a lot earlier for St. Peter Claver. They took advantage then, and Samau was able to get another layup, and she continues her impressive game so far this afternoon.
And again, similar play there as well from Samau, this time feeding Danielson underneath. Can't find the 2 points to fall, but does pick up the foul, so she'll go to the line for two.
Really like what St. Peter Claver has been doing here on the offensive end, particularly in this third quarter. Getting the ball through hands, but not only just getting it through hands for the sake of it. They're doing it with a purpose. You can see the movement. A lot of it is initiated on the perimeter, but the action is always intent to get someone open on the either through the lane or on the block, and they've had success with it. Every time they've run that offensive set, they're really getting success with it.
Yeah, and I think different to most teams who do it by dribble penetration, they've done it, through penetration to the key and cutting to the basket. So, I like their movement, I like their back screens and cut to the basket. There hasn't been any over dribbling or anything. And it's turned into easy buckets, for them this afternoon. They've already got 40 points, or 39 so far, and, it seems like every possession they've got a layup on offer, so they're doing a really good job this game.
Going all the way to the hoop, a little too strong. Let's see if Stewart Home can corral the board. It goes out of bounds. I'm going to say it went off of St. Peter Claver there. We got about 40 seconds to go in the third quarter. It's a 25-point lead for St. Peter Claver. And they've really stamped themselves in this one. I think they've even clamped down a little more defensively here in the third quarter, and the zone has really given Stewart Home fits.
Yeah, the zone was a little bit loose early on. I know Stewart Home picked up a couple of points on the very first play that they set up the zone, but they've really clamped down on it now and doing a really great job of just preventing Stewart Home from getting into the keyway to take those easy shots. So Stewart Home having to settle for slightly longer shots than what they would probably normally like to take. And then obviously just doing a great job in transition as well. They'll get the stop, get the board, pass it relatively quickly down the floor, and just do a great job of executing down the far end. And that's another one as well. And something that St. Peter Clavier has been doing all game. They're doing a really good job of getting the steal at halfway on that pressure and moving the ball down. And Samau has just been dominant throughout the game here this afternoon. She's easily got herself double digits worth of points.
And she's been awesome. St. Peter Claver has been really impressive in that third. They held Stewart Home to only 6 in that third quarter. So really good third quarter for St. Peter Claver.
Yeah, absolutely. And, when that full court pressure happens, St. Peter Claver, and especially Samau, is noticing that they're trying to make that cross-court pass through the middle. you know, and she's got multiple pickoffs from there and easy layups. So, you know, if Stuart Home continue to make those type of passes, I think St. Peter Clavers will continue to capitalise on it and continue to push out this lead. They've been, you know, really good on both ends of the floor so far this afternoon.
Yeah, well, that is the three-quarter time break, so we're going to take a quick one as well. And we're back with you shortly with more of the Under-15 Girls Division 2 Grand Final. Back with you here to bring the third quarter of action in this Division 2 Under-15 Girls Grand Final. Sorry, fourth quarter. Once I do my math and count to four. seems a little bit too difficult at this stage for me. Unfortunately, maths was never my strong suit. Hence why I'm in the film industry. It makes sense. But the fourth quarter of action at Stuart Home at taking on St. Peter's Clavia. And St. Peter's really doing a good job in the first couple of quarters, just extending this lead now to a relatively healthy pace coming into the fourth quarter. So comfortably going to come away with the win, but really great to see Stuart Home still fighting through, putting a couple of points on the board as well and not giving up coming into the fourth term. Yeah,
Scarlett Bradley able to get the offensive rebound and capitalise on it for Stuart Home. You know, in that zone, I know they're up by almost, I think they're up by 25 points, but St. Peter Clavers probably need to tidy up their two, you know, top players in that zone. They're too far apart and allowing that dribble penetration through the middle. So, you know, if they can tidy that up, it'll be, you know, continue to be tough for Stuart Home, but, you know, great offensive rebound and finish from Scarlett Bradley there for Stuart Home.
Great putt straight from the out of bounds. Finding Ta'alolo underneath. She might have even got away with a little bit of a shuffle of the feet underneath as she went up. But
we'll give it to them. It's a Sunday afternoon. Good cut to the basket again off the out of bounds. As we said, it's not by dribble penetration that St. Peter Clavers are doing it. It's by cutting and, you know, pass entries to the basket. So different way, but it's been effective for them.
Yeah, the long bomb from Horswell looked good early, but just hit the front of the rim. But I don't mind that shot from Horswell. She was wide open. She took the opportunity. It didn't work that time, but it might next time. Stuart Home now with another opportunity. This time Gelderblom running into a brick wall. So good defense from St. Peter Clavia. And they'll get the ball and come down the far end, fire up and pick up the foul. That'll go against Audrey Fraser. So we'll have two shots for St. Peter's Clavia coming from the hands of Talolo.
Yeah, I think St. Peter Claver doing a really good job to start the fourth quarter, looking to push the ball. And I think a lot of times when you're in transition, you kind of get a little bit ahead of yourself and you may slow it down. But I think what St. Peter Claver is doing is they're being actually patient in their fast break, if that makes sense. They're not getting overexcited. They're really taking their time and making sure that they're making the right pass and getting to the basket, not forcing it. If it's not there, they're bringing it back out, just getting the ball through some hands. But then when the opportunity is there, they're doing a good job attacking.
Yeah, not making many 50-50 passes either. You know, they're pushing the ball. If there's something open, they're taking it. If not, they're just going through their half-court sets. So, you know, really good maturity from St. Peter Clavers on the offensive end.
And that was good defense there from Stuart Home as well. Scarlett Bradley just getting herself into a good position to get the block on the shot. And they'll benefit from the foul call as well, so they'll take it in from the baseline. Horswell bringing it up for Stuart Home. It's 44 plays 16, so the lead sitting at 28 now for St. Peter Clavia, but that's going to get closed down by 2 points. And that, to me, Morris underneath.
That's exactly what we've been talking about against the zone, Braden. The entry to the short corner opens up the jump shot look, but then you get someone cutting across that charge circle, that's a perfect offense to run against the 2-3 zone.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the ideal world is you get a high post, short corner touch, you know, consecutively. You know, one catches, the other one dives to the basket. You know, that's exactly what happened there for Stuart Home. Like you said, short corner entry, cut to the charge circle, and an easy finish from Morris.
Horswell now taking the jump shot, and that looked good from the free throw line. Horswell taking Stuart Home up to 20, so making some pretty good buckets here in the fourth.
It's a shame that it's taken them a little while to get warmed up on the offensive end, because I think, like I said, and we've said it a few times, they've been pretty decent defensively. They're at times a little over-aggressive, but they really are making St. Peter Claver work for it defensively, or excuse me, St. Peter Claver work for it offensively. But I think the offense is what let down Stuart Home so far this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. As I spoke about it earlier, I think they were probably, you know, you spoke about it for St. Peter Clavers. St. Peter Clavers have been really patient offensively. Stuart Home probably haven't been that patient offensively. When they had a driving lane, they've probably rushed it a little bit and haven't taken advantage of those situations. And to start this quarter, they've gotten to the basket, they got inside the keyway, you know, gone off 2 feet, been a bit more balanced and finished their opportunities. So, you know, hopefully they can continue to do that for the rest of the game and get something out of this, even though it's a bit of a bigger deficit in the grand final. But, you know, they're looking to improve, and they've done that so far this quarter.
Yeah, definitely so. And they've been working really great across both ends of the floor as well. They've always continued that hustle. They haven't shrugged their shoulders and, you know, just admitted defeat. They're still working really hard down both ends of the floor, which is great to see. But there is a timeout on the floor. I'm going to take a quick 10-second break as well to grab a swig of water. And we'll be back in just a moment with the under-15 girls Division II Grand Final. And we're back with Stuart Home bringing in the ball. It's 46 plays 20. St. Peter's Clavier still sticking with that zone defense that's typically worked pretty well for them. Though Stuart Home has hit a couple of outside shots in the last couple of minutes to beat the zone defense. So good work from Stuart Home to break apart this zone a little bit, especially coming in late to the quarter as well. So we see Horswell doing just that again, but great hands from Thjorkov, just reaching across, getting the steal. And now she's going to have the opportunity down the other end, but runs into some defense from Audrey Fraser and turns it over.
Yeah, good D there from Fraser, able to stay in front of the drive, you know, stop the transition there from St. Peter Clavers and force them to take it out of bounds and allow Stuart Home to set up their defense.
Good shot and offensive rebound there for Chiari Santoni. Couldn't find the putback bucket. Stuart Home getting the turnover. And getting it down to the keyway, turning over again. Good hands there for Linnon getting the steal. Ball now in the hands of Thjorkov. St. Peter's Clavier chance to set up, but the ball is stolen. Horswell now driving down. She'll get fouled by Thjorkov, so good work from Horswell. Getting the steal and taking it to the bucket and drawing the contact.
She's been really impressive. I think her effort and energy levels, you know, she's missed some opportunities to the basket and everything, but she's kept going every time, you know, defensively able to realise Thjorkov had her back turned at that time and able to get the steal and go down the other end and get to the foul line. So, you know, despite the result and despite, you know, the fact that I think she's been on the court the whole time, I think she's Horswell's energy and effort's been really good across these 4 quarters.
Yeah, unfortunate first free throw there for Horswell. Bounced around the rim 2 or 3 times and then just fell out across the front. Second one's looking good, but bounces off the back. Linnon coming down with the D-board for St. Peter's Clavier. We're under 4 minutes to go in the fourth. Danielson,
nice catch.
Beautiful pass inside to Santoni, and yeah, great catch, Johnny.
Just great catch and pivot right to the basket. Keep the ball nice and high. You put yourself in a great position to finish. And like you said, it was a great look. The pass led the offense to the rim, which is great.
Another D-board here for St. Peter's Clavier. Peacock coming down with this one. Stuck it halfway, but moving the ball around now. Good defense from Stewart Home and a great block again there from Zoe Morris. She's got to be up to at least 5 block shots now, I would say. She's been doing a really great job defensively, getting in front, getting her hands up straight, not getting the foul, and just blocking some big shots.
Yeah, absolutely. She's been really active on the defensive end, able to get some deflections and some blocks, but also controlling the boards as well for Stewart Home. So she's another one that's been impressive today, and will take a lot out of this performance.
Oh, 3-point step up. Looked good from Horsville. Couldn't quite make it in, unfortunately, but it did look good early on as we end with a jump ball after the rebounding situation. So it is going to benefit St. Peter's Clavia. But I didn't mind the 3-point look from Horsville. 28 points down, open shot.
It's a good look. It actually looked like it might have got, like it was going in.
I was hoping it did. But that's just another nice, easy play from inside for St. Peter's Clavia. Just great passing into the keyway. Imani Danielson just finishing it off inside, and just a really great look from the assist as well coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. And another good bucket there from Horswell. But down the other end, St. Peter Clavia's Danielson noticing that her player had her back turn and just cut to the basket. And again, like Johnny keeps saying, great pass and great finish from St. Peter Clavia's. And Stewart Home obviously able to answer back down the other end.
Oh, that was a beautiful drive across the keyway. Samau, again, we've been speaking in the last couple of minutes of key players in this game, and I mean, we can't go past talking about Samau when we're talking about key players. She's been fantastic from start to finish.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably the player of the game for me. I think her energy and effort on both ends of the floor has, led her team to this, really good victory. So, she's been really impressive and just caps it off with another great drive on the previous possession.
Again, Horsville, she looked good from 3. It was dead on the money, but just a little bit too soft and hitting the front of the rim. So she's got a really nice looking shot on her. She just get that little bit more power behind her. She'll start hitting those 3 bombs. Speaking of 3 bombs, another one from St. Peter Clavia from Peacock. That one just bouncing out as well. Great hustle there from Horsville to get the defensive rebound after a bit of a kerfuffle on the floor. Blocked shot from Peacock.
That's a good block there from Peacock. Horsville really had that kind of half a step on her, but Peacock did a good job holding her ground and then just keeping her hands straight up. It was an easy block for her.
Yeah, and I think most juniors get caught going forward and making a push and getting a foul on that possession, but Peacock able to run with her, keep her hands up and get a deflection on the ball. So great effort in transition, and another great push from Horswell as well, even though she didn't get the finish.
Yeah, and a foul called there against Yorkhoff, and that's her 4th personal, so she'll check out probably for the last time in the game. Ta Lolo checking back in her place. So she'll get to finish out the game here for St. Peter's Clavia, but a great look inside and a great finish from Zoe Morris, getting the effective bounce into the net.
Yeah, deserved bucket as well. Like I said before, she's been really good on the defensive end, hasn't had many opportunities offensively, so for her to get a bucket is a much deserved reward for her efforts on the defensive end for her team.
Yeah, great work on the offensive boards there for Talolo as well. Picking up 2 O boards off her shots until it bounced out. So Stewart Home bringing it down into the last minute of the game. Effective hands there from Talolo, getting the steal, and she'll go down. Nice dish off there, but couldn't quite finish it is Peacock. Morris now for Stewart Home. Pass intercepted, and a really great job there to keep the ball in play from Ape. It looked like it was going out. Imani Danielson just, didn't realize the pass was coming to her, copping the ball just to the side of the face. Looks like she's okay though, which is good to see. Referees just noticing the clock hadn't started, so they're going to bring it in from the side. Morris for Stewart Home to come down to the last 30 seconds of the 4th quarter of action here. Takeoff, shots up. That one's no good for Stewart Home. They almost managed to keep it in. But with 20 seconds to go, we'll wrap up nice and quickly before we get set for the next game. But super quickly, Braden, your thoughts on the game as a whole, and St. Peter Clavia doing a really great job to close out the victory.
St. Peter's obviously great on both ends of the floor today. Their intensity, physicality, defensively to start the game, able to capitalise on it with some good transition buckets, and then offensively their discipline and everything, and cuts to the basket and their willingness to attack the paint, turn into easy bucket after easy bucket. Stuart Holmes still have some good things to take out of the game as Samau hits a three-point to cap off her really good performance. But St. Peter Clave is dominant across the board today.
Yeah, absolutely. So a big congratulations to St. Peter's Clavia on the Under-15 Girls Division 2 Grand Final victory. But Stuart Home, a really great job and a lot to be proud of and take home from this game, making it into the Grand Finals. But that does wrap us up here. We are going to take a quick break before we get ready for our next game, which will be the Under-15 Boys Division 2 Grand Final. So stay with us and we'll bring you some more live basketball action from Cornubia Park Sports Complex shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Cornubia Park Sports Complex and the Higgins Sweet 16 All Schools Basketball Championship as we continue our live stream action of the Grand Final Series. And of course, this competition is brought to you by Higgins, McDonald's, and of course, Trinity College, Beenleigh, as well as Logan Sports Club. And of course, we are bringing you this on behalf of Nothing But Net Media, Australian Sports Network, and the Stream Team Australia. My name is Regan Baker, and I am joined by John Iguana and Braden Hazelhurst for the production today as we see the Under-15 Boys Division 2 Grand Final between Maple Park State High and Meridian State College. Two schools that should put on a really great show for us here today. The warm-ups themselves looked very energetic. There's some big boys out on the floor, so I think we're going to have a great matchup and a great clash between these two schools.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some good players on both sides. I know there's some athletes on, and some rep players on the Meriden State College side, and Maple Park State High look like they have some athletes as well. And going by their pre-game huddle, they'll be very intense. So should be good to watch. Both teams, a lot of energy, and grand final on the line, which is good to see.
Yeah, definitely so. And there's some big boys out on the floor as well this time round. So can't wait to see what both teams bring to the floor.
Braden, you've had a bit to do with both of these clubs. Meriden, you know a few of the guys fairly well from your time up on the Sunny Coast. And Maple Park State School, you also have been working them in your new role here at Logan. What can you tell us about the two teams and the programs?
Yeah, well, I know at least two players from Meriden. Bo Miles, number 25, he played for us up at Sunshine Coast Phoenix. I think he's at Northside Wizards now, playing in the under-16s Division 1 rep side. Eli Byrne, number 22, who's a good athlete as well for Meriden. So Maple Park, we've started our program with the younger ones. We haven't started doing much with the older ones yet. So I watched a bit of them at CBSQ and seen them around, and there's a lot of athletes there. So I'm sure they'll be fast-paced, get up and down the floor, and I'm sure both sides will be that. So it should be an entertaining grand final to watch.
Yeah, definitely so. Well, the tip-off is won by Meriden, and already moving the ball around the floor quite nicely, getting themselves set up in their offense. Oh, great start there for Maple Park State High with the pocket picks going to work underneath, but a little bit too aggressive on the offensive side. Ball going over the top of the rim. Back now in the hands of Meriden. Kick out, three-point shot is up and hits the front of the rim. Loose ball on the rebound, goes out of bounds, benefiting Maple Park State High. An energetic first start to the quarter here. Fantastic press defense at the halfway. Pass just managing to make its way through, but does end in a jump ball, so great defensive pressure. Three-point shot is up. Looked good, but just bounces out. Meriden coming down with the defensive board, and the chance now as they move the ball forward. 3 points up again, but that one hits nothing but the bottom of the net. Great shot there from Bo Miles.
Yeah, and that's what he does. He's a very good shooter from the outside. He can get to the rim as well. So Maple Park will need to get out to him, and especially Eli Byrne as well from the three-point line. They'll be the main two offensive weapons for Meriden this afternoon.
Foot violation on the floor, so kicking back to Meriden. Shot is up, but hits nothing but the air. 3-point up again. That one looked good as well, but just bouncing off the rim as we've got a foul underneath on the rebounding opportunity. Foul goes against Ramadan Issa. Inside look is stolen. Good positioning there. Maple Park State High with a chance now to run the ball down. Ong Luin getting the steal. But again, no opportunity there for Maple Park. Defense from Meriden being relatively good so far, and as we see a big block down that end for Maple Park. The opportunity now. Pass goes back again. The flip is up and good. What a finish through contact.
Yeah, absolutely. Ramadan Issa looks really good. A lot of athleticism to get that block down the defensive end. Rewarded himself down the other end with a coast-to-coast layup and one. So he looks like an athlete, and he could be really dangerous for Maple Park State High School this afternoon.
And he makes the free throw bucket as well, so that locks it at 3 apiece. And another steal here early on for Maple Park as well. They've got the fast break opportunity. He goes to work and puts it away. This one for Musab Ibrahim for 2. From the corner, three-point shot is up. It rims out. Good offensive rebound there and the putback for Caden Garrick. And a shuffle of the feet there, so the basket waved away, unfortunately. It looked good early on, but just shuffling his feet, so Packy's bucket is waved.
Yeah, good drive to the basket, stepped in well to the receiver spot, just probably needed to take a dribble or take those steps before he caught the ball. But, you know, some good signs from Maple Park offensively, but they need to sort of switch on a bit more defensively to stop this Meriden State College team.
Yeah, Meriden loving that corner three-point jump, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they need to attack the rim a bit more. You know, they've got shooters in Byrne and Miles, but they're both also very damaging going to the basket. So I think they need to mix it up a little bit. Maple Park playing in a bit of a zone, so they need to attack the paint, get some drive and kick threes rather than just pass around the three-point line and shooting contested jump shots. What do I know? What do I know? That's a drive and kick three, though, so I'll claim that.
Yeah, well, it was a good opportunity and a good look, and that time it did work in their favour. But I think I do agree with you. Realistically, probably a couple too many three-point shots early on. They haven't had much of an opportunity to attack the bucket, but I think that's where the majority of their points are going to come from. And they need to look at moving the ball inside and getting the easy points rather than trying to take the three-point drop every single time.
Yeah, absolutely, and a good drive down the other end from Eric Peters from Maple Park as well. Able to get to the basket and get his team 2 points. And, you know, I like this from Eli Byrne. You know, he's got size, he's got athleticism, get to the basket, you know, create some problems for the Maple Park defense, which he just did.
And they're going to say the foul occurred on the floor, so it'll be brought in from the baseline for Meriden. Ball goes inside, but great double team pressure there from Maple Park. They've got the fast break opportunity now, but they get the foul from behind before it becomes dangerous. So they're going to get that one against Eli Byrne, and Maple Park will bring it in from the side.
Issa is quick. He's very quick. He's going to cause some problems this afternoon. I think if they can get him, you know, the ball, maybe some on-ball screens and stuff, and get him attacking the paint. He looks like a good passer as well.
Yeah, I know we're only early into the first quarter, but I think I agree. Like, Issa is looking very, very dangerous. He's quick across the floor. He's really great at moving the ball, and he's already shown that he can shoot as well. So he's going to be a big player for Maple Park. Foul's called here against Caden Garrick for Meriden State College. So Maple Park going to bring it in from the base. They find Issa up high. Setting up a very slow offense, Maple Park, just looking for the opportunity to get the steal. So doing a really good job to move the ball around. And Meriden just taking advantage of it. They just held back their defense. They didn't get concerned, found the right opportunity to tap the ball out, and ended up getting the turnover.
Yeah, as I spoke about, you know, we've spoken about in the previous games, you know, against the zone, Meriden in a bit of a 3-2 zone, you need to get the ball in the paint, and you need to move the ball quickly. You know, you need to really attack off either pace or ball movement, and Maple Park really never did neither on that possession. It ended up in a turnover. So, you know, it looks like Meriden will stay in this 3-2 because it is doing some damage. So Maple Park really needs to move the ball as Eli Byrne knocks another 3 down from the corner. So Meriden ahead early with this 11-7 lead. Look really switched on and look like they're going to cause a bit of damage in this 3-2 zone.
It's a pretty jump shot, that one from the corner.
It is. You know, he can shoot the ball. He's a good athlete as well. I just hope he mixes it up because he's such a damaging athlete and can get to the basket. So, you know, I think if I'm Mabel Park, I'm really addressing most of my concerns on the defensive end to Byrne and Miles, as Mabel Park get a takeaway and put 2 points on the board.
Yeah, and that was just a beautiful read as well. Eli Byrne, I don't think he recognised where his defender was. He saw the ball sort of slowly bouncing its way towards him and didn't recognise that he needed to hustle to get there. But a great read from Mabel Park and converting down the other end. But coming back to that three-point drop from Eli Byrne, I think that'll give him a little bit of confidence as well. He's 1 from 4 from the three-point line as well, so that's the first one he's hit. So that'll give him a little bit of confidence just to continue taking that shot and know that he can hit the three-point.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, but I still think, you know, even though people will pay a bit more respect to him now that he's made that 3, I think he still needs to mix it up now and get to the basket as well. He can create havoc in the paint, either taking it for himself or creating for others, and then the three-point shot will open up for him a bit more as well. So damaging athlete, and hopefully he can get going because he looks like he'd be exciting to watch.
Yeah, and good free throws there from Caden Garrick, hitting 2 from 2 from the line. Taking the lead up to 4 for Meriden. Issa carrying the ball for Mabel Park. Finds the man in the corner, but didn't recognise where he was, stepping out of bounds on his shuffle towards the bucket. So Eric Peters turning it over for Mabel Park, and that one really does get you as a coach as well. There's nothing you hate seeing more than just a lack of recognition of where you are on the floor, and you see it even at the NBL level. The amount of times players try and catch the ball in that corner, they take that step back and they just don't quite recognise they're in the out-of-bounds play.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know that ball movement again is slow, and it's not creating many easy opportunities for them inside, and that 3-2 zone is doing, you know, good stuff for Meriden. And then down the other end, Bo Miles doing a really good job of driving to the basket, getting the big man up in the air with the pump fake and get to the foul line. So, like as we said before, Mabel Park got to do a better job of moving the ball and not turning the ball over. And if they can get the ball in the middle of the paint against this 3-2 zone, I'm sure they'll be able to generate some easy opportunities for themselves.
And Bo Miles goes 1 from 2 from the free throw line. So Meriden shown that they can be dangerous from the free throw line at the moment. They've got a couple of points there now. Mabel Park just needing to watch their foul count and definitely make sure that they're not continuing to foul the shooter, because they're putting them to the line just a little bit too much early on. And speaking of fouls, they're going to pick up the offensive foul as well. They've got that one against Hami Paki for the illegal screen, so just not quite set in his position before making contact. So Mabel Park picking up a couple of fouls early on. So we see Meriden again going to the three-point line. That one bouncing off the front of the rim. A little bit of confusion here with the referees. They're trying to call 2 free throws for the offensive foul, but that's not how it works. So they're just coming together to discuss at the moment. And then I think we'll just continue play with Meriden ball on the side.
Good teamwork there from the referees.
Yeah, right outcome. There was just a little bit of confusion that I think stemmed from the score bench. They thought, 5 team fouls, so they've stopped the game. But good decision from the referees coming together, working out that it was an offensive foul and just playing on again. So Meriden ball. So we'll see Byrne going to work inside, but he takes that one step too many, and they'll wave his bucket away.
Nice move. I don't mind that. I think that was a good move. Maybe a bit unlucky to get the travel call, but I like that he's attacking the paint for Meriden.
Yeah, well, he's taken quite a few three-point opportunities, so it is good to see that he can go to work inside as well. So unfortunate that he just took that one step too many, but definitely a great look and a positive sign to see that he is going to go to work underneath as well.
Yeah, and Paki able to make up for some earlier misses and a travel before with a good finish there, you know, to draw Mabel Park within 3 points. So Mabel Park doing a really good job to hang in, you know, at the start of this game. Meriden have had a bit more of the momentum to start, but Mabel Park able to stay in it.
Byrne again driving inside, tries to dish off, but great recognition. And then getting the steal for Musab Ibrahim.
Nice pass.
And beautiful finish underneath from Hami Paki. And realistically, a great split for Musab Ibrahim getting the dime.
And then Bo Miles answers back for Meriden with a three-point shot. I know I've said it already, but Meriden, Mabel Park really need to pay more attention to Bo Miles and Eli Byrne than most of the others. You know, they're the two damaging weapons offensively, as we see Issa continue to do work in this quarter with the offensive rebound and finish. So a really entertaining game, you know, to start, you know, in this first quarter with both teams bringing the intensity on defense as well as offense as well.
I love the intensity from this Mabel Park defense. The 1-3-1 is an interesting one. You usually see teams when they go to the zone, they go into that stable 2-3, but this 1-3-1 is really impressive, very aggressive, really particularly up top. It's all starting with number 8.
Great dish out to the corner. Three-point shot is up, but no good again from Eli Byrne. Mabel Park taking a shot on the buzzer. It's no good, though, to take us into the quarter-time break. It's 15 plays 17, so Meriden State College maintaining a narrow 2-point lead going into the quarter-time break. We're going to take a quick one as well, and we're back with you shortly for a little bit of game analysis in the second quarter of action in your Higgins Sweet 16 All Schools Basketball Championship. And back with you here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex in Logan. 17 plays 15, and Meriden State College is going to bring it in to start the quarter. And straight away, they move the ball around the outside nicely. Byrne in the corner kicks it around.
To me, Braden, it's similar to what we said in the girls' game in the Div 2 final that we just covered in the game before this. But in that 1-3-1, when you get it in that corner or the short corner there, that third man in the middle drops, leaving that free throw line area wide open, okay? We haven't seen Meriden touch that free throw line, but it's open for him every single time they get it into the corner or the short corner. And to me, that's where you want to attack. They need that secondary action off of their first pass. It's there for them every time. I'm surprised we haven't seen them yet at action at that free throw line for Meriden.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's probably come from the fact they haven't gone against the 1-3-1 very often. But I think I would also put as a great finish there from Caden Garrick from Meriden, able to push the lead out to 4. But you know, I would probably put Eli Byrne in that short corner, get it to him, and you know, he's probably got a one-on-one from that short corner with that low guy in the 1-3-1. You know, then you probably necessarily, that high post doesn't matter as much, especially for a team that probably hasn't gone against it much and probably doesn't have many sets to combat against a 1-3-1. So, you know, I would maybe get Bo Miles or Eli Byrne in that short corner and let them create from there.
Oh, good drive and flick up there from Eric Peters. He couldn't quite get it to fall, but he recognized the gap through the center, danced his way through it, and he'll go to the line for 2. Eli Byrne picking up the foul from Meriden.
It's his third also. It's a big foul call. Third personal on Byrne. Yeah,
tough as well, because realistically, he's a big player for Meriden State College, so if he gets himself in foul trouble and has to sit on the bench, that's going to hurt Meriden.
Well, we saw it in the game earlier where the big player from Toowoomba, whose name is slipping.
Hayden Walker.
Hayden Walker, thank you, Hayden Walker. He went out with 4 fouls in the second, and that's really where the game turned. So, I think a lot of faith being shown in Byrne here to play smart and not pick up that fourth, but I wouldn't be playing with fire if I was the Meriden coach. I'd be getting him out of there as soon as I could. Especially
when you have a 7-point lead, I think, even though he knocks down the three with a bit of luck from the bank there, especially if you're up by this much, while he just makes that three and they've given a 10-point lead, I think you probably need to give him a rest and either wait till the end of this, first half and try and get away with a lead. If you get away with a lead and he's not in foul trouble, then it sets yourself up for a really good second half. So I think now's probably time to take Byrne out and give him a rest with those 3 fouls.
If you're going to do it, I agree with you. I think now is the time to do it. You got the 10-point lead. Team is looking, in pretty good stead at the moment. You'd hate for him to pick up a fourth here.
Oh, that's a good move there from Isak, just kicking the ball out. Didn't quite find exactly where Eric Peters was, but he managed to recover, take the half a step back outside the 3-point and nail it.
Pistol Peters firing away.
And I like that from Maple Park. I think that's where they've been most damaging, when they've got the rebound or even off a score, pushing the ball. You're either getting a layup, getting to the foul line, or getting a drive and kick three, as we just see that on cue from Maple Park with another layup in transition. I think they really need to look to push the pace, even off a score. Don't give Meriden that time to set up that 3-2 zone and go get easy buckets. I think that's the best weapon for Maple Park in this game.
Yeah, and that was a great look there as well. They let the 3-point shot happen. They picked the rebound and just kicked it ahead, and you had 2 boys from Maple Park just sprinting down the floor, and it ended up being Ong Nguyen who got the bucket inside, but he was followed closely by Eric Peters. So that's just great hustle and transition defense off a missed 3-point opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's where having Issa at the back of that 1-3-1 pays off. He's a good rebounder for his size, able to get the ball bust out and make decisions, either kick ahead or drive himself. So, I really like that look for Maple Park. I think they really need to continue to push the ball for the rest of the game, put pressure on this Meriden team, especially with Byrne in foul trouble. So I'm sure that's something they'll look to do going forward in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a 5-point differential and a timeout on the floor at the moment, so we're going to take a quick one, but stay with us and we'll be back with you shortly. And back with you here. It is Meriden State College taking on Maple Park State High in the under-15 boys Division II grand final game. After that nice full-court drive from Maple Park, it's going to be Meriden bringing it in from the baseline. And to be honest, Meriden's been playing a great game of basketball so far. Don't get me wrong, they've got the lead by 5. But the one thing that they haven't done too much that I really want to see is more inside penetration and more inside shots. Again, as we see an outside shot there that's missed, the O-board was cleaned up, but they haven't done a great job of getting the ball inside like we've seen from Maple Park, as again, Eric Peters goes to work underneath.
Yeah, Meriden are playing basically exclusively out of the half court, which has probably slowed them down a bit, in the later stages of this second quarter, and Maple Park continue to push the ball. I think you need to get 2 people on the one side. You need to overload one side in this 1-3-1 and get some easy opportunities either at the short corner and attack from there. Because right now they're not moving the ball that much, and it's leading into turnovers and easy buckets for Maple Park. So Meriden really struggling to break this 1-3-1.
Yeah, and that was just another beautiful drive from Musab Ibrahim, and they get the turnover as well. Can't finish it. They get the O-board though, and Musab Ibrahim again finishes that one. So they get themselves into a 1-point lead for the first time in the game. As Meriden again goes to the timeout to discuss their tactic. And to be fair, I think their tactic needs to be go inside, because at the moment the last 4 or 5 plays have all been an outside 3-point or a very long 2-point shot. They're not able to break that 1-3-1, but they need to get inside and start attacking from inside. you look at the two teams separately, they've got the bigger team. They've got the taller boys, and especially I'd love to see Eli Byrne getting himself underneath the bucket and going to work from downtown.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I really want to see Bo Miles and Eli Byrne on the same side of the court. Bo Miles at the 45, Eli Byrne swinging through to that short corner and be aggressive from there. You know, at least if you get it to the short corner, you know there's sort of a paint touch no matter what, and they'll make a good decision, whereas right now they're just moving it, you know, and the guys who probably aren't creators are getting forced to make decisions, and it's leading either to bad shots or turnover for Maple Park, which leads to easy transition opportunities, and it's an 11-0 run for Maple Park at the moment.
Got to give Maple Park's defense some credit,
absolutely.
though, because
they're playing going 1-3-1.
They're playing excellent. They're really getting up and in. They're forcing the ball out of the dangerous Meriden players' hands and making guys, like you said, that typically don't have the ball in their hand much for Meriden make those decisions, and it is leading to turnovers. And Maple Park doing a great job for, you know, moving from a turnover and capitalizing it and scoring some points off of turnovers. And that's been their best offense so far, but it's working. I wouldn't change a thing if I was Maple Park. I'd keep going with where I'm at.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I think the one thing that's really working for Maple Park at the moment, and we don't obviously have live stats, but if I had an imaginary shot chart in front of me, I would say of Maple Park's 26 points, 20 of those are probably scored in the paint.
Yeah, I think there was 1-3. I think that's it.
Yeah. And then maybe a couple of free throws here and there, but realistically, they're going to work underneath. They're just breaking apart the Meriden State College defense and just getting inside, going to work, passing the ball, moving it quickly. They've got that better foot speed, so they're getting into a great position and just getting the easy buckets underneath. They're not trying to drop three-point shots or anything like that. They're just getting business done.
Yeah, well, Meriden aren't even having an opportunity to set up their half-court defense because everything's in transition. I think it's a smart move for, as we see Maple Park go off in transition again, maybe getting away with a bit of a travel there, but it's a smart move going with this 1-3-1 because, you know, I don't think many teams, especially at this level, is probably going against a 1-3-1. So good move, but as you said, Johnny, it's not just a lazy 1-3-1. They're really active, really pressuring the ball, and it's, you know, leading to their best offense.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most active and aggressive 1-3-1 defenses I've ever seen, as we see all players come up to the halfway pretty much there to really put pressure on the ball. And as we said, Meriden just really struggling to get anything happening against the 1-3-1 play.
But again, I'll say it again, I said it earlier, that free throw spot is wide open, yet they have no one there. They're not even looking there. They can use the Maple Park aggressiveness on that in that 1-3-1 against them, and I think they're just settling for jump shots at the moment, and that's not what you want to do against the zone. That plays into the zone's hands because you have a couple guys who have hit a few threes for sure, but they're not hitting them consistently enough. You got to beat the zone with the pass. You got to get a ball reversal and attack the gaps. As that ball reverses, those gaps are going to open. If you hit the free throw line, it opens up multiple gaps. So try and hit somebody flash into that high post. Square them up. If the jump shot's there, great. If the lane to the basket's there, great. If not, find someone in the short corner or on the wings.
And see, that's a much better drive right there from Eli Byrne. That's exactly what I want to see. He's recognized the gap through the center of the keyway. He's found it, and he's nailed it. That's what we need to see more from Meriden State College.
And to be fair, I mean, Meriden with that basket goes back up once. It's not all that bad for Meriden either. It just seems that at the moment, Maple Park is out-energizing Meriden at the moment. Their energy is excellent. They're playing with great presence and speed and just aggressiveness.
Yeah, and a little bit of a damaging situation for Meriden State College as well. Ever since that drive to the bucket, Eli Byrne's just been clutching his right knee. I think as he drove through the center, he's clipped knees with the defensive player. So just limping a little bit, holding that knee. So bit of a concerning situation for Byrne, but hopefully he comes good the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'm sure it's probably just a Burner. He'll be right going forward. I think, as you mentioned, Johnny, I think when they've either settled for jump shots or when they've driven the ball into that 1-3-1 zone, they've drawn people to them, but they've still forced up a tough shot rather than making that extra kick, either whether it's that middle cutter, like you said, or to a wide open three. So they really need to move the ball a bit better. And when they drive the ball, you know, if they draw people, make that extra kick and get wide open threes rather than contested threes.
And again, another good opportunity there from Meriden. They've taken the opportunity to drive down the center and they've picked up the foul. And again, just active defense from Maple Park State High. They're really making it hard for Meriden to move the ball around the floor. They're having to settle for long passes over the top. And because of the athleticism of the Maple Park boys, they got hops. They're getting up there. They're getting their hands in those passing lanes, and they're getting the steals.
Tell you though, three-point shot is the great equalizer, that's
Absolutely.
for sure.
Joseph Story from Meriden hits another one for them, and it's given them a 2-point lead. That's been their best offense in this first half. As much as we've said that's probably been a killer for them at times, it's been what's given them this lead. So, you know, Maple Park, even though they've been active, they probably need to address that and just maybe force them a little bit into help and force them to put it on the floor, because right now...
That's a great charge taken there also from Joseph Story. Hits the three on one end, steps into a tough charge call there as well. And I think what Maple Park did there was really good. They had that middle screen and the lane open, but I think just a little over-aggressive. That's the one where you can see the defense step up, so you got to look for someone to kick it to.
Yeah, Eric Peters just hitting the front of the rim on his drive to the bucket there, not able to get it over the top. Meriden lucky to get the pick on that one, just couldn't quite get the steal from Maple Park as we see Byrne go to work inside and put the 2 points away.
And that's probably the first transition opportunity Meriden have got in this game as well. So, you know, maybe they can increase their activity a bit defensively, get on the glass a bit and look to push from there, because they need to get themselves some easy opportunities before Maple Park are able to set up that 1-3-1 zone as well.
And to be fair, if I'm Maple Park, I'm pretty happy with that three-point shot that was taken one or two plays before where they made the bucket, because that's the first long shot they've made pretty much all quarter. Realistically, that 1-3-1 zone defense has been working the entire time. So I'm happy to let, 1 in 7 3-point shots fall if it means we're not letting them get inside and taking those easy buckets. But Meriden needs to keep going to Eli Byrne underneath. The last two shots he's taken under the bucket, he's made, and that's his position at the moment, is getting himself inside and underneath and putting away those easy buckets. So missed shot there from Maple Park gives Meriden the chance to extend their lead a little bit further. They sit up by 5 at the moment as Byrne steps into another 3-point shot. And I think Byrne finally finding his 3-point form. He's hit.
One dribble step back. That's a tough shot.
He's burning up. I missed it, didn't I?
Probably the pun of the night, and you hadn't even turned your microphone on. I'm disappointed.
I think the entire stadium heard me, just no one on the broadcast.
Meriden State College taking their lead to the next level, but a good opportunity there for Maple Park. They're getting the steal, and coast to coast, Eric Peters can't finish the layup, just a little bit too overly aggressive. Meriden back up by 8 points at this point in the game as we see another 3-point shot, and Meriden State College finding their form from deep. And it's Bo Miles this time.
You almost have to reconsider that 1-3-1 a bit. You're down by 11 points now. 3-point shots falling from Meriden. They kind of gotten into a bit of a flow against this zone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the difference was earlier they were able to keep the ball in front of them. Now, even that was a drive and kick three, and against, no matter whether it's a zone or a man, you have to keep the ball in front of you, and Maple Park not able to do that in the last couple of possessions, and it's turned into wide open threes for Meriden. As I spoke about earlier, if you want to get threes against the zone, it's got to be a wide open three after touching the paint, and they've been able to do that. So Maple Park maybe need to switch it up, coming out of this halftime break.
It looks like they're going to hold for the final shot of the half.
Yeah, just over 10 seconds to go, so Maple Park taking their time. The ball ends up in the corner. They find the pass in underneath. The shot is up but bounces out, so Meriden with 5 seconds to go with the fast-paced drive and makes it look too easy. Caden Garrick closing out the half to take an 11-point lead for Meriden State College at the halftime break.
Gee, that was an impressive finish to that first half for Meriden. We were talking about it. They were struggling a bit for a moment. That 1-3-1 was really giving them fits, but few three-pointers righted the ship, and then they really stormed home there to push out to an 11-point lead.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the main thing is, it's something I always write on the board, with my teams before games, is you need to attack either off of pace or ball movement. And, you know, in that last couple of minutes, I think Meriden moved the ball with a bit more purpose. They got in the paint a little bit more on drive and kick, you know, able to turn that into wide open threes. And then also they're able to generate a bit of offense off their defense as well and get some transition opportunities, which they really didn't for most of that first half. So really good finish, keeping things a bit more simple, a bit quicker ball movement, everything for Meriden. That's able to turn into this 11-point lead going into halftime.
Yeah, well, like you said, it is the halftime break, so we're going to take a quick break as well. It's 41 plays 30 as Meriden State College leads Maple Park State High going into the break. But stay right with us and we'll bring you more of the Higgins, the Sweet 16 All Schools Basketball Championship shortly. And back with you here at Cornubia Park Sports Complex. It's the Under-15 Boys Division II Grand Final in the Higgins Sweet 16 tournament. Coming into the second half, Meriden State College lead Maple Park State High by a healthy 11. But Maple Park definitely not out of this game so far. They've had a really great first half of basketball, just closing out the second quarter. Just letting Meriden take those couple of three-point shots to let them extend the lead. But Maple Park has been playing a really aggressive game of basketball under the hoop, and I don't expect we'll have an 11-point lead for long.
No, and it's, I think it's 9 points now. I think Issa got a really nice offensive rebound and put back for Maple Park. I think they need to play through him a little bit more. He looked really good to start that game in that first quarter and start of the second quarter. Playoff, if their defense can improve, they can get him in transition. Eric Peters in transition, even though he's off now. I think they need to get back to playing good defense, getting some stops, pushing the ball, and getting layups and open threes that way. I think that's what looked best for them when they made that comeback, because they were down by 10 before as well.
We're just going to have a timeout on the floor. There's just a little bit of a problem here between the referees and the score bench. Just need to get something cleaned up. But I think you're exactly right, Braden. Realistically, you know, Maple Park has been having a great game of ball so far. They're doing a lot of work actively underneath. They're getting the ball. They're moving it around. So they've had a really great performance, and whether it's 11 or 9 points, depending on what happens with the scoreboard, I think that might be the issue. The scoreboard's not working.
Well, they were also talking about some fouls, I think. My lip reading is as good as I think it is. They were talking about someone having a fourth foul when they had originally called it a third, I believe. So see the referees chatting to the local administrator.
Yeah, I think that was Issa from Maple Park. Because I remember him going off in that second quarter and a couple of guys from Meriden saying he's got 4, so that might be what the confusion is about.
I definitely don't think Issa has 4. 3 definitely makes sense. I don't remember him picking up a 4th.
He did get a charge as well. So
that was the third, I thought. Yeah, I don't know. Could be wrong. It's the hard part without having live stats.
Exactly. Speaking of lip reading, Johnny, do you do the NFL ones, mate?
No, I just call the NFL games, actually.
Yeah?
No, I don't. But no, I don't do the lip
He's
read.
calling it home, dear.
I just sit in front of the TV and pretend like I'm announcing it.
Touchdown, not to New York.
Basically just joining his 2 dogs, just sitting there calling the NFL games.
Just sitting there with my box of tissues, wiping away all those tears.
You know what? I don't think I've ever seen a game of NFL. I'd be a
I went to a
terrible,
Giants game. That was a good
terrible
experience.
American.
We stayed there. They were down by like 30 in the first quarter. We just stayed there for the way the fans pay out their team. It was good fun.
That's what New York is known for. New York is known for, being very faithful to their team, but certainly giving it to them when they deserve it as well. So,
Sounds like the Brisbane Broncos.
yeah, it's a bit like the Broncos, I guess. But the difference is in New York, the fans actually turn up even when the teams aren't good, as opposed to
The Broncos?
well, Broncos
The biggest
fans.
crowds in the NRL. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
but you still the crowds are not nearly as good when they're
there's
not good.
Not as much a population in Brisbane either.
True.
How are your New York Knicks going to go this year, mate?
Going to sneak into the 8 seed and probably
Oh!
run the table straight to the to the finals. That's my prediction, at least.
You heard it here first. Johnny Guana calling the Knicks for the top 8.
Ever the optimist. That's us Knicks fans.
Maple Park coming out of the gates after that little bit of discrepancy with the score bench. They get the steal and the opportunity. Ball sits with Eric Peters. He breaks left, but great defense there from Meriden, just recognizing the move and keeping in front. Peters fakes left, goes to work, flips it up and in.
Yeah, to me, Eric Peters and Issa have been, the best for Maple Park. They've really been able to get into the paint, create some easy opportunities for their team as well as themselves. So Eric Peters, really active player, and I like the look of some of these Maple Park players as well.
Yeah, Peters is a fantastic athlete. He's been playing a really good game of ball. And speaking of good games of balls, there's Eli Byrne again dropping it from the corner.
I like that a lot from Byrne, not just because the shot went down, but he took a runner, didn't go in, got the rebound, kicked it out, but then moved to an open spot and got it back, had his feet set, was ready to shoot, and just absolutely drained it. So he did all the work to put himself into that position to hit that bucket.
And Byrne going to work again with the big block on that one. Meriden again in the corner. Pass is blocked, but coming off a couple of heads and ending up out of court, so they'll maintain possession. They've stretched themselves back up to a 10-point lead. They find Byrne. He looks to pass right, but they go to the three-point shot. That is up. Bounces out, but a nice easy O-board there, but a big block for Samuel Brakeman. Ball's in for Maple Park. They find Eric Peters in the corner. Peters for the 3. It's up and it's over the top. But good offensive rebound and put back for Brakeman's, but just couldn't quite find the form. But Eli Byrne just really going to work down both ends of the floor now as he manages to roll that one home and pick up the foul. Byrne is just on fire.
And that's what helped them get to this lead, at the end of that second quarter as well. Their defense picked up another notch, able to create some transition opportunities, and they've been able to do that to start this quarter as well. And, there doesn't look like a more damaging player on the court in transition than Eli Byrne, so he's really picked it up offensively for himself to start this second half, and it's really paying off for his team with a 13-point lead.
Yeah, and Maple Park is definitely starting to feel the heat. Eli Byrne putting up a couple more points, so they take it out to a 13-point lead in the third quarter here. Can't get the scoring opportunity on that one. Meriden going to work, but they pick up the travel. Caden Garrick just shuffling the feet on the takeoff.
Again, good look, though. That's transition opportunities for them. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize, but, good defense, good kick ahead. If they keep doing that, they'll continue to generate some easy opportunities for them on the offensive end.
Oh, that was a great dish. Right idea, just couldn't quite get there, unfortunately. Eli Byrne getting his hand in the passing lane, but Ung Lewin, just a great little look inside, passing it down to Hami Paki. But positive signs from Maple Park's offense, moving the ball really well, and they're getting the right idea to get the ball inside. just need to find some execution, and that's going to do it for him. Musab Ibrahim, he's also been fantastic this game.
Yeah, absolutely. They've looked the best when their guards penetrate. You know, Eric Peters, Ibrahim then, and Issa off the bench as well. So, you know, even though they've struggled with this 3-2 zone in the last sort of 10 minutes, Maple Park needs to continue to attack the paint if they're going to get this victory.
And again, like you said, Maple Park looks most aggressive when they're going to their guards, and they've just done it again. Ung Lewin finishing in underneath.
I love what I see from Peters. It was on the tip of my tongue that he should have given that one up, but he gave it up just at the right time behind the back for the assist. And then he gets up his teammate for not being in position on the press. I love it.
But Eli Byrne dropping the three-point shot. They'll wave it away on the travel, and Byrne definitely not happy about that one. Letting the stadium know about it as well. So 9 points the lead now for Meriden. Maple Park making their way back into it, and now with the three-point shot, Eric Peters off the front of the rim. Caden Garrett going to work underneath. He can't make the first one fall, but puts his own shot back up for two. Taking it back to 11. Maple Park, they're going to have a timeout. We're going to take a quick break as well, but stay right with us. We'll have more action for you shortly from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. Back with you here with just over 4 minutes to go in the third quarter of the under-15 boys Division II Grand Final. Meriden State College leads Maple Park State High by 11 coming into this third quarter break, as we see Maple Park not able to make the shot underneath. They almost turn it over. The ball's knocked out of bounds off Meriden, so Maple Park will maintain it. Meriden's done a pretty good job of just maintaining this relatively healthy 10-point lead for 10 or 12 minutes now. So if you're Maple Park, what do you need to do to try and close down this gap? Because it's been at 10 points or thereabouts for a pretty significant time frame now.
Yeah, as we said, I think in that second quarter when Meriden was struggling with Maple Park's 1-3-1 zone, I think Maple Park are really struggling to get some ball movement and some decent penetration in this 3-2 that Meriden are playing. So I think the ball movement needs to be a bit quicker. You need to get it in the paint, need to play through their guards, through driving kicks and stuff like that. But also I think they need to increase the pressure, go back to increasing their pressure defensively to try and generate those transition baskets that they were getting in that first half, because that's where they look most damaging. And Meriden are really taking control of that, and it's led to this 9-point lead. So Maple Park really need to get back in transition to get back in this game.
Yeah, and Maple Park going to be helped along as well by Eli Byrne just picking up his fourth foul on that out-of-bounds play as well. So they're going to leave him on the floor, but he'll have to start playing with a little bit more caution now that he's sitting on his fourth. He won't want to sit on the bench for the rest of this game. There's the ball tipped out of bounds over the back, so Meriden going to pick it up from the out-of-bounds.
Callan Garrett comes in for his brother, Caden Garrett. to lookalikes up there, isn't it? Twins.
One in, one out. Byrne from the corner, dishes it around. That's a good-looking shot, just not enough power behind it. Eli Byrne back in the corner, fires it up. That one's too strong. But Meriden doing a really great job picking up the O-boards as well. They're taking the long three-point shots, but they've got the presence in underneath to actually pick up the offensive rebounds. See Byrne going inside. He takes the contact in underneath, doesn't get the call. But then they pick up Mabel Park for the travel. Samuel Brakeman's, I think, just losing a little bit of concentration from the ruckus that Meriden was making and just traveled at the last second before making the pass.
Tell you what, Mabel Park has to be really careful defensively because they keep giving Eli Byrne those open three-pointers, and he's going to make them pay. And you know, Meriden has done a lot of their damage from beyond the arc this afternoon, and Mabel Park keep falling asleep guarding that three-point line, and they're going to wind up paying for it.
And that was a good-looking recognition there from Eli Byrne, finding his cutting player down the court. Gets it to the hands of Callan Garrick, who makes the contact from behind, and he'll go to the line for two.
That's a hell of an overhead pass off no movement, stationary overhead pass. The length of the floor to hit Callan Garrick, who's going to the foul line now. That's a great pass from Eli Byrne. Shows, you know, his talent. He can do things on the offensive end, defensive end, and make plays for his teammates as well. So Meriden being really impressive so far. They're just doing the simple stuff right. And as I said, I think Mabel Park need to go back to extending that pressure and get some easy baskets, because it's looks like it's really tough for them in the half court at the moment.
So we'll see Callan Garrick step up to the line for two free throws. The first one banks its way home. Second one bounces out, but the O-board ends up in the hands of Eli Byrne, and he makes them pay with the three.
It's all the offensive rebounds from these little guards. These little guards are getting O-board after O-board for Meriden, and it's turning into second chance points for Meriden, and that's been really impressive. I think, obviously, you sing the praises of the guys making the shots, but those little fellas who are hustling and getting those offensive rebounds for their teammates, you know, they're just as much to praise for those threes as anyone else.
Well, that's that zone also. I mean, that's the downside of the zone. It's really hard to rebound out of a zone defense because you're guarding a spot on the floor. You're not guarding a person.
Meriden with the fast break opportunity there. They're going to get Eric Peters for the foul from behind, though. A little bit of chat and discussion going out on the floor, but they've got the foul call. So Callan Garrick again just drawing the contact, making it work.
Yeah, Mabel Park has to be a bit careful here. You can see the referees are going to come over to Mabel Park and give them a bit of a warning. Guys getting a little excited. That was the second block in a row that they thought was clean, but they got called for the foul. Referees doing a good job out here this afternoon, so Mabel Park has to be careful. And Peters, that was his fourth, so that's a big foul also for Mabel Park.
Yeah, I think both of the boys on four just need to be a little bit cautious with it now as well. Seen Eli Byrne a couple of times now, you know, get a little bit overly talkative after a couple of calls haven't gone his way. So both the boys, referees doing a pretty good job, as you said. So both boys just need to keep doing what they do out on the floor. And Eric Peters just does exactly that. He goes to work underneath and puts it away.
Yeah, the concern for me with Peters at four is he's doing a lot more of his damage on the inside. He can get a bit out of control on some of those drives. So the concern is picking up a fifth on a drive to the basket as Byrne fouled hard. And I think that if I am correct, I do believe that's going to be Hami Paki's fifth personal, I think. No, it's his third. Sorry, I was close.
3, 5, same thing.
Good pass from Bo Miles at the top there,
Yeah.
realizing Eli Byrne was behind the defense, and Meriden really looking like the more composed unit offensively, especially, you know, this quarter. And, you know, I keep saying it, but Mabel Park really need to push the ball, whether it's off a make or a miss, try and get some easy opportunities, because they're not going to generate, you know, enough points if they play in the half court against this Meriden team to reduce this 13-point deficit.
Well, it's still only 13 points at the moment as well, so Maple Park still definitely has it in themselves to pull themselves out of this gap. We've seen it before earlier in the game. So definitely still possible. There's a foul called on that one, so Maple Park's going to take it in from the sideline. They're going to have a sub first, though, bringing back Musab Ibrahim into the game, which I think is a really good decision. It's a good time to bring him back into the game because he's been really effective inside, as has that man. Unfortunately, just rimming out. Musab, sorry, that one was Hami Paki, just couldn't quite get it to fall. A little bit of confusion there between the two players, Musab Ibrahim and Samuel Breakmans. Couldn't quite get the pass to connect.
Yeah, that was a bad decision there by Ibrahim, trying to hit his big man way outside the three-point line. Ibrahim needs to either handle that one himself or get it over to Peters to create something, but Ibrahim makes up for it with the steal.
Risky pass, but manages to find Peters. Peters dishes off. Paki can't get the inside jumper to fall. And Meriden just really being a bit punishing on those defensive rebounds as well. They're really limiting the amount of second chance opportunities that Maple Park is getting. Oh, big block there from Breakmans. We come down to the final shot, probably, of the game. There's 10 seconds to go in the fourth quarter here. See Eric Peters driving through the center of the key, and he'll draw the contact for two. Going to get that one against Bo Miles. That'll only be his first foul, though, so not exactly much concern there. So Eric Peters going to line up for the one shot. Meriden College getting ready for the timeout if it makes. Sorry, two shots. I don't know why I said one. Second one bounces out, but Meriden does pick up the rebound. They need to make something happen pretty quickly, though, and it doesn't fall. So that'll be the end of the third quarter. It's 55 plays 43, and Meriden State College maintain their 12-point lead coming into the quarter.
Yeah, they were really impressive in that third quarter. I thought they were really disciplined on the defensive and offensive end, and they were making the hustle plays as well. The little guys were getting on the O-boards, which converted into more opportunities for them. So Meriden looked the goods in that third quarter. Maple Park, like I said, really need to go back to turning up the heat defensively and see if they can turn that into transition opportunities and get them some easy buckets going forward.
Yeah, well, it's only a 12-point lead going to the three-quarter time break, but Maple Park definitely has the skill to bring it back. There's a couple of seconds to go, so we're going to take a quick break as well, but we'll be back with you shortly with more of the Under-15 Boys Division II Grand Final action. Back with you at the Higgins Sweet 16 All-School Basketball Championship, proudly presented by Logan Thunder Basketball and Trinity College in Beenleigh. The fourth quarter is underway here, and Meriden State College is going to be the first ones to have an attack at the rim. Ball dishes out, and the ball is up for Bo Miles, but that one can't find its way. Eric Peters, aggressive to the bucket, flips it up with the left hand, but hits the bottom of the backboard. Good defense there from Breakmans, but turns it over straight away. Miles going to work underneath. Breakmans with the defensive board.
I think that's where I would like to see in that transition. After Garrett got the ball, I think Eli Byrne needs to keep going towards the rim. I think that's a second pass for a layup. You know, because he went to the three-point line, there was no second pass opportunity once the help came to Garrick. So even though the three-point's been a strong point for him, I think You know, layups are easy buckets, and you can't turn easy buckets down, especially in a grand final. So no, I think he needs to focus on getting to the basket a bit as well and converting those easy transition opportunities.
Yeah, well, Brakeman's missed a bucket underneath there for Mabel Park, so struggling a little bit underneath recently. Mabel Park, they've missed a couple of buckets under the rim now. They were lucky in getting the turnover on that one, just tipping the ball into the fingers of Meriden to get the turnover. So it's in the hand of Peters now. Corner three is up and wet. Again, we've said it a couple times, Musab Ibrahim is definitely a dangerous player across the floor. He's been doing a really good job inside and out for Mabel Park. Eli Burns three, no good on that opportunity. Sam Brakeman's pulling down the D-board. Peters, nice little handoff there, and it rolls in for Ung Lewin. Mabel Park is fighting their way back into this game. It's now just a 7-point deficit for Mabel Park. They fought their way back in, and they're looking strong.
Again, everything comes out of transition. I think, you know, back to that three in the half-court set for Mabel Park. Meriden really putting three people up really high in that 3-2, and I don't think the bigs are really getting out to the corners too well. So, you know, maybe move that ball with a bit more purpose, get it to those corners. I would like to see Ibrahim and Peters in those corners either being able to knock down an open three or attack from there. So Mabel Park needs to really attack in transition or in the half court, get the ball into the corners and attack from there if they can bring back this 7-point deficit.
Yeah, well, they're kind of doing it on both ends now. Their zone defense has really picked up, and they've got a couple of really key stops, and they have been converting down the other end. They couldn't on that opportunity there. But they've gone back to this 1-3-1 defensive zone, and it's been relatively good so far. They just let Eli Byrne walk through the keyway on that opportunity, though. But the last couple of plays of 1-3-1's been really strong.
Well, that was not an easy one. Byrne may have made it look easy, but, gee, that was a beautiful Euro step. Really nice balance, gets his shoulders square to the rim, and then banks it home. He makes it look easy, but that's a tough bucket for Byrne.
Musab Ibrahim can't go back-to-back with his threes, but works hard to try and get the steal. Brakeman's doing a lot defensively at the moment. That's 3 big defensive boards he's pulled this quarter so far. So we see Eric Peters try and hand off for Packy, but Eli Byrne with the steal tries to go behind the back and turns it over.
He's almost too fast for the rest of the guys. It was a bit tight for him there. He had a couple guys on his team, probably a little too tight. Probably need to run a wider lane, I think, to give him a little more space to operate.
Yeah, I think when he got it, you know, past the halfway line, I think maybe a kick to one of those guys on the 45 would have brought that defense out, and then he could run straight through the middle, get the ball back, and be aggressive with a bit more space. So, you know, kick aheads in those transition opportunities are gold. So, you know, they really need to convert those opportunities going forward, especially to finish this game.
Yeah, and for the first time, we see Lionel Nglam checking in for Mabel Park State High. They couldn't get a bucket down the end. But we've got to travel before the block shot, so Caden Garrick just taken one too many steps. I don't know what you'd prefer. Would you prefer the travel or would you prefer getting blocked?
I prefer getting blocked because at least I have a chance of getting it back, you know. I'm not a person that overreacts to getting blocked. It happened a lot, so I'd rather get the ball back rather than get a travel and give a handover.
There's a timeout on the floor. We're just under 5 minutes to play. It's an 11-point ball game, but nine-point ball game, if we can do my maths correctly again. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with you shortly with more action from the 15 Boys Division II Championship game. Back with you here at Cornubia Park Sports Complex. It's a 9-point ball game with 5 to go in the final term. Meriden State College again just managing to maintain their lead coming into the last minutes of the final quarter. But after that travel down the baseline, it will be Mabel Park bringing it in. A chance to close the gap a little bit further and get themselves back in this one.
Kick to the corner.
Eric Peters dances around and hands off for Breakmans. Breakmans a little bit too strong, right over the top. But again, Musab Ibrahim, the man from the corner, drops another tray. And we've got a 6-point ball game on our hands.
Yeah, it's off the back of some great work on the glass by Lionel Lam. That was just an awesome offensive rebound.
And turnover after turnover there. Eli Burns' 3-point shot missed, and Mabel Park just a little bit too aggressive. Couldn't quite get the handles on the turn, so 6-point ball game. Meriden with the chance now to close it out. After not able to find the pass, Bo Miles just decided to go himself. Couldn't get to fall and soccers it out of court.
I think he probably needs to look to be a bit more aggressive. He's a really good player and really talented offensively. I think, sometimes you can get caught up in looking for, a player who's been hot for a game too much. I think that's a wide open foul line jumper for him. That's a shot he can make a lot of the time. So I think Bo can really take over at the end of this game and get some buckets himself to seal his team this win.
Oh, that's just a beautiful finish.
Caden Garrick, little double pump. Go through the middle, Johnny.
That was great. That was a great move.
And the defense was pretty good from Mabel Park as well. Like they did a damn good job. He just made that look easy.
Yeah,
but that was a tough play.
That double pump is a great finish.
Breakmans fights his way underneath but can't get it to drop. Eli Byrne pulls the defensive rebound and they'll get the foul against Samuel Breakmans.
Tell you, that's a smart play from Byrne too, knowing he's got 4. He goes up, grabs the rebound, keeps his composure under a bit of pressure. And, he's playing very smart. He picked up his 4th foul in the 3rd quarter. So credit to Eli Byrne for keeping his composure and keeping himself on the court when his team needs him.
Important play here from Mabel Park, needing to find a stop. They're down by 8, 3.5 minutes to go. Important play for both teams. Bit of a shuffle in the feet on the takeoff there, but Eli Byrne goes underneath.
There's that middle cut you were talking about earlier, Johnny. A great drive there from Meriden, and then Eli Byrne recognises the space in the middle, cuts to the basket and gets a layup. So, it's taken them 4 quarters to do it, Johnny, but you finally got it.
And it worked. It's that short corner, though. It's that initial pass to the corner, whether it is the short corner or the corner pass. That's what opens everything up. It draws the defense to you. In that 1-3-1, you have the strong side. It opens the middle up, and that's exactly where Byrne cut for the basket.
And there was a nice drive there from Caden Garrick to draw the foul and get himself to the line for 2. Makes them pay with the first, taking it to an 11-point lead now. Mabel Park has definitely looked really good in spurts throughout this game. They just haven't, unfortunately, been able to maintain enough offensive intensity to get through and to close down this. Realistically, it's been a 10-point gap almost the entire game, save for a few minutes there where Mabel Park really brought it down again to a couple of points. They got themselves in front in 1 point, but Meriden, just a fantastic offensive team, always managing to find that offensive rhythm and get themselves back up to this 10-point lead.
Well, they limited Mabel Park's transition offense, and I think that was really what the difference has been so far. In that run when Mabel Park came back and took a lead, it was that transition there, forcing a lot of turnovers. The shots weren't necessarily falling for Meriden, and then Mabel Park's coming down the other end and getting a couple of transition buckets. Meriden has tightened things up. They've been a lot more patient in the offense, I think, also getting the ball through hands, making a couple passes, getting a few ball reversals, probably not settling for threes, and I think that's really what has put them in good stead.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think a big part of it for Mabel Park has been the absence of Issa. He was really good early on, and he's obviously out now, I think. Fouled out? I think so. So I think that was what the confusion was about earlier, and he looks like he's out of the game. But he was a really integral part for their run early on, and he was, along with Eric Peters, was probably their standout. So his absence has been really telling for him. But yeah, as you said, Meriden able to limit Maple Park's transition opportunities, and then in the half court, they probably haven't moved the ball as quickly as they needed to get those attacking opportunities, and it's resulted in this lead for Meriden.
Maple Park's going to have an opportunity now to close the gap down a little bit. It's in the hands of Peters, who goes to work and gets fouled underneath. They're going to get that one against Callan Garrick. Don't know how many team fouls we're sitting on. It looks like the old scoreboard's not looking too healthy here at Logan Thunder.
It's because we used the big one, mate.
Why are we using the big one today?
I respond to your criticism with another criticism.
Well, not just out of curiosity, why aren't we using the big one?
I have no idea. That has nothing to do with me. I assume that would have to be to do with the organisers. Sir John.
I'm just curious.
Okay.
Tell you, it is weird being at Cornubia Park Sports Complex and not hearing hip-hop music for 7 hours straight.
You're acting like that's a bad thing, Johnny.
I'm not. I didn't say that. I'm just saying it's a little odd being here without the music pumping.
So we got Brayton to sing in the next game for you.
Hip-hop hooray.
Too bad no one listening to this call has a clue what song that is.
Eric Peters down the other end, flipping home a nice little Jimmy on the inside to close the gap back down to 10. Meriden now going to maintain possession out of bounds after it was tipped out. So 10 points to lead, and that's not going to be ideal for Maple Park. Very easy inbounds play, and a beautiful finish on a pretty tough shot there from Meriden.
Yeah, Bo Miles able to take the contact and still go up and finish it. He's a good player and has probably played more of an organiser role for Meriden as well, but a really steady head, directing their offense around and able to get himself 2 points to finish the game right there.
Brakeman's underneath, flips it up. The big man hasn't had much luck underneath today, unfortunately. He's had a lot of really good looks in underneath, but just hasn't been able to close them out. And that was a great drive there from Caden Garrick, picking up the rebound from Eli Burns' missed shot and taking it through contact.
I thought we were going to get a hammer.
We haven't seen one yet today.
I think that's because we've been calling under 13's game, bro.
Hey, you never know. You never know.
He's been really good, Peters, today. I think, he's definitely dangerous going to the basket. He's shown that he can finish with either hand at the rim. I think if he gets a little more consistency with his jump shot and tightens up the decision-making, I mean, he's to me, you mentioned it off air, he's probably a rep level-ish player at the moment, but tighten up a couple of those fundamentals, and you're talking about a guy who could maybe get, even a little bit further past the rep level.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the two standouts for me from Maple Park have been Issa Early and Eric Peters, and they're probably two rep level players, and I'll probably inquire after the game if they play rep or not, but they've shown some really good skill, and most of all, I think, shown some really good effort and energy for the full game. They haven't dropped their heads. They kept working hard and all that sort of stuff. So, there's some traits of some really good players and players that you can help develop go forward. And, I'm sure they'll get some inquiries after this game.
Here we are working our butts off, Johnny, and Coach Hazelhurst over here just here scouting, recruiting.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do when opportunities present themselves.
Absolutely.
We'll duck his pay every time he imports a player from the league.
Oh, we get to say we saw him first.
Absolutely, we do, and that's a great finish there for Caden Garrick, going to work in underneath and putting it away for the two, and realistically probably closing out the game. It's 55-71. Meriden State College just being able to continue maintaining this lead throughout the fourth quarter and doing a really great job down both ends of the floor to close out the game. With 30 seconds to go, we close this out, Braden, before we get ourselves set up for the next one.
Yeah, Meriden showed some really good toughness, I think, to answer that run from Maple Park in the second quarter. Maple Park looked like they had all the running and were able to get up and answer that early run from Meriden as well. But Meriden really good in that second half, good defensively, able to contain transition buckets and able to execute a bit more on the offensive end, and that's turned into this 16-point victory well now 18-point victory for Meriden. So they've been really good, probably a bit more disciplined for the 4 quarters, and that's what's resulted in this grand final victory.
Yeah, really great game across the board, and a little bit of a shame that Ramadan Issa did foul out as well, because I think that really could have had an impact in the game for Mabel Park. But a fantastic game all around and really exciting to watch down both ends of the floor. So a big congratulations to our under-15 boys Division 2 champions, Meriden State College, in the Higgins 2019 Sweet 16 All-Schools Basketball Championships. But a big shout out to Mabel Park State High. A fantastic game played across the board. But that does wrap us up in the under-15 Division 2 game. So stay right with us as we get set up for the under-15 girls Division 1 grand final game. We'll be back in around about 5 minutes, so stay tuned and we'll see you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cornubia Park Sports Complex and the Higgins Sweet 16 All-School Championship Basketball Tournament. We're just about to kick off for the Division 1 Under-15 Girls Grand Final. Apologies for the delay in getting the stream started. There were just a couple of issues with the score bench needing to get a shot clock set up. But we are underway. My name is Regan Baker, and I'm joined in the commentary box by John Guana from Nothing But Net Media and all-star coach Braden Hazelhurst as we get underway in the Division 1 Grand Final. And a relatively good game we should have in our hands here between Hillcrest and Southport. Two relatively strong schools with teams that have had a really good tournament so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They've both been really dominant. I think no team sort of got within 20, or I know there's one team that's got within 15 points of Southport, but apart from that, they've been blowouts across the board. So two teams also that have a lot of people who are featured in their senior teams. Obviously, Hillcrest won the CBSQ tournament earlier this year, and Southport came third. So, it should be set for a really good grand final here this afternoon.
Yeah, and it was a really great opening shot to the game as well. Layla J. Cameron with a very deep two-point drop, hitting nothing but the bottom of the net. So a great way to open up their scoring.
Yeah, absolutely. And we got some good coaching in the house today too. We got a state coach in Sean Carroll, and maybe even the future Tall Blacks coach in Para Cameron. So some good coaching in the house.
And great offensive rebound there, fighting for the board after the missed shot, and a great inside pass, just couldn't quite get it to fall. But again, O-boards proven handy, going to work in underneath, but couldn't quite get it to fall is Shauna Preston, but she's fouled, and she'll go to the line for two. Preston makes the first. And the only change between the Division 2 games and the Division 1 games so far is we do have the addition of the 24-second shot clock now. You would have noticed that in the last 4 games that we've streamed so far, that coming into Div 1, we'll add the 24-second shot clock. So we will see the teams just being a little bit more aggressive on their offense and moving the ball a little bit obviously more quickly towards the bucket. They can't take their time around the outside anymore.
Yeah, I don't think any of the other games would have troubled the shot clock anyway. So I don't think it would have mattered if they had one or not. But it's good to see it. So it's a good reward for defense. So it'll be an interesting game to see the difference between the previous ones.
Great defense there from Hillcrest, getting the stop on Preston's drive. Sky Mason just getting herself in a good position to get the steal. They're setting the screen as well and going coast to coast and kicking out. Three-point shot just bouncing off the front of the rim, though. Preston, aggressive drive to the bucket. Just can't quite get it to fall, but they'll end up with the ball again from the baseline.
Good defense there from Sky Mason. Preston going to the basket off one foot. She's obviously a really good athlete, but Mason able to stay in front, make that finish a bit tougher and force you out of bounds there for Southport. So way to stop it. They just need to get on the board. A 3-0 start early on after 2 minutes for Hillcrest. Southport have had some good looks. They just need to make them go and get some points on the board to give them some confidence going forward.
Good drive through the keyway. Open player on the right-hand wing. The three-point shot is up, but just bounces off. And a good defensive board there for Lily Rotano. Fast break, Preston can't quite get it to fall. Sorry, that wasn't Preston, that was Jessica Smith. The ball is going to remain in the hands of Hillcrest. Rotano in the corner, steps forward and shoots. That's too strong. Good O-board by Preston. And a great drive there for Rotano with the drive on the right-hand side for two.
Great in and out dribble there from Lily Rotano, able to fake go in middle, take it back to the baseline and get to the basket with an easy finish. She's a really good player, isn't she, Johnny?
She's an excellent player. I think she's if she's not at that Australian level, she's very close to it. She's part of that tremendous Gold Coast Rollers team that has won the under-14 nationals in the past, and they'll be up there for the whatever age group
Under
they
16s,
move
I
up
believe.
to, because that group is a very, very, very strong group.
Jessica Smith, three-point shot, no good. But again, Hillcrest just fighting really hard for those offensive rebounds and getting a lot of second-chance opportunities. As Rattano steps into a three-point shot but bounces out. And they'll lose the battle for the rebound and turn it over for Southport.
Every player that's taken a jump shot so far this game has looked really confident. I think that's probably the difference compared to the previous games we've done. They're probably stepping into that, shooting that with confidence. It's probably going to be a bit more of a weapon in this game. I know Southport, watching them at CBSQ, they shoot the ball well from the outside, and I'm sure Hillcrest do the same. So watch for that to be a bit of a weapon for both teams going down during today's game.
Hillcrest just taking their time with their offense, so really setting up and looking for the right opportunities. As again, we see Rattano aggressive to the bucket and drawing the foul. They're going to get that one against Kaylee Wakaruru. And Rattano is going to go to the line for a couple of dimes. Oh, they're going to give it to the baseline. Never mind. What would I know?
You didn't ref, did you?
Nah. Nah, it's not like I did 9 seasons of QBL or anything like that. It wasn't that many. Mason finds a pass inside. They'll get the foul from behind, though, against Jade Peacock. Just wrapping up Hollystone.
And that's definitely an advantage for Southport. You look at the size of Hollystone and Sky Mason compared to, you know, the bigs for Hillcrest. Obviously, Preston will be able to cope defensively, but maybe they need to look to go inside to Hollystone. Maybe look to seal on those charge circle areas and get some layouts or cause some fouls for Hillcrest.
Jade Peacock just picking up another quick second foul there in a row, as well as we see the big girl dropping a big one from outside. Sky Mason for 3.
Hey, you don't see Sky Mason operating from around the three-point line too often, but shot it with confidence and got it to fall.
And you always love, typically, a center that can shoot from three-point as well. It just makes them that much more dangerous, doesn't it?
Sure does. I mean, it opens things up for the rest of the team, really. If you can drag your opposition 5 out of the paint, certainly opens things up for your guards.
And Rattano just doing what she does best, just dropping points as she takes a nice, easy three-point shot there.
I know I put the scores on the wrong one because I gave Hillcrest the 3 before that Mason hit, so I gave Southport the 3 that Rattano just hit. It's 8-5 the score. Bear with me. This is game 5 of 6 that we've done. I've been here since 9 a.m. Braden, don't laugh because I know you were here before me, but
Exactly.
you just sit on the bench and you commentate. I'm trying to do 6, 7 things at once here. All you got to do is draw up X's and O's and clap your hands every now and then.
I don't even draw up X and O's, mate. I just clap all the time.
First free throw there was good for Eliza Rogers. And second is good as well, taking it up to a 5-point lead here now for Hillcrest. Southport the opportunity to close that gap.
Braden, I know you said these two teams feature pretty prominently in the Queensland Schools Basketball Championship. Obviously, both teams based down on the Gold Coast. How often do you think these two teams would play against each other?
I'm not sure it's much. I think I spoke to Sean Carroll, the coach of Southport at CBSQ, and he mentioned that they had played Hillcrest once before, so I don't imagine they'd play each other much. I don't know whether the different competitions they play in and all that sort of stuff, whether they play club basketball at Gold Coast as a school or whatever, but, you know, going from my information, not much. So obviously there'd be some familiarity with the people that play rep and everything, and a bit of rivalry that way, but I don't think they play each other all that much during the year. So although they've faced each other, I think, in semi-finals and stuff at CBSQ and here. So two really good teams. And as we saw earlier, we spoke about relationships with associations and everything like that. And obviously, you know, we see that again here. I think both these teams, most of them play for Gold Coast Rollers, I believe. There might be some that play for North Gold Coast, but obviously two teams that have, as Lily Rotunno hits another three, and I said that would be a weapon earlier. But, you know, it's great to see, you know, clubs that have really good relationships with schools, and, you know, you see that through the teams that are successful at the school level as well.
And I think these type of tournaments are really good also because, as you mentioned, quite often teams and high schools, if you're not playing in the same competition, don't always get to compete against each other.
Mason just absolutely going to work in this game for Southport. It's her second three-point drop, her third jump shot from pretty damn deep too. She's just absolutely firing on all cylinders. And pulling board, she's just going to work down both ends of the floor. She's going to be really dangerous in this game, and a play that I think Hillcrest is really going to need to look out for to try and stop going on a roll, because she can do a lot of damage.
I'm pretty sure Mason is also part of that Gold Coast National Championship winning squad, so she'd certainly be familiar with a few of the opposition on Hillcrest.
Tano's triple bounces out. Nice defensive rebound there for Jessie Dudick. Sorry, for Holly Stone, if I get my teams right.
Gonna hold for the final shot here. Cameron has it. Nice kick, baseline jumper, short. Cameron gets the rebound. That's no good either. That's gonna end the quarter.
Yeah, couldn't quite find the fall to lead into the quarter-time break. It's a three-point ball game, so nice and close between these two teams. It is that quarter-time break, so we're going to take a quick one ourselves as well, but we'll be back with you shortly with more action in the Under-15 Girls Division I Grand Final and the Higgins Sweet 16 All-Schools Basketball Championship. And back with you here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex as we bring you the second quarter of action in the Higgins Sweet 16 All-School Basketball Tournament. It's 13 plays 10. And Hillcrest just managing to maintain their shallow lead. Sorry, Southport managing to maintain their shallow lead. I was right the first time?
Yeah, it's Hillcrest.
Hillcrest is up 3. 13-10.
I think my eyes are going with old age, Johnny.
Mine went
I think your eyes went when you were a referee, Regan, eh?
That's true. I never had eyes in the first place, so.
Sorry, I couldn't resist it, mate. Sorry.
That's right. There's a lot of people that would agree with you. And two of those people are sitting on either ends of the court as coaches. Great offensive rebound there underneath. Couldn't quite get it to fall, though, but a good look from Caitlin Donovan.
Going back to your point earlier about school basketball, Johnny, I think the thing I like about school basketball as well is that, you know, it gives people who probably have a bit of a lesser role in their rep team the opportunity to take on a bit more responsibility and develop, you know, further areas of the game. You know, I've had some people in my teams at CBSQ, as Jess Smith hits a 3 and she's part of the, you know, Queensland FTP program and everything. So, I really like that aspect to it. You know, there's a lot of people I think that can improve through school basketball, and use that as an area to improve other areas of their game that they probably don't get a chance to at rep basketball. So I really like that aspect as well.
Yeah, this Hillcrest team is loaded with talent, Braden. You said it, numerous rep players. You got people who have represented Queensland and also represented Australia. So to me, on paper at least, you got to think Hillcrest is the favorites in this one, but Southport is really giving them everything they got.
Yeah, especially if Sky Mason can continue getting hot from deep as well. She's got 8 of Southport's 10 points, so she's doing a really great job. And she can absolutely be a playmaker and a real difference maker when it comes to this Southport team. So definitely wouldn't rule them out yet, but Hillcrest is looking very aggressive on the offensive end.
I really like the way that Southport is playing this game, though. Not intimidated in the least by Hillcrest, and doing a really good job on the defensive glass, and then really running the ball, looking to get some quick buckets, driving the paint, kicking. We see another corner three up. This one doesn't fall for Southport, but it's a good look.
Yeah, absolutely not. Like I said before, I saw him at CBSQ, and you probably say, people probably watch them and think they take a lot of threes, but I think the difference between them and a lot of teams is just drive and kick threes. It's good threes. It's good threes either in pace or, in the motion of the offense. So obviously that comes back to Coach Shawnee Carroll doing a good job with the girls. And, I really like the pace they do things when they drive and kick. They're not slow passes either. As soon as they see the help come, they make good passes and they step in ready to shoot. So I agree with you. I really like the way they play.
As you see Layla J. Cameron checking back in for Hillcrest, giving Lily Rotunno a well-deserved break.
Nice pass.
Yeah, great easy look in underneath there. Preston just making simple work of that shot, and a great assist too. Just good recognition, driving into the center of the keyway, drawing the contact and dishing out. Southport now with a drive on the inside. She couldn't get it to fall, but a great look there from Caitlin Donovan. So she'll go to the line for 2, drawing the foul against Jess Smith.
I just think it's that basic fundamentals offense that you try and teach 12, 14, 16s. It's that dribble, drive, lift out of the corner, kick, another drive, hit open shooters or attack the rim. And Southport doing a really good job, and it's really hard to guard for Hillcrest at the moment. And that's what's been able to keep them in the game, the way they've been able to execute offensively.
Donovan goes 2 from 2 from the line, closing the gap down to 3 points. It's 18 plays 15. Hillcrest maintaining their narrow lead. Kick out, good drive there. Couldn't quite get it to fall from Peacock. After a bit of a scrimmage there for the rebound, and knocks out, and Hillcrest is going to maintain possession. Subs both ways. Rotunno coming back on for Hillcrest after having all of a 30-second break, but there is a timeout on the floor, so we're going to take one as well, and we'll bring you the rest of this game for you shortly. And back with you here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. And don't forget, if you are tuning in, make sure you let us know as well where you're tuning in from. Might give you a shout out on the call. And show your school pride as well. I know we've got a couple of people tuning in for this one. The Division 1 Under 15 Girls Grand Final. And Hillcrest has it to start after the timeout break. And they'll take the first shot. That one just bouncing off the front of the rim from Jade Peacock. Easy D-board there from Holly Stone. Southport now with another chance to close the gap down. but the pass just a little bit too aggressive there and going over the top of Kaylee Wakaruru.
Yeah, I think the shot clock is such a better option in sports, in basketball. I think you really should make all levels of the game use the shot clock because it kind of forces you to get into your sets quicker. I know it puts you under a bit more pressure as well, but you can see the game moves a little bit better, I think, with the shot clock.
Yeah, and I think there's, like, as you said, there's a bit more purpose offensively. The ball movement's a bit quicker. Your cuts tend to be a bit quicker. Your off-ball movement tends to be a bit quicker. So, yeah, I think it's, even for the younger age groups that don't have shot clock, I think it's, really good practice to try and train with one just to get that purposeful movement and get that direction going offensively from the juniors up.
Yeah, and especially in like a lot of school tournaments as well. Like I know it can be pretty hard to get the infrastructure set up in school halls to have 24-second shot clock, but I did, as a referee, I did a lot of games this year for Villanova College, so I did all of their senior games. And the issue with not having the shot clock was you get down to scenarios where there's a 1-point differential with 40 seconds to go in the game, and the schools, you just hold it up. So it really does give you a little bit of purpose. It makes it more competitive coming to those dying moments if it is going to be a tight game.
And it just creates habits. As you're younger, if you know you don't have to really get a shot going or make a move, you don't do it.
Speaking of the moves, it's a nice one underneath there from Semenita Tahiga. Going the 1-2, right, left, flipping it up, making it fall. Smith with a nice steal there off the pass from Holly Stone.
That's a couple times now. Southport has forced the turnover, but then gone back and turned it right up back over again on the very next possession.
Yeah, turnovers can be a game killer, especially if they come off opportunities where you've done everything right defensively and then you start to make that offensive play and you turn it over straight away again. It does make it relatively hard. See Sky Mason trying to go for the long bomb again, but just bouncing off the supports.
Yeah, I think I would, that catch at the top there, I think, even though they got a reversal on Sky Mason's been really good. Holly Stone had someone sealed on the edge of the charge circle, and to me, if you get a catch there, for a bigger player, that's a layup or a foul. So, even though their damage from the perimeter has been really good, I think they need to look at those easy opportunities and try and put more pressure on the Hillcrest defense as well.
Great ball movement around the three-point line. Well, it started out as great movement, just held up now a little bit down in that far corner and turning over as well. So great defense there from Southport. Ball kicks out to the three-point line, and Southport now just going to slow things down a little bit themselves. Ball rests with Mason. Shot clock rolls down into single digits. Mason just losing it. Manages to recover, but Southport really needs to fire away, and there goes the shot, and it drops. Semenita Tahiga with the bomb.
She's been really good offensively the last couple of possessions. She's been the one creating something for Southport. Had that drive to the bucket earlier and then a nice three-point finish there, and Southport only within 2 now with 2 minutes left in the first half.
Yeah, and Donovan gets a steal as well and drives down the far end, so almost could have closed it out. But Southport working their way back into this game. They're doing a really great job defensively to stop Hillcrest getting any more points on the board.
That was great defense from Rogers. Just great defense, held their ground, blocked the shot, and then get the steal.
Flip up from Preston. Can't quite find its way down. They're going to have a push in the back on Preston as well on the rebound. So, again, Southport's defense just doing a lot of things right at the moment. They've really kind of stopped Hillcrest's progression in scoring.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a good catch there, but I think Preston maybe just needs to, when she goes up, jump straight up or jump towards the basket rather than away for it and make it easier for herself, considering she's such an athlete and she's got so much length. So, good feed there. Southport probably need to be aware of that middle catch, especially for someone as athletic as Preston. But Southport doing a good job of recovering there.
Yeah, Lily Rattano picking up the foul from behind on that play. So Southport going to have 14 seconds on the shot clock again to try and get some points happening. Tahiga from well and truly outside. Couldn't quite get it to fall, but it looked like a good shot. Smith from 3. That looks good.
That's her second.
And
She's been really damaging from the three-point line.
It's a beautiful looking shot. That is a smooth looking stroke. Shoots it with confidence too.
Nice height, good ball rotation. Looks really good.
That three-point drop from Smith took the lead back out to 5, but could get closed again as Southport takes their three-point shot, and a big block there from Preston.
I'm surprised that Southport isn't looking inside for Stone a little bit more. She's got a real mismatch. Rogers Gardner inside the paint. Yeah, I know. Don't know why they wouldn't look for her, but I'd almost be looking at getting Mason back in for Stone and maybe looking to run through Mason inside the paint. If Rogers is going to guard the post, I would be going at that all game.
Yeah.
Nothing against Rogers, but she just gives up a lot of size and strength.
Yeah, I think the problem with that is if you get Mason back in, I think Preston will go back to her like she guarded her for most of the half. But I think right now, I don't mind them both bigs being in. I think, first of all, they need to look at Holly Stone in that charge circle area, but as well, when they give it to her on the edge of that keyway, Holly Stone needs to look to be aggressive. And, they've been really good from the perimeter, either driving or making those three-point shots, but I think they need to, score through another avenue and put pressure on the Hillcrest defense through another way. And I think that post touch is a really good way for them to do that, either create fouls or get layups. So, maybe they can look at that in the second half. But, yeah, I agree with you, Johnny.
Well, 5 points is the ball game. There is a timeout, so we're going to take a quick 10-second break as well. But we'll be back with you shortly with more of the Division 1 Girls Grand Final. And back on the floor with you here, it's Hillcrest taking on Southport in this 5-point game in the Div 1 Grand Final. Hillcrest bringing it in from just behind halfway. Smith handing off to Cameron, and Hillcrest looking to extend their lead a little bit further now with a nice look inside there from Preston. Just couldn't quite get it to fall, and a pretty important defensive rebound there from Southport as well. But as we spoke about, they've just turned it over again, Johnny, as you mentioned before. When they do all that hard work defensively to get the stop, to get the defensive board, to turn it over straight away, that's a bit of a coach killer. That's really damaging when you've got all that momentum moving in your favor.
Well, they were lucky in that sense because Hillcrest got called for the 3-second violation. There's that look inside for Stone. She can't finish with the left.
It was a good look, though, from Southport. The pass into Stone was a really nice one. It made its way in there. Stone just a little bit too much power on the shot, but it was a really great move from Southport. Speaking of moves, that was one. Caitlin Donovan flipping it up with the left hand.
Nice, get to the middle, one dribble, shot fake, step through. That's basic fundamentals, and I think that's what stands out from these two teams. Their fundamentals from both teams are really good.
3 seconds.
That's resulted in some, easy opportunities and converting those easy opportunities from both teams.
Yeah, Hillcrest had 3 seconds on the clock to make something happen, and they turned it over leading into the halftime break. It's a 3-point ball game, and boys, we got a game on our hands.
Absolutely, it's looked really good. Like, obviously, Hillcrest looked like they were probably the goods early on, and then Southport keep battling away. I think the way they play the offense has put some real pressure on the Hillcrest defense, and, I like their zone mix-up as well for Southport. I thought Hillcrest had some good ball movement and able to get it into the middle. I think the people who catch it in the middle in Preston, they need to be a little bit more aggressive rather than settling for that floater or jump shot. Get to the bucket, get some fouls, and make them pay for going into that zone.
Yeah, and I do agree with you on that, but I also think they got to be looking to kick it inside. You see every time that Hillcrest gets a catch in the paint, the Southport State High School is really collapsing on, and it's leaving shooters open. That could be very dangerous. We've seen Hillcrest hit a few from 3. But as you said, I do like what Southport is doing. Looking to hurt them in transition, but doing a really good job offensively, also getting dribble penetration, driving kick. And then Mason has been really good offensively for Southport. And they're also hitting some threes. It's a really tight game between two teams from the Gold Coast. The Gold Coast doing battle this afternoon.
Yeah, we definitely have a game on our hands. It's 3 points leading into the halftime break. It's Southport taking on Hillcrest in the under-15 girls Division 1 Grand Final game in the Higgins Sweet 16 All Schools Basketball Championship. We're going to take a quick break at the halftime, but we'll be back with you shortly with more action presented to you by Nothing But Net Media.
Here we go, start of the second half. Hillcrest will start with the first possession of the half. There's Preston with the hook shot, no good. Got the rebound, goes out of bounds off of Southport, so it's going to stay with Hillcrest. Talked about it just before we went to that break. Hillcrest looking to get it inside to Preston.
Yeah, and I do, even though she missed it, I do like that move a bit better than previously. She jumped towards the basket, was really aggressive. You know, Jess Smith, really aggressive cut to the basket, good find, going to the foul line. I think Southport, even though this zone has been effective, they really, like you said, need to watch those people in the paint and make sure they take that away. Because as soon as they get it into the paint, Preston's good enough to hit shooters, and that's when, as you said, you know, those drive and kick or hit the paint, kick out threes are, you know, when their percentage goes up from the three-point line. So Southport really need to address the paint issues in that zone.
And that was the perfect example of it there, where you get that touch at that top of the key there, and you find someone cutting on the baseline. That's that weak spot, that the top of the key in those short corners. We say it again, we've pretty much said it every single game, but if you can get the ball in those spots against the zone, you're going to have success offensively. Hillcrest tightening things up, making it tough for Southport on that possession. Here comes Hillcrest. Three-pointers up. Off the front of the rim, no good. Stone comes down with the rebound. Good reset there for Southport. Getting a stop. There's an aggressive play there from Smith. Ritano kicks ahead. Preston catches, blocked by Mason. Good recovery there by Mason.
Yeah, Mason's been having a really great game down both ends of the floor. She's just so aggressive on defense, getting in front, getting her hands up, pulling boards, big block there as well. So she's doing a really great job for Southport around the court.
Bit of a sloppy start to the second half for both teams.
Yeah, still very low scoring so far in the third. We're almost 2 minutes in. That could change with Smith's three, but it bounces off the front of the rim. Mason now going three-point line to base. She can't find the drop, but she will pick up the foul and go to the line for two. That one getting called against Layla J. Cameron.
And Coach Pero Cameron wants the timeout, so we'll take a quick one as well. 26-22 the lead for Hillcrest over Southport State High School here in the under-15 girls Division I championship game.
And back with you here as Mason sets on the line for 2 free throws, and a quick free throw at that. Catch and shoot and money.
It's a really good drive. I know she got the steal earlier, but, you know, for a bigger player to go full court, you know, and finish, go up there strong and get to the foul line, that's really impressive. Her mobility, you know, she's shown she can shoot from the outside. She's a good rebounder, good defender, but able to push it as well. That's really impressive stuff from Sky Mason.
Rattano turns backwards on the inside of the keyway and flips one up. Preston with the O-board and the putback for 2.
Preston just has some great touch around the rim. She's got really soft hands, catches almost everything thrown her way, but also that one there that she puts in, it's not an easy one to catch it and just flip it up and in. Just a really nice soft touch.
Yeah, absolutely not. Like I keep saying, I think the difference between those, you know, shots around the charge circle, white line area that she was missing in the first quarter compared to first half, sort of compared to now, is she's being aggressive. She's either going straight up or going towards the basket rather than jumping away, and I really like the adjustment she's made individually in the second half.
Donovan goes to the bank and puts in the first. The second one is cash money, though. Coach Cameron going on the bench and getting the subs. So Eliza Rogers going to check back in. I think Coach Cameron just having a bit of a chat to the referees about one of the new rules. He thought it might have been a pass-off, so it shouldn't have been 2 free throws. Just asking the question.
The ones that you ask now may not necessarily be the ones you want. It's probably the one you want later on.
Yeah, and it'll go against him later on as well, knowing the luck that we have sometimes. But 2-point ball game here in Cornubia Park. We've got the foul on the drive to the bucket. So again, doing a lot of things right. Shauna Preston just really aggressive on the offensive end. She goes to the line now for 2 more.
Preston's starting to heat up a little bit here in the third. And I think when Preston's involved on the offense, that's when Hillcrest has looked at their best. They need her to be a threat inside to really open things up for the shooters that they have surrounding her.
Yeah, she's looked really great around the floor as well. And I mean, realistically, a lot of these girls are just so super talented and doing a really good job playing together. When you got a lot of quality players on the floor, it's great to see them all sharing the load as well, and you know, doing it from both ends of the floor and really sharing it around.
And that one there, that was just a great ball movement and a really nice set run there for Southport to get Mason a nice look inside.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we spoke about, you know, the first half there, sort of dribble drive action. They drove to this sort of strong side, had a burst out of the corner, catch, drive to the middle, kick it to the other opposite 45, and then Sky Mason with a great cut to the basket as well. So their fundamentals offensively are really impressive, you know, Southport in this game, but obviously as a program they do a really good job.
Great handoff there from Rattano. Just couldn't quite catch it in time. Smith to fire away, but it gets it to Preston. Smith with the O-board and the putback for 2. It wasn't an easy shot either. She got kind of knocked off balance as she went to take the shot, but still managed to make it fall.
Yeah, and I think she's had a really big impact on this game as well, especially offensively. She's made a couple of threes, had a nice couple of good drives to the basket as well. So, you know, Southport needs to really probably make her a focus and take away, you know, her layups and easy baskets, because she's shown she's a really good offensive threat.
Yeah, well, speaking of good drives to the buckets, a Higgins one down the other end for Southport was really nice as well, splitting the D in half and going to work inside.
You can't really focus on one person, can you, when you got that many offensive threats out there for Hillcrest?
No, and that, you know, that one there is the perfect example. You let Rattano set her feet, you give her a couple of seconds, and she'll make you pay. And she did on that 3 there. You got to be on your game with this Hillcrest team. Just when you think you're starting to build a bit of momentum, they'll come back and hit you. But Southport hanging tough with the 3 as well. They're only down 2.
Yeah, Seminita Tahig has been having a really great game. She did a lot really well in that first half, and she's come out and made 5 of the last points for Southport. So she's having a really positive impact on the offensive end as well.
And as you mentioned, Johnny, Shauna Preston continuing her good third quarter, able to get to the offensive rebounds. Mason probably missed the box out on her, and she's able to convert it into a 2-point bucket, you know, and give her team a 4-point lead.
And there we go, the first shot clock violation we've had all day, and obviously for this game being the first one with it. And that's just great defensive intensity from Hillcrest, just doing a really great job of manning up and pushing the ball around for Southport and not giving them access to that shot.
Yeah, we've been talking about Preston on the offensive end, but it was her who really created that shot clock violation. She was out on the switch on a guard, really did a great job shuffling her feet, denying that path to the lane, forcing her to the baseline, and then that's it. Once you get trapped along the baseline, you're in trouble there.
Rattano taking the contact on the inside, drawing the defenders into her for that outside pass for Smith, and she makes it pay, and that just goes to show the basketball intelligence of those two girls. Rattano drawing the defensive players against her, finding an open Smith on the outside. Like, that's just beautiful offense, and as a coach, you can't ask for anything more.
Yeah, absolutely, and one of the golden rules defensively is you don't help off the strong side. That's the easiest pass to make. Lily Rattano obviously smart enough to realize when she drives that strong side's wide open, and again, Smith makes another three. She's been really damaging, throughout this game with that three-point shot.
Yeah, Smith has been unbelievable from three. All it takes, you shoot her, you see one shot go in, the next 10 to 12 could be going in.
Yeah, the scoring has opened up once again for Smith, and she takes Hillcrest to a 10-point lead in the Division I Grand Final. There's a timeout on the floor, so we're going to take a quick one as well. But stay right with us because this game is set to be a really tight finish. Back on the floor with you now, under 3 minutes to go in the third quarter of the Div 1 Girls Grand Final. Southport just let themselves get out to a 10-point deficit into this third quarter. Hillcrest just doing a really great job of that inside-outside play, and we sort of discussed it before the timeout break. Smith just really finding that form from the three-point line, nailing those two daggers to extend this lead.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously, Smith finishing the play is really good, especially from the three-point line. But it comes from the drive and kick, especially off the strong side, as we see Hillcrest go towards another. Smith can't finish the bucket, but it goes to Southport. Those drive and kicks, you can't help off that strong side. It's the easiest pass to make when you're driving, and, shooters live for that moment. As soon as they see that space, they're stepping in and shooting that with confidence, and that's what happened on those 2 threes before that timeout from Southport.
Yeah, important offensive play now for Southport. Just need to find a little bit of form and just set up a play and make some points work. They've got a 10-point deficit here. But unfortunately, they turn it over. The defense from the defense from Hillcrest has really stepped up in the last couple of minutes. They got that 24-second shot clock violation a few plays ago, and now they force a turnover as well. So their defense has really stepped up to the next level.
Yeah, and that's been the difference in this run. They, Southport only a few seconds ago had closed within 2. It's an 8-0 run here from Hillcrest to go out by 10.
And that was a great O-board from Rogers before. Preston trying to go with the putback, couldn't get it, pulled her own rebound. You can't leave her open on three-point land either because she'll make it rain.
And she can. I mean, that's what she does. She can play inside, she can play outside, but again, Southport getting this stop. Now, unfortunately, not able to secure the defensive rebound. And then Preston, just a little too aggressive, gets called for the foul, but you got to like the aggressive defense. That's what really has pushed Hillcrest out to this 13-point lead.
Yeah, and that'll be Preston's third personal foul as well, so nothing too concerning there. But Southport bringing it back in, 16 on the shot clock. They find Mason cutting to the bucket. She flips one up, it rattles around and falls.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference in this third quarter has been, that dribble drive action that we talk about for Southport. They broke it down at, the Hillcrest defense so much, but, the last sort of 4 minutes when Hillcrest have made this run, they've been able to stay in front of those drives. And when you stay in front of those drives, that next drive, that drive and kick isn't on, and it's really, you know, the Southport offense has really gone nowhere from there. So it's been their defense that has led it, even though they've made several three-point shots. It's all come on the back of their defense.
Yeah, that was a great rip there from Rattano to get the steal and then turn around to get the points as well. So Hillcrest just continuing to stretch out their lead. They're up to 13 points now. I think Southport just needs to, at the moment, they just really need to find that second scoring opportunity. Sky Mason has really been the driving force behind the point scoring in this third quarter. They just need to find someone else. And I think realistically, it needs to be Semenita Tahiga. She's had some really great plays throughout the game. So if we can get her firing as well, I think Southport can easily weasel their way back into this game. It's certainly not over.
It's nowhere near over yet. It's only a 12-point game. And when you give yourself second chance opportunities like that, if you're Southport, I'm sure it won't be the last one of those, but Southport needs to, I think what they need to do is tighten things up a little bit more defensively, control the glass a little bit better. They've kind of gotten away from what was working for them earlier in the game.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Like, Stone couldn't drop the rock on that play there, but if they keep getting those second chance opportunities, I mean, they're going to find the buckets and get themselves back in this one easily. Just need to keep playing some strong defense, stop the three-point shots from Hillcrest, and just make sure they're fighting for those offensive rebounds to get the second chance opportunities.
There's about 5 seconds to go in this third quarter.
So Southport, final shot of the quarter goes up and over for Tahiga.
Not sure if that's going to be the final.
No, well, I thought it was going to be, but no one seemed to want to chase after the rebound, so Hillcrest might get a shot. It's going to be a pretty rough run, but Rattano bloody close too.
She nearly hit that one right off the front of the rim.
Yeah, that would have been that probably would have been the shot of the tournament if that had hit. But alas, that is the three-quarter time break. It's 47 plays 35. Hillcrest extending their lead up to 12. We're going to take a quick break, but stay with us because we'll bring you the final quarter of this Girls Division I Championship in the Higgins Sweet 16 All Schools Basketball Championship. Fourth quarter underway here in the Higgins Sweet 16 All-School Basketball Tournament. Southport to start off the quarter, they're down by 12. Looking to work early to Tahiga, Her three-point shot swishes the air. And
I don't
turns
know
over.
if
Hillcrest bringing it in.
I don't know if that's the shot that they were looking for coming out of the quarter-time break.
Yeah, probably a little bit too rushed. I mean, Tahiga has been shooting really well from deep, but I don't necessarily think that's the right three-point shot to take. It only run down 6 seconds off the shot clock. She was well and truly outside the three-point. I got nothing wrong with her taking threes. They probably just need another pass or two, get her a little bit more open and a little bit closer to the line before she takes it. Moody's jumper bounces out.
That also, I'm not happy with the way that Southport has started this quarter. You know, they've
that I'm happy with.
That one is better. You know, that's a cut to the basket. That's getting some action moving to the rim. The first two possessions felt a little rushed to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I said it in the end of the third quarter. I think that's been the big difference defensively is Hillcrest haven't allowed that dribble penetration for Southport, and that's what led to those driving kick threes, you know, and easy opportunities at the rim. So Hillcrest done a really good job of staying front, and I think that's what's turned into this 10-point lead.
Yeah, and after that bucket down one end, Jenna Wakaruru just picks up the soft foul there. Just getting her hands a little bit too overly aggressive and fouling on the shot. So Hillcrest going to go to the line for a couple. Tilly Lappin just can't get the free throws to fall on that one, and she'll check out. Smith checking back in, and she's been a dominant force for Hillcrest as well, so they'll definitely benefit from having her back on the floor. Great defense from Hillcrest on that one. The ball ends up around the outside. Shot clock down into single digits, so needing to make something work here is Southport as Wakaruru goes to work from downtown and nails the triple.
And again, as we go back to our point, that comes off dribble penetration, and that's where they're at their best, Southport, either being able to attack the rim or make those wide open threes. And they get another stop here, and they can try and eat into this 7-point lead, but Southport look like they start to pick up things again here.
Yeah, definitely so. Southport on a good little roll. They've got themselves down to only a 7-point deficit. See Sky Mason going to work in underneath. Couldn't quite flip it up, though. Dangerous here for Hillcrest, trying to work their way through, but just bouncing the ball off the leg of Southport. Probably the best case scenario there for Southport. They were looking dangerous. They were getting the ball down and moving quickly to the bucket, so they'll be happy with that out-of-bounds play.
Yeah, absolutely. Good recovery and transition defense. Looked like a lab for Hillcrest, where they're able to get a deflection and allow them to take it out of bounds and set up their defense.
So Smith brings it in from out of bounds, ends up in the hands of the shooter, Lily Rattano, but it's a deep two with her foot on the line.
Yeah, unfortunately for Southport, they've been able to give Smith and Rattano way too much space at the three-point line, and that's been a major part of their run, you know, in this second half. And, you know, another turnover for Southport, a 8-second violation in the backcourt, so Hillcrest with the chance to push out this 9-point lead.
Yeah, that was great defense there from Hillcrest to get the 8-second call in the backcourt, and they'll have another chance. It's in the corner, but ends up with Smith, Preston. Great defense there from Southport, but it does end in the hands of Smith on the three-point line, and we know how dangerous that can be, and she proves why.
Yeah, I believe that's her 5th three-pointer as well, so she's been really damaging and a huge bonus for Hillcrest. You know, we said earlier that the three-point shot is going to be a weapon for both teams, and it's been Hillcrest who have been able to hit more and get that end of the floor going in this second half, especially.
Yeah, well, not only is it her 5th three-point shot of the game, I reckon it's her 5th three-point shot of the game at 50%. I don't know if she's taken too many where she's missed, so she's shooting at a really high clip.
I think she's missed 1, maybe 2, so really good clip for Smith in this, you know, in this grand final. You know, no better time to shoot well from the three-point line than a grand final.
Oh, unfortunate pass there. It was a really great look inside, trying to find Layla J. Cameron underneath, but pocket was picked and Southport ending up with the ball again.
Nice ball movement there from Southport.
Three-point shot again from Smith. She's just making it rain from anywhere around the floor, whether it's the corner, whether it's the top of the key. She can just fire. She's just such a beautiful shooter. Wakaruru's three-point drop, just a little bit too aggressive going over the top. Smith, again, going to work on the inside, this time bouncing out. Just couldn't quite get the friendly roll off the backboard and into the rim. It's 55 plays 44. Hillcrest with a healthy 11-point lead with just under 4 minutes to go in this fourth term. So Southport coming down to the dying minutes. They need to make something work here and close this gap down a little bit.
Yeah, and they probably need to extend the defensive pressure full court. You know, I don't think you can be down double digits with just over 3 minutes left and sit back in a zone. I think they really need to get up and try and make the most of this. You know, you'd rather get a shot at winning the grand final and lose by, 15, 20 than just sit back and let them run the clock out. So I'm sure Southport will look to increase the pressure here in these last couple of minutes.
Layla J. Cameron with the fancy footwork underneath and flipping it up for two. That was nice. And Southport are going to go to the timeout and quickly chat about their offense. They're down by 11 with just over 3 minutes to go, so a good timeout to be called. We'll take a quick break as well, but we come back with you shortly with the final couple of minutes of the Division 1 Under-15 Girls Grand Final. And back with you here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. It's Southport bringing in the ball. Now down to under 3 minutes to go. It's a 13-point deficit. So let's see what the Southport coaching staff drew up, and I'm sure that wasn't involved in it. Preston getting the steal. And as a coach, that's really not what you want to see after calling a timeout to try and draw up a play to then turn the ball over when you've still got a healthy amount of time left on the shot clock.
It was very simple, that play, but just the ball movement there is, to me, what's the difference in this game has been really great ball movement from Hillcrest. Preston passes over the top of the defense to the corner, one kickback pass to a three-point shot. And it's simple basketball, but it's effective and efficient.
Yeah, absolutely. And that ball movement is probably what kept Southport in it in the first half, and they probably haven't been able to maintain that. You know, the defensive pressure increased from Hillcrest, and the ball movement kind of stagnated a little bit, and that's what, has kind of led to Hillcrest being able to generate those stops and some transition opportunities, as well as those drive and kick threes down this end. So, yeah, I agree. The ball movement from Hillcrest in this second half has been much better.
Southport desperately need to make something happen here. 16 points, just over 2 to go. It's getting a little bit difficult to close the gap, but a three-point drop here could definitely help. Sky Mason again making it rain from deep, closing that gap that little bit further. We're back to 13.
Well, listen, Mason has made me eat my words because I hadn't seen her shoot the ball from deep previously. Granted, I haven't seen her play with this Southport team until this evening, but she's been really good, really efficient from three as well. The shot doesn't look like it's forced. She's taking them as they come to her, and she's hitting them, which is great. And
shoots with confidence. That one there was contested too, so, she's shown a lot of skills in this game as Jess Smith launches another three, but, I've said before, she's looked really multi-talented as well. being able to shoot the ball, being able to do work inside, good defender, great mobility as well for a big, and you know, she's definitely a player to watch in the future.
So we see Eliza Rogers checking back in for the last time in the game here this afternoon. Jess Smith checking out. She'll probably sit, I would say, for the rest of the game now. She's well and truly done her job in this game so far. So a well-deserved break on the bench as we see Preston underneath going to work as well.
Who gets player of the game in your eyes, Johnny? Is it Preston or Jess Smith?
It's really hard. I mean, to me, like we said in the beginning, Hillcrest is a great team. They have a lot of great players. I'd have to probably go with Smith, though. I think she's
Absolutely.
been probably their most consistent performer on the offensive end, and I think she's done pretty well defensively as well.
Yeah.
You know, she probably hasn't had you know, the blocks or the steals or whatever that would make the defensive numbers or anything jump out at you, but just been a real calming presence. And the buckets that she hit, I think, were big buckets when the team really needed a shot. She hit them, and I think she set off that initial run in that third quarter that really helped them run away with this one.
Yeah, and I think anytime you go 6 of 7 or 6 of 8 from the three-point line in a grand final, I think you deserve player of the game. So I agree with you, but, you know, as we said, they're a great team. Lily Rotundo has been good as well. You know, probably just fed off the back of how well Preston and Jess Smith has played, and she was probably the one giving them the ball a lot of the time as well. So, you know, all-round team effort from Hillcrest. And Southport, still some really good signs for them. Obviously building a good program there with Shawnee Carroll as coach, and did well at CBSQ and did well here this weekend as well. So that would take a lot of positives out of this weekend as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, if you're looking at Southport, to me, Mason was their best player in this game, both offensively and defensively. They're by far their most consistent performer in the game. And, you know, I again, without having seen Southport, I thought this one might have been a bit more of a blowout, so credit to Southport. They really have played extremely well from start to finish. I'll apologize on air for ever doubting them, because I thought that, again, with the talent that Hillcrest had, I thought that they would run away with it. But Southport has given them everything and really made Hillcrest earn this win from the start to the end.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that, like, I think the big reason why Southport has hung around so well is just their defensive intensity as well. Like, they've really made it difficult for Hillcrest to earn a lot of the points that they've put on the board. And, you know, save from some of those big three-point drops, they've done a fantastic job defensively as well. So Hillcrest may run away with the win in this one in the end, and congratulations to them, but a well-fought game across the board. So that does wrap up the Division 1 Under-15 Girls Grand Final. A big congratulations to Hillcrest, and very well done for Southport as well, making it through to the Grand Final, and a fantastic performance on the floor. But that wraps us up. One more game to go here in the Higgins Sweet 16 All Schools Basketball Championships as we bring you the Division 1 Men's Grand Final shortly. Stick around. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Cornubia Park Sports Complex and the final game of the Higgins Sweet 16 All Schools Basketball Championship. It is Varsity College versus the Chisholm Chiefs in what is set to be an absolute blitzer of a game as well. My name is Regan Baker and I'm joined by John Guana and Braden Hazelhurst. And of course, the game is presented by the Australian Sports Network, Higgins and the Stream Team Australia, as well as Nothing But Net Media. And of course, our major sponsor, almost forgot, how can I forget, McDonald's. I'm loving the Monopoly game at the moment. I haven't won anything yet, but hopefully soon enough. But this is a game that we've all been waiting for. It's a Division I boys grand final matchup. These teams did compete against each other. Day one, 8 a.m., first game of the tournament. It was a 30-point game, but having spoken with the Varsity College team, having spoken with Chisholm, both teams believe this is going to be a completely different ball game, and it's set to be a big one. Well,
I think first game up at 8 a.m. is always a tough one, isn't it, Braden? But at the end of the day, a lot of basketball was played between then and now. Varsity, we were impressed with their under-13s. We spoke to Coach Adam Dara before the game. He reckons this team is an even better squad, so I'm expecting a great one, Braden.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, as Adam Dara said, there's a lot of rep players on that side, but, knowing this Chisholm team, a local school here, there's a lot of Logan representative players in this team too. A lot of guys who play in our 18, a couple who are playing in our 18s program, and then mostly in our under-16s Division I team. So some really good talent out here for both teams, which should make it for an exciting grand final.
Yeah, well, having scrolled down the team list before the game, we're seeing a familiar last name in Mullane, older brother Taj joining the varsity team here. So it'll be interesting to see whether he's as good as his younger brother, because he was hot in that under-13 grand final.
He was very good.
We're kicking the ball game off with a jump ball. So Varsity are going to benefit from the ball on the baseline, and the first opportunity put some points on the board. Nice easy shot there. Jaden Karma opening the scoring for Varsity College.
Chisholm set up that sort of 1-2-2 half-court press. Varsity doing a good job hitting the middle and being able to break it and attack that press really early on, able to get to 2 points. But Chisholm, if they want to stay in that 1-2-2, really need to do a better job of blocking the middle if they're going to stay in it for this quarter.
Yeah, that was a really beautiful handoff there. Jonah Fox benefiting from the points, but a great assist from Jaden Karma. Nice little drive to the bucket, wrap-around pass. Chisholm going to work underneath, couldn't quite get the ball to fall. O-board and putback though, still not able to get the drop, unfortunately, for Caden Bentley. And then he gets the foul on the rebound scenario as well. Varsity with it again. The ball rests at the three-point kick around. Three-point drop is up, and that hits the front of the rim. Brandon Del Rosario couldn't quite find that one. Nice move to the bucket there from Chisholm. Couldn't quite get the points, though, so yet to open the scoring. Chisholm, Sung Tran. Nice look, though, on the drive through. But there we go. Taj Milani opens his scoring bank as well.
Absolutely. Looked very similar to his brother, able to get to the rim and avoid some contact. A nice athletic finish from Mullane there, and Chisholm able to create some easy opportunities, but they haven't been able to convert those layups, and it's led to Varsity getting out to this 6-point lead early on.
Yeah, well, it's 4 or 5 shots now from Chisholm, and they've all been relatively good looks as well. They just haven't yet found the right, not used to the backboards or the rims. They've had good shots, they just haven't fallen. But that extends the lead even further than the 3-point drop for Varsity. It's 9-0. Chisholm coach Devitt begging for the timeout, but couldn't quite get it in time, unfortunately. But they do open the scoring bank there with a drive inside.
Yeah, Mullane hit the three down the end. Unfortunately, Chisholm got wedged in the back of the rim and then falls in. But then down the other end, Javon Hunt gets to the basket. But another three for Varsity to start this game, and a great start for them. 12-2 lead in this first couple of minutes of this grand final.
Yeah, they're hitting some big shots early on. That one there, Tom Martin for 3 as well. So 10 points in the first, 2.5 minutes. It's a really great lead for Varsity. So Coach Devitt not real happy with the way it's working in his favour so far. So they've called a timeout. We'll take a quick one as well, but we'll be back with you shortly with more action in the Division I Boys Grand Final. Back with you here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. 2.5 minutes down, and Varsity College have got themselves a nice and healthy 10-point lead early on. Coach Devitt calling the timeout to draw up a play to try and close that gap a little bit. And that'd be exactly what he wanted to see as Sung Tran goes to work underneath and flips it up.
Yeah, obviously seeing Sung play for Logan, he's very quick, able to get to the rim basically at will. And if you're guarding him, you probably need to give him a little bit more of a gap, make him shoot the ball. But he's a great driver. You know, that's a great penetration early on after especially answering that 12-2 start from Varsity.
Good defensive board there and hustle from Javon Hunt. Nice drive, just a little bit too much power there from Chisholm. Couldn't quite get it to fall. Too aggressive over the top from Ivan Buddy. They get the foul on that drive to the bucket, so they're going to go to the line for 2. Foul being called against Jaden Karma. Ethan Wegner sitting on the line for 2 free throws. Second is good for Wegner as well. Gap close to 6. Good press breaker there from Varsity College. They go to work straight away down the other end, and Taj Mullane.
It's a great take. Obviously, athleticism runs in the family, Regan.
Yeah, definitely so. It's definitely a powerful family name, that's for sure. Speaking to Coach Darragh before the game, apparently there's a bit of AFL blood running in the team as well.
Well, they're natural athletes, it looks like.
Yeah.
So that, you know, it seems like that's the way to go. AFL and basketball, that's the combination that a lot of people have. So he's looked good early. I think he's got probably 8 of Varsity's early 14 points. So
good defense there underneath, causing the travel. So Javon Hunt not able to make it happen. Turnover for Varsity. Mullane, again, 3-point drop. That one just a little bit too strong, bouncing over the top. To rattle around, Varsity's going to pick it up again from the baseline. Tapped out off Chisholm. Mullane drives through the center of the keyway, dishes out, but there's a travel on the takeoff, just moving off the wrong foot. It's a killer, that one.
absolutely, and defensive pressure looks like it's increased a bit for Chisholm though, and I like how they've changed that 1-2-2 press from half court to full court, putting a bit more pressure. Chisholm has athletes, so I think they need to get up the floor, try and create some pressure and try and generate some easy baskets off their offense. As Sung Tran again goes to the bucket, he's very quick and shows that athleticism again.
That's just gorgeous, isn't it? It looked like he hung in the air. He's jumped off his feet, held the ball at his chest, waited for the defensive player to move and fired. That was beautiful. Just fix up the direction that we're traveling. The foul was called against Jaden Karma from Varsity. I believe that'll be his second personal. So Chisholm with the ball on the out of bounds. I know they, nope, they are going to change it. 2 personal fouls for Karma. 3-point shot looked good, but rims out. Hunt's been really aggressive on the offensive end. That's probably his 4th or 5th shot so far in the game. He's got a couple of points behind his name as well. So doing a really great job moving the ball, taking the shots when they're open. Shot from Fox bounces out. Good D-boards by Chisholm. Sung Tran goes to work underneath and flips it up, and he just makes it look too easy.
I would
for a
not
difficult
like to be
shot.
that.
For a difficult shot, he really does just make that look easy. He's got so much poise and so much speed as well.
Absolutely, and that's a tough cover for anyone. I think going back in transition, Sung's obviously shown his athleticism, but ability to finish with contact and change direction in the air as well. So good answer from Chisholm after that 12-2 start. you know, they're only down with down 4 points now.
Yeah, and Varsity is going to return the favour now, call their timeout to try and get their scoring streak running again. We'll take another quick break, but don't go anywhere because this game's just starting to heat up in the Under-15 Boys Division 1 Grand Final. Back with you in Cornubia Park Sports Complex. It may be cooling down in the atmosphere, but this game sure is heating up. Johnny G's got the shivers on.
I'm freezing, man. I'm a true Queenslander.
I got him to turn the fans off, mate. Use my pool around here.
Oh, Sung Tran, beautiful drive for the bucket. Just couldn't quite get it to fall, but again, just showing his talent on the floor. Oh, great pass fake. Couldn't get the points, unfortunately, but that was a beautiful look from Tom Martin. Mullane, good fake and drive to the right. Fires up, but can't get it to fall, and then tips it out of bounds. No, they're going to say it came off Chisholm, so Varsity maintaining possession. Martin to Mullane. Oh, good D from Tran, getting himself in front, but Mullane too good for him. Drives left and fires.
Yeah, I just like the way he's penetrating, making a focus of getting to the paint. And then even with defenders in front of him, he's able to hang in the air and get a good finish there and put his team back up by 6.
Great defensive pressure there from the two Varsity players getting in front and causing the travel. Oh, great read. Fast break opportunity now for Ivan Barty. Couldn't get it to fire, but his teammate backing him up, Ethan Wegner, with the putback and then getting the turnover. So Chisholm doing great things down both ends of the floor, put the points on the board and then force the turnover. They turn it over though. Great D there from Varsity, reading the play. I think they'd credit the steal to Jonah Fox on that one. He's got the ball now. Knocked to the floor, but makes the pass in time. Shot clock down to single figures. Mullane hands it off. Shot needs to be fired. It's up. It's in. Jaden Karma again.
I really like what Varsity's doing offensively. They're being really patient, not forcing it, taking what the defense is giving to them. Chisholm at the moment is really impacting the game. They're getting the game to play at the pace that they want it at the moment, but it's not really rattling Varsity, especially on their offensive end. Very patient, getting ball through hands, getting that dribble penetration like we keep talking about. Kick to the corner, open jump shot, and when you get it open, you fire, you shoot, and you get a good opportunity. You got to hit it, and Varsity did on that one.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest difference between both teams at the moment. I think, where Chisholm have been damaging is probably in transition so far this game, but I think in the half court, Varsity have been much more patient, and when they've driven to the basket, it's been off movement and off patient movement as well. I think when Chisholm have been in the half court, they probably forced that drive and just ran into the help, and that's caused turnovers and everything like that. So Varsity probably doing a much better job of being patient on the offensive end at the moment.
Yeah, well, there's been a couple of times now, and this time included, where Varsity's got themselves down into single figures on the shot clock. They've just got really nice poise. They don't rush or stress when the shot clock gets to single figures. And again, perfect example. They just pass the ball around, take their time, and Taj Mullane makes them pay.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a great shot, but you know, when you're near a guy that's made a couple of threes, you need to get a hand up. You know, there's people close to him, defenders close to him from Chisholm. As Mullane makes another break here, you got to get a hand up and make him put it on the floor and trust your help in that situation.
Oh, unfortunate handoff there. Couldn't quite get to the player from Martin. So I think Chisholm getting a little bit lucky on that play. As we just... Referee's just holding up the game. 24-second shot clock not running. There's less than 10 seconds left in this first quarter of action. Chisholm the chance to close out the quarter. Great screens, great drives, flips it up, puts it down. Javon Hunt is doing work for the Chisholm Chiefs. He'll get the and one play. They're going to get that one. I think it was against Taj Mullane. It is indeed.
Yeah, and I think in the half court, Chisholm really needs to try and play through Javon a bit more, maybe some movement into an on-ball a lot. He looks like, you know, he's got the height to make difficult decisions, you know, pass over the defense and see those situations and obviously finish at the rim or finish from the perimeter as well. So Chisholm probably will look to play through him a bit more going forward, but Varsity a very good start to lead by 7 at quarter time.
Yeah, Hunt's been looking really impressive throughout the game so far, so I think you're right. They do need to, well, realistically, I think they need to utilise Hunt a little bit more, as well as Sung Tran, two players that have really shown their form early in this first quarter. But that does wrap up the first quarter of action. It's 14 plays 21. Varsity College going to work in the first, getting themselves 7 points in the lead. But stick around. We'll bring you the rest of this game shortly in the Higgins Sweet 16 All Schools Basketball Championship. Back with you here at Cornubia Park Sports Complex for the second quarter of action. It's the Chisholm Chiefs taking on Varsity College. It's a 7-point ball game, but Chisholm starting out the quarter get to close that gap down a little bit, but they're going to call the offensive foul on Caden Bentley, just trying to force his way through the defense. And it's great D from Varsity as well. They got themselves in front, they set it up, and they got the reward.
Yeah, they kind of converge on the paint. You know, Chisholm trying to run a bit of a spread action with it, passing to the big in the middle and action on both sides. But the defense really converged on the middle, and Caden unfortunately kept going as they get the 3-second violation there, and unfortunately ran into his player and got the charge. I think, you know, when the defense is that far in, after those down screens on both sides, you really need to make that kick to the outside and make the defense spread and get driving lanes and passing lanes from there.
Oh, great block there from Mullane. Just read that play like an absolute book. Got himself in front, didn't hesitate, didn't jump, waited for the shot to take place and got in. So Varsity coming down with the ball now. Great read there. Almost got the stop play from Chisholm. But good look inside and great little dish off there under the bucket as well for the easy two.
Yeah, absolutely. As we keep saying, dribble penetration is king, and unfortunately, Chisholm are unable to stay in front of the ball, and Varsity making the most of it with those drive and kicks and people standing into receiver spots and making layups. And, you know, Varsity have just been, you know, even though Chisholm have extended the pressure for most of this game, Varsity have just been much more calm and executed much better on the offensive end, you know, in the first quarter and a half of this game.
Yeah, well, they've got themselves a nice 9-point lead early on, so doing a lot right down both ends of the floor, especially defensively. They're forcing Chisholm to take shots like that over players that are set in the ground, two hands straight in the air. So Varsity really good defensively, and they're just drying up the scoring opportunities for Chisholm.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that comes with the probably lack of ball movement at the moment from Chisholm. You know, the defense of Varsity is able to converge in a little bit and make it tough for people trying to drive to the basket, and that's where, you know, Chisholm really need to make those drive and kick opportunities and get wide open shots from the perimeter or create those closeout situations for Varsity and open up driving lanes.
That foul there was on Jonah Fox for Varsity, so Chisholm going to bring it in from the baseline. Good inside-outside play there. Three-point shot is up. Can't quite get it to fall, though. Defensive board for Varsity. Javan with it now for Chisholm, the playmaker that did really well in that first quarter. Handoff almost stolen by Varsity, but turned back over again. Ivan Barty going to work underneath and putting another two on the board. Chisholm now looking to return the favor from the three-point line. That one hits nothing but the air. Javan Hunt can't get that one to fall. They managed to pull the O board though, but they turn it over almost straight away. Ball just coming off the foot and out of bounds. So Varsity, again, just coming down with it. Scoring is pretty much all but dried up from both teams at the moment. We haven't seen a lot of points put on the board since the start of the second quarter. Defensively, I think both teams are doing a lot right and preventing those scoring opportunities. Wide open shot there, just happens to rim out. But pace has definitely slowed down as well, I feel. We're nowhere near as fast run and gun as what we were in that first quarter.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's come from a great shot there from Ethan Wegner. You know, it's drawn Chisholm back within 4, even though they haven't really played that well, you know, in this first half. But, yeah, the defense, there's probably been, you know, even though people have gone full court pressure, there's probably been a lack of pressure, you know, in those situations and unable to generate that pace that you're talking about. And I think both teams, the ball movement's kind of stagnated a little bit in this second quarter, and it's led to that lack of scoring that you're talking about.
Yeah, well, Varsity's going to have 8 seconds on the shot clock now to make something happen. They're holding it up. Mullane taking a shot at the last second. Couldn't quite get it to fall. Almost went horizontal as well as he tried to get his own rebound. But Chisholm continues the momentum, closes the gap down to 2. And fantastic defense there from Chisholm. Ivan Barty getting the stop play and tipping it back into the fingers of Varsity.
And as we said earlier, and as the case has been in most of the games we've covered today, the team that can get out and transition are the teams normally that have won these games, and Chisholm have increased the defensive in pressure here in these last couple of minutes, pushed the pace offensively, and it's turned into easy buckets. And, you know, after a pretty bad start, they're level now with 4 minutes left in the half. So, you know, a great run here at the moment from Chisholm in this second quarter. Yeah,
Bentley bringing the game back at 23 apiece. Probably a good opportunity either now or soon for Varsity to call a timeout and just regroup. They haven't hit their last 5 shots, so really sort of struggling from, well, outside and inside at the moment to get any scoring. And like clockwork, Adam Dara does exactly that and calls a timeout. So we'll take a quick break as well. We're locked at 23 apiece in the Division 1 Under-15 Boys Grand Final in the Higgins Sweet 16 All Schools Championship Tournament. Back with you here. We're locked at 23 aside. Coach Dara for Varsity just taking a timeout just to regroup the troops. After having a pretty good first quarter, they've only scored 2 points so far in the second. So the scoring all but dried up, and that stemmed from some really good defense from Chisholm, but also just some really unlucky shots, really. They've had a lot of good opportunities. They've taken some really great shots. They just can't seem to make them fall this quarter.
Yeah, their patience and execution probably hasn't been, as good in this second quarter as it was in the first quarter. I think they've taken a lot of just shots off perimeter passing and not breaking that play and getting to the middle.
So I'm not sure if they're going to count. Sorry, I'm not sure if they're going to count that bucket because okay, it was called a travel.
Yeah,
so
there was
a right call.
One referee had a travel, one had a charge. I definitely agree with the decision that was reached. The travel occurred first before the contact from the offensive player. So, I mean, either way, the bucket wouldn't have counted, but I think the travel is the right thing to call in that scenario.
I think it was a double Euro step.
A Euro.
You can only hop once.
Exactly. I couldn't even hop once.
Let's be honest, with the way the dollar is at the moment, no one can afford to Euro anyway, let alone two.
Like it, Regan, getting the international pun in?
It's only because I'm going to France next year, so I'm just dreading how much money it's going to cost me with the Aussie dollar just continuing to crash.
Hey, that's the sacrifices you make to be a jet setter,
It is. I just need to try and find a... There you go. I'll give you some homework, Johnny. Find me a French basketball tournament that I can go to. I don't know much about Euro ball.
We'll sort you out.
Someone needs to hit me up with some connections for some cheap French basketball. Varsity letting the shot clock run down again. Chisholm just doing a really great job on the defensive end. The scoring drought continues for Varsity, and Chisholm, I mean, they're just absolutely reaping the rewards of their great defense. I mean, even then, they've still only put 9 points on this quarter, so they haven't been shooting all that well either, but they have the advantage of playing well defensively and having the opportunities continue to take shots on the inside.
I think it's just their tenacity. It's been from the start of the game until now. I mean, it's been that way the entire game. They're playing with such a frenetic energy that it's started to wear down Varsity, I think, in this quarter. Varsity hasn't given up by any means, but you can see just the relentlessness of Chisholm is really keeping them in this one.
Yeah, well, the skies have opened and the drought has ended for Varsity. They got 2 points on the board, but we're still locked at 25 after Chisholm took it straight back at them.
And welcome to the ball game, Johnny.
Just multitasking like I do, Doing a bit of production, doing a bit of commentary, a bit of IT,
Man of many talents, Johnny G.
That's it.
Varsity, again, a chance to open up the bank again. Open a checking account. Mullane goes to work, kicks it out. Plenty of time on the shot clock, so Varsity taking their time. Good opportunity inside from Mullane. Just couldn't quite get the friendly fall, but a really good drive inside. It's Tran. Can't get it, but goes straight to his teammate. I'm going to say Ivan Barty this time. I do apologize. I don't know whether it's Ivan or Ivan. We're friends with each way, so someone's going to correct me online, I'm sure, hopefully.
Oh, we haven't seen it yet. But the one thing I will say about Tran there, even though you don't get the bucket, the aggressive take really draws the defense in and allows Bhatti to come in and pick up that offensive rebound and put back attempt. So even though you may not necessarily get the bucket, it's that pressure that you put on the defense and forcing the defense to make a decision that opens it up for your teammates. So sometimes it may seem selfish that players are being aggressive, get in there, or when they may have an opportunity to pass the ball, but it's almost as good as a pass.
Speaking of aggression, Tran straight to work and putting it away on the putback.
Absolutely, Johnny. As coaches, you speak about it all the time. Dribble penetration, whether it's in transition or in the half court, ends up in good things, whether it's offensive rebounds or great shots. So, every time you can get to the basket, it normally results in good opportunities for your offenses. Chisholm hit another transition three here from Ethan Wegner to put their lead up by 3. Chisholm, again, their defense is really good, and even though that was a 3-point shot, a lot of their stuff is coming out of transition and coming on the back of their defense. So Varsity really need to be patient here, execute, offensively again. Probably not the shot they wanted, and Chisholm off to the races again.
You're 100% right, Braden. Like that, the play before on the three-point shot, that came off a great steal and a great read from Tran to pick the pocket and pass it up. And then it's just that speedy transition down the other end of the floor to find the open three-point. And they've done the same thing again now. Just great defensive set. Let Varsity put up an off-balance shot, and now they're going to potentially reap the benefit again of just having the ball down the other end and putting one up. Oh, good block there.
And that's an area, you said it, Johnny, off the dribble penetration before, but Chisholm really dominating the offensive glass in the last couple of minutes. Again, everything's coming off easy opportunities that, as a coach, you want to take care of defensively. Transition layup to offensive rebounds. That's where it's Chisholm's bread's being buttered at the moment.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. When shots aren't falling, or the shots that, the plays that you're calling are not getting you the buckets that you're after, those are those energy, effort ones that you love to see from a team, and all good teams get them.
Yeah, and good defensive intensity there from Chisholm, causing a 5-second out-of-bounds violation. So they're going to get the turnover again. That really came from Ethan Wegener, just putting great defensive pressure on the ball, on the passer in, and from his teammates inside as well. We flip one up, and that somehow manages to fall. Javon Hunt, he hasn't scored in a little while, but again, just opening the scoring and extending this lead even further for Chisholm.
That's a great bucket there for Varsity. Del Rosario taking a strong one to the hoop.
Needing to shoot here. Hunt on the buzzer. Bounces out, leading into the halftime break. It's 29 plays 34. Chisholm finding their way back into the game, and with a really strong second quarter. But we are at the halftime. It's a 5-point deficit. We'll take a break quickly first and come back with some information towards the second half of action in the Division 1 Grand Final in the Higgins Sweet 16 All Schools Basketball Championship. And back with you here for the second half of action. It's Chisholm Chiefs taking on the Varsity College in the Division 1 under 15 boys grand final here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. Second half underway, and Chisholm are going to get the first opportunity to put some more buckets on the board. There's a foul call off the board, I believe, going against number 75, which doesn't exist.
Number 15.
I think 15. I'm going to guess Jameson Beveridge, number 15.
Nice pass. Again, Varsity come out in this second half into man, and both times Chisholm able to get people up in the air and get dribble penetration, and it's resulted in a foul and now an easy layup. So if Varsity want to stay in this man, they've got to be able to stay in front of the ball, much like Chisholm needed to in that first quarter.
Probably an unfortunate foul on that one as well, because the pass off looked really good too with the open opportunity underneath, but they go to work straight away again anyway, so they'll go to the line for two. Javon Hunt, again, just coming out looking really aggressive underneath.
And that's 3 quick team fouls also on Varsity within the first 25 seconds of the second half. So not a good position to be in for Varsity when you're trailing now by 8.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, the fortune normally favours the team that's aggressive, and Chisholm have come out in these first 25 seconds and made a focus of getting to the paint, and even a good screen off that out-of-bounds play, getting Javon Hunt going to the basket. So, like I said, if they want to keep those fouls down and not get into the bonus, Varsity need to stay in front of their man, contain the basketball, and keep Chisholm out of the paint.
Varsity just taking things nice and slow on this one, looking for the open play, and that was just a great way to split the defense. But even better defense than offense with the block shot as well. But, I mean, Mullane looked really great driving through. He split 2 players and then had a third come in and reject it. But great from both teams.
Yeah, great drive, but that's probably the difference in the Chisholm defense. Lately, as Caden Bentley goes to the basket and gets 2 points, that's probably the difference in Chisholm's defense compared to the first sort of 15 minutes there. You know, the driving lanes were wide open, whereas now there's people in the paint ready to swat shots, as we see another block shot from Javon Hunt and a push from Sung Tran. So Chisholm's defense much more focused on containing the paint, which they're doing a great job of.
And Varsity a little rattled coming out to start the second half. Not the ball movement isn't there, the patience, the ball reversal, the set your feet, have a good look, strong with the ball. That's what got Varsity the lead to start, and they've gone away from that. And you got to give credit to Chisholm, because Chisholm, again, I think it's them imposing their will on this game and forcing Varsity to play how Chisholm wants them to play.
Yeah, definitely. I think Chisholm is definitely controlling the game, and they're forcing Varsity to play at their pace and to their style. And they've sort of done that ever since the second quarter. The first they came out a little bit sluggish, a little bit slow, but ever since then it really has been Chisholm controlling the way that this game plays, and you know, it shows with their 10-point lead. Three-point Jimmy is up and in for Ethan Wegner. As the Chiefs continue to extend their lead even further. They're up by 13 now. Varsity struggling to open the scoring bank in the third term here. This could change it, though.
Wegner shot the ball pretty well tonight.
Yeah, he's had a really great clip, Wegner. Actually, so have a lot of players from Chisholm as a whole. Wegner being one of them. Tran's done a lot of things really great offensively as well. So has Hunt. And Bentley.
Absolutely, yeah, but on your point, Johnny, I think any time Wegner gets it on the three-point line with any space, he looks like a threat. So Varsity need to really make a point, even if it's a drive and kick situation, to close out hard. You know, he probably hasn't done anything at the rim yet. Close at him hard and make him put the ball on the floor, because he's really hurting them from the three-point line.
Martin goes 2 from 2 from the charity stripe, closing the gap back to 11. Good baseline play there, out to the three-point line, moving it around fast. They find the cutter on the inside, but he can't quite get it to fall. Barty.
That's a great pass there from Tran to Barty, leading again the big man to the basket. Barty probably just got himself a little off balance on the release, but great look from Tran.
Yeah, absolutely, and great ball movement in general. I think they had the drive baseline, kick to the corner, an extra kick to the top, and then a high-low pass back to Barty, who started the play. So great ball movement there from Chisholm.
They're just going to restart the play here back down on the baseline because I think Varsity was probably up to 6 or 7 seconds in the backcourt, but the shot clock was only displaying 23. So we're just going to restart things over here. So Varsity bringing it in from the base, getting it over easily and breaking the press. Martin, sidestep, fires, can't quite get it to fall. Defensive rebound for Chisholm, and the fast break is on. Wagner blocked by Mullane.
Yeah, that's a great block from Mullane. Just again, hold his ground, take it in the chest, and bounce up and swat it.
Oh, beautiful behind the back play. He goes to work and just makes it count. Javon Hunt. That's impressive.
That is a very nice move.
And he gets the steal here as well, so he's going to go 2 for 1. He does. Flexing his muscles after the 2-point turnaround. Adam Darrow, Varsity College, going to the timeout, needing a break and time to regather. But Braden, just the way Chisholm has come out in this, well, realistically the second quarter, but more relevant now the third quarter, they've just come out and their intensity level just increases quarter on quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. I think their defense, their switching defense has been most impressive. They were, even though they were pressuring full court in that early stages of the game, their intensity and everything wasn't there. Their talk wasn't there. Now they're pressuring full court. They're active all the time. Even when Varsity get down in the half court, yeah, they look like they have a driving lane. They look like they have an open pass, and then Chisholm able to get a hand to it and ignite the fast break. So I think that everything's coming off their defense at the moment for Chisholm, and different to the start of the game, Varsity aren't able to cope with that intensity and pressure and just be calm and patient offensively. They've turned into rushing things, and that's sort of helped Chisholm ignite their fast break as well.
And to be fair, Varsity has looked really rattled. Where they were very calm, cool, and collected to start the game, they have been absolutely rattled, and no one from Varsity has been able to really step up just yet. And a lot of that, again, is the Chisholm pressure. Varsity needs someone to step up, whether it's Mullane or whether it's Del Rosario or Martin. We don't know. Somebody needs to step up, and I think Coach Adam Dara is probably looking for anybody really, to put their hand up and take control of this game for Varsity. It's got to be, to me, though, it's got to be Martin or Mullane.
Yeah, it's been pretty tough going for Varsity ever since that first quarter. They scored 21 points in the first, and in the next 8 plus 4, 12 minutes of play, they've only put an extra 10 points on the board. So the scoring really has dried up, and I think a lot of that hasn't necessarily come from bad looks from Varsity. It's just come from such intense defense from Chisholm. Whether it be causing 24-second shot clock violations, whether it's causing Varsity to take really tough shots through 2 or 3 defenders at a time, or just situations like that where the pressure is so intense that they just force the turnover by passing it out of bounds or getting the steal.
And you got to give a lot of credit to the players on Chisholm, because there hasn't been a lot of substitutions coming from Chisholm College. These guys must be exhausted. I'm exhausted watching these guys, so can't imagine what it's like playing that frenetic defense that they've been playing for the last 35 minutes.
And a lot of these guys would have played BQJBC as well as this tournament. So as Javon Hunt hits another pull-up three, he's been really, the star of this second half offensively for Chisholm. But, yeah, everyone looks pretty tired out there considering the amount of games they played this week.
Yeah, Varsity just finding it really hard to catch a break as we see Mullane go again for another 2-point shot. Mullane, the play before, 2-point drop, did a really good job to get there, but they just can't catch a break. Javon, hitting that 3-point stop. Mullane again going to work. So hopefully for Varsity, they can get a stop here and, you know, just stop some of the deficit. But back to your point from earlier on, Johnny, you know, we needed to see someone step up from Varsity to start driving that scoring, and it has been Mullane. He's gone 2 from 2 in the last couple of plays, so very good to see.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see Varsity try and switch things up a bit here also, go to a bit of a zone, maybe even look at a bit of a trap. The danger in doing going for the trap or the full court press is that that just plays right into Chisholm's hands. They want to get fast break opportunities. They want to get those easy, high speed, kind of frenetic style of play.
Javon Hunt doing work from the free throw line. And we're up to a 16-point lead now for Chisholm. Really important play here from Varsity. They break the press relatively easily. Can they put the points on the board? The shot, they're a little bit too strong from Dobson. That was probably one of the most chilled finger rolls I've ever seen from Caden Bentley, but still managed to get it fall in, taking the lead even further. Varsity, deep shot there for 2, over the top. Hunt with the defensive board. Sorry, that was Barty for the defensive rebound.
Oh, nice.
That's
Euro
Hunt.
step.
And this is the Hunt show, and everyone's here to witness it because he's taking over here in the third. Very impressive performance from Hunt tonight, but in this third quarter particularly.
Yeah, well, he takes it up to a 20-point lead here, but Varsity closes that down. They get the drop. They're going to get the foul called against Jarrett Edwards. So Martin will go to the line for another one. There's a timeout on the floor. We'll take a quick one as well. It's 37 plays 55 in the under-15 boys Division I Grand Final in the Higgins Sweet 16 All Schools Basketball Championship. Back with you here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. It's 37 plays 55, and the Chisholm Chiefs have extended their lead out to 18, but Tom Martin going to try and close that down to 17 with his extra free throw after making the impressive play underneath. He finishes off the three-point play. But Chisholm straight back to work down their end of the floor. Drive from Bentley, probably just a little bit too aggressive. Didn't quite need to take it that fast to the bucket. I would have liked to see a little bit more patience, a little bit more work around the keyway before taking that drive.
And I think that's a big issue for juniors across the board, Johnny. You know, that's not a bad drive from Caden Bentley, but I think when you go there and you get contact, you need to go off 2 feet and be balanced. I think, you know, that's the difference between a lot of, you know, juniors here compared to when you go to the States. Even though they got supreme athleticism, they get to the middle, go off 2 feet, and able to make good decisions. I think that was an all right drive. He just needs to be able to go off 2 feet, to be able to make a good pass or go up strong and finish.
Yeah, well, I overheard Coach Devitt as well saying, not bad, but later in the shot clock. And I think that's exactly right. Like, they just need to look for a better time to take it as well. I mean, it's paid off for them in the end anyway. They got the ball back down there for end of the floor and got a couple of points on the board. But it's just about that patience. They don't need to rush and take shots within the first 8 seconds of the shot clock, They got themselves a healthy 18-point lead. They can take their time. They don't need to rush things like that.
Final.
The floater rattles around for Dobson.
Yeah, Caleb Dobson couldn't buy a bucket there, but he stuck with it. Finally got one to fall.
We just got to fix up the shot clock again, unfortunately. So we're bringing it on back to the baseline. Bring it on back.
One thing that I find really impressive with Chisholm is they want to play fast, but they are able to play fast even off of made baskets, and that's just something that's a well-coached team. They know they want to get the ball out of that basket and in the floor as soon as they possibly can, and that to me is a well-coached, well-drilled team. You see how fast they're playing. To be able to do that even off made baskets is impressive.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's, as a coach, when you find a style of play that works for your team, you need to do it no matter what. As Javon Hunt knocks down another 3. But as your point, Johnny, obviously that fast pace works for him, and you need to push the ball, put pressure on the defense, whether it's a make or a stop. So, yeah, like you said, Chisholm doing a great job in this second half especially. But I think another reason for this run from Chisholm is they've dominated the offensive glass, and that's turned into easy buckets for him as well.
There's that one, though, you see again, hitting the corner. There comes that UCLA cut to the top of the circle, and it leads to an easy basket.
We got to call that the guana cut.
Our good friend Dave Darwin has drilled that into my head in the 10, 11 years I've been friends with him. It's a basic one, but it works. Why go away from it?
Absolutely.
Going to be probably the last shot of the quarter here. And it's
that'll be the last shot of the quarter, and it finds its way to the bottom of the net for Caden Bentley. So Chisholm Chiefs go into the 3-quarter time break, a healthy 19 points in the lead over Varsity College. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with you shortly for the final quarter of action. Varsity College, a little bit of work to do in the under-15 boys Division I Grand Final. And back with you here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. 43 plays 62. The Chisholm Chiefs leading the way in the Division I Grand Final. But Varsity is going to get to kick things off to start the quarter. The drive to the bucket looked good, but a good hand in the face and potentially a little bit of a fingertip to draw it across. In the corner, it's Hunt. Too short.
24 for Kobe. What do you think? Braden?
I'm a LeBron fan.
Do you think it's 24 for LeBron?
Huh?
For Hunt. What do you think he wears 24 for?
Oh, probably Kobe.
Got to be Kobe, right?
Yeah, but I don't really...
Are you with us here, Braden?
I am, but I don't really care about anything to do with COVID, to be honest.
NBA starts this week. It'd be
It
nice.
does. Lakers bandwagon.
Drive to the bucket there for Sung Tran. Draws the foul.
Ooh.
They're going to get the 2 free throws as well. Player warning. Just having a little bit of a chat from Jonah Fox. Tran's first is good. Tran goes 2 from 2 from the line. That lead just keeps on extending. We're up to 23 now for Chisholm. It's going to be a hard gap to pull back for Varsity, especially when they just can't find the fall. They've taken some really great shots. They just can't seem to get the ball to find its way to the bottom of the net.
Well, they're at that one where they now are down that much where they have to take that first shot opportunity. And again, that plays right into Chisholm's hand. You see Chisholm is just double teaming everywhere, really super aggressive on the glass. They've just really stamped their authority on this game.
Hunt spins and dishes to Bentley. His 3 looked good, but just bounced off the back of the rim. Oh, and great read there from Hunt, just hanging back. Drives to the bucket. Through the contact, doesn't get the call, but manages to fight through. Defensive rebound for Varsity. They kick it up quick. Martin on the 3, fakes and drives left. Dishes out and a huge block from Hunt with the defensive rebound as well to Martin, who finger roll is off the front of the rim.
That's Hunt. It's got to be his 3rd or 4th swat of the game tonight.
And that one was worth 2.
Trey in the corner.
Turned into a bit of a scrap ball here in the 4th quarter, fellas.
Sure is. You know, I got to say also, though, it's really nice to see a local team in the grand final. We saw it in the girls' game as well. It was the Division II boys' game. A couple of local teams, and you get a nice crowd out here to show a bit of support. It really does make a difference when the crowd gets into it. The crowd has been into it from the start, even when Chisholm was trailing, and they play a bit of a part into getting you into it. That may also play a negative part where you feel a little bit more pressure because you know you got friends and family at the game, but I think they really energized this Chisholm team when they were down and helped them get up and get over the line here. It's looking more and more like it's going to be a Chisholm win, but Varsity refuses to give up.
Yeah, Del Rosario, nice 3-point stop there from the corner. Chisholm now just slowing things down. They find Hunt in the corner. He fakes, drives, and passes. In the corner, Hunt misses everything. But good hustle there from Buddy, getting it back again. Varsity turning it over and just making it work. Buddy going to the line, putting it in.
Again, it's really good pressure, really good defensive presence from Hunt. I mean, he's been showing off on the offensive end, but he's been pretty good defensively as well. He's gambled a bit, but really picked his spots when he wants to gamble in the lane. A couple, as we mentioned before, a few good swats as well.
Nice 2-point drop there for Jaden Karma, just finding the bottom of the net. Good hustle there from Mullane as well, almost getting the steal. Chisholm just managed to keep their hands on it the last second. But that 3-point shot from Tom Martin looked good straight out of the hands and hit. Wagner.
Wagner is looking like Smith from the girls' game. They both have, and they actually shoot the ball. They have a similar shooting stroke as well.
And that's a nice drop there from, was that Martin or was that Mullane?
Martin.
There you go. I was just preemptive that he was going to hit a three-point shot. Called it one play too early. Nice drive to the bucket there from Sung Tran, drawing the contact. Couldn't quite get it to roll in his favour. But he is going to go to the line.
I would assume there may be some subs coming in for Chisholm over the next 3 minutes.
Could be a few.
I think the referees are struggling with the old school ones on the varsity uniforms. There's been a couple of times where they've called 70 instead of 14. We know what they mean. Foul going against Jonah Fox. Sung Tran not able to get the drop on the free throw, though. That one does. First one. Did that go in?
I didn't see it drop, but I saw them give him the point.
Yeah, right. There you go. So I don't know what you and I were watching. Braden's just sitting here nodding his head. So one of the three of us is watching.
Well, I've got the score. I'm making sure that the scoreboard that everyone's seeing on the stream matches what's here in the stadium.
Nah, you and I are just blind as bats, Johnny. Braden knows what's up.
Even with my glasses.
We need to share.
They make things worse, don't they, Johnny?
You don't want to borrow these, I promise you.
Varsity working hard on the offensive rebounds. Eventually got that one to fall. Closing it back down to 22.
Under 3 minutes to go now, and when you look back to the start of the game, you couldn't ask for a better start if you're a varsity college. And I think Chisholm really wore that one right on the chin as Hunt drains another three. And to be fair, I thought Chisholm really did look rattled to start the game. But they took a timeout, and really from there, their intensity never really dropped. But I think they played a lot smarter and picked their spots a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they were able to develop, produce. I'm a journalist and I can't even get the right word. Produce easy opportunities on the offensive end, get some layups, offensive rebounds and all that sort of stuff. And I think as a group, when you're struggling, I think that energizes you a little bit. And I think that turned into more and more intensity and energy on the defensive end. And that's what led to that big run. And then when they increased that intensity to a new level, Varsity weren't able to really cope with it going forward. So, give it to Varsity. They came out really hard and with a good game plan. But then when Chisholm really responded and took it to a new level, they weren't able to respond. So, you got to praise Chisholm for the way they've been able to deal with adversity throughout this game.
That was some precision firing from Hunt, finding the open man underneath.
I don't think there's any doubt in our minds who the player of the game is tonight.
Who is it? What jokes?
Javon Hunt really showed out tonight.
Absolutely.
Did a little bit of everything. Scored inside, scored out. Had the jump shot going. Played really good defense, I thought. Had those big blocks, a few really nice steals. And I thought he showed some really good leadership qualities as well. Really getting his team amped up. Getting them refocused when things were going tough for them. And that's all you can ask for from a star player. When your star player is setting the tone for you, you know you're going to be in good shape.
In front of his home crowd too.
There he is again, draining the three to put the icing on the cake.
Yeah, appropriate last name Hunt because he is a sharp shooter, that is for sure.
And Regan with probably his worst punt of the day to finish.
Come on, that was all right.
That was pretty good. I liked it.
Well, I'm here to criticize.
That's what we pay you the big bucks for, Braden. Young fella's in for Chisholm.
Yeah, and clock down, under 1 to go.
Where's the Gary Glitter? Hey.
I mean, we did say we needed some more music in this game. We got some hip-hop going, so. Braden singing's about as close as we're going to get, I think, as we come down. Couple of plays to go in this Division 1 Grand Final. Varsity, they're going to pick up the foul.
Did you like that version, Johnny?
Which one? Can you give it to me again?
Sounded kind of like that.
Hey.
The old, what is it? What's that good old CD? Rock Jock or whatever, Jock Rock.
Jock Jams.
Jock Jams.
I remember it. Used to be my pump-up
I bet.
CD in under 12s, mate.
I bet.
Nah, come on, don't lie. Your pump-up song was definitely Barbie Girl.
That was under 10s.
Well, got to tell you, the Chisholm College didn't really need the music to get pumped up for this one. Being in front of the home crowd, I think, was a real good advantage for them. And I think maybe the start might have been maybe a little overconfident after having a big win over varsity. But like I said, I think the team, they probably deserved to win this one, did. Varsity gave it their all. They were super impressive in moments, but Chisholm was just swarming and really overwhelmed them. And a deserved champion of this excellent tournament, Braden.
Yeah, well, Chisholm definitely getting behind the young gun in Damon Barty, trying to get him some points on the board, celebrating when he got the steal as well. So great to see them working behind their young gun, subbing him in for the last couple of minutes of the game, and then getting behind them when they play well as well. See if they open something up for him. They do. Barty drives, fires, and the crowd goes wild.
He loves it too. How about the young fella with the big grin on his face? That's one of those ones where, you know, it may not seem like much, but those are the kind of plays that last a lifetime for kids. You know, coming in a championship game, you haven't played all game, you may not have played much all season, whatever it is, but hitting a bucket like that and getting the reaction from the crowd, to me, makes every single moment of that worth it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love the support from his teammates, especially, you know, the guys who played most of the minutes today. You know, their teammates spent the whole game cheering them on, and then when, you know, these guys get their opportunity at the end of the game, they're doing the same thing, so I really love to see that.
He's looking for it again, too, the young fella. But how about Chisholm Catholic College, guys? Your 2019 Sweet 16 champions. Right at the buzzer. He beats
on
the buzzer.
Another young boy getting the final play of the game. Alec Beattie closing it out for Chisholm College. It's 89 plays 54. And what a way to end an amazing day, an amazing week of basketball action as well. Chisholm College, your under-15 Division I grand finalists in the Higgins Sweet 16 All-School Basketball Championships. That does wrap things up from us here, but before we do go, I'm just going to ask you boys one question to close things out. We've covered 6 games of basketball, the most we've ever covered on behalf of Nothing But Net Media in one day. So looking across everything that's happened on the day, I just want to shout out one men and one women's player of the day across all the games.
It's really hard for me, to be honest with you, because I got about how many names flowing through my head. It's hard to honestly, though, to look past Hunt and this performance in this championship game. You have so much talent on the floor for both teams, and for one player to really jump up and stand out like that really proved to me the type of player that Hunt was. And probably on the women's side of things, it's another difficult one, but I'll go back and probably go with Smith from Hillcrest. Just the performance again, the way she shot the ball, the defense that she played, and just the cool, calm collection that she had, and hitting big shots at key moments for her team to win a championship as well. It's hard to look past a player from a championship-winning squad.
Yeah, absolutely. Since you named them two, I'm going to go with some 2 under-13s players. I think Zay Mullane in that earlier game for varsity was outstanding, and then shout out to, you know, JPC girls for the under-13s. I think Maddie Best was outstanding in that game as well. So really led their teams to their respective championships, and I think they were really standouts and good signs for the future for talent coming through as well. So as you mentioned, Javon Hunt, Jess Smith in that last game, and those 2 others in the under-13s game as well really stood out for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that does wrap things up here from Cornubia Park Sports Complex. But before we do go, we're doing a quick shout out to all of the sponsors and all of the support staff here throughout the day. Higgins for Better Painting Management, the major sponsor of the tournament, McDonald's, Logan Central, Marsden, Homeview, Beanley and Eagleby, and of course Eaton Services Group for innovation in commercial cleaning and facility services, as well as Metro Canteens. Of course, a big special thanks to Lance Spring for sports medicine, Deborah McGowan, the referee convener, Corey Guy and Alex Day, the assistant referee conveners, for all of their support throughout the day.
And I do also want to give a shout out to Trinity College Beanley for giving us this opportunity to provide the live stream services for this great event. And also want to give a shout out to Greg and Mitch from Logan Basketball for really getting us set up and working with us. We know we had a lot to ask of them, and they produced everything for them like they always do whenever we're down here. And I do also want to give a big shout out to Chris Sieber on the camera, Brayden Hesselhurst and Regan Baker on the commentary, and of course James Bowman from the Australian Sports Network for all of his graphics and all the technical support that he always provides for us. Thanks everyone for tuning in.
I think Chris has wooden legs after standing there for 6 hours, so great job, Chris.
Well done, boys, and thanks everyone for tuning in to another presentation of basketball brought to you by Nothing But Net Media.
Have a good night. Cheers.